Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the grand finale for Historics 41 here at Lime Rock Park. It's great to see the hillside already beginning to fill in with the Lime Rock faithful. For those of you who are joining us for the first time this weekend, we would like to extend a special welcome. As we said, this is day 5 of the Historics. We started on Thursday evening with our annual parade from here at the track at Lime Rock to Falls Village for their street festival with over 125 cars enjoying a tour through the highways and byways of scenic northwestern Connecticut. Practice and qualifying for our strong field of vintage and historic racers, almost 300 cars on the entry list for the weekend, took place on Friday. Saturday we had the first of 2 days of racing. Yesterday was our big Sunday in the park, and now we're going to wrap things up today with 18 different race groups. And we will be ready to go with race group number 1 in just a few minutes. Let's remind you about a couple of the added attractions here at Lime Rock Park. The paddock area is open throughout the day today. Your opportunity to come down and get a great look at all of the cars that do make up the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historic Festival. We hope that you picked up one of our information sheets on the way into the track. It has complete entry lists for all 9 of our race groups, identifying the drivers by name, number, and car type. In addition, we have applied an address system to the paddock area. Each car is assigned to a specific parking spot, and we've included that information as well so that rather than just wandering around looking for a particular car that might interest you, you can look for the coordinates in either the A or B paddock and go directly to that point. So be sure to pick up a copy of our information sheet. If you did not already get a copy, they are available at the Lime Rock Park information booth, which is located up at the entrance to our infield midway area. While you're in the paddock, we want to remind you about a couple of simple safety regulations. We ask that all pedestrians stay to the sides of the traffic lanes. And while you're welcome to look at the cars, we ask that you please don't touch them, especially when they come off of the racetrack. They may have a component that has a sharp edge on it or has gotten up to a high temperature. We would not want to have you incur a minor injury and have to visit our infield care center. By following these 2 simple safety rules, you will be welcome in the paddock area throughout the day today. Speaking of our infield care center, it is a single-story gray building at the end of pit lane towards turn number 1. Should you need to avail yourself of its services for any reason, simply contact a member of the Lime Rock Park guest services or security staff, and they will assist you in every way possible. One other note about the paddock area, and this is a specific reminder to all of our racing teams and crew members, there is a 5-mile-an-hour speed limit in the paddock area. So those of you who are utilizing golf carts, electric scooters, or bicycles, keep in mind that there will be significant pedestrian traffic, and watch your speed in the paddock area throughout the day today. There will be periodic reminders about that. We know there's a temptation to try and get where you're going in a hurry, but we do need to keep in mind that pedestrian safety is our first and primary concern in the paddock area. We hope you brought your smartphone with you and have seen the placards that are located around the facility. There is a QR code that you can scan, and that will give you free access to our virtual souvenir program, the Daily Rev. It has information on our 3 featured groups, the 100th anniversary of MG, Formula Junior, as well as the Sports 2000 cars who join us this weekend, along with information about the many attractions for tourism in northwestern Connecticut. So be sure to get your smartphone, scan in that QR code, and you will have comprehensive information about all of the activities going on here with the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. We'd like to salute our partners for the 2023 season, including FCP Euro, Delamar Hotels, Autodromo, NBT Bank, Marsh McLennan, Miller Motor Cars, McLaren, Blasius Chevrolet, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, VP Racing Fuels, Pelote Shoes, Millbrook Vineyard and Winery, Liqua Moly, Spectro Performance Oils, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, F&W Kubota, Pepsi, the Great Falls Brewing Company, Women in Motorsports North America, DLTC Landscape Contractors, Haggerty, Thule, Ruitt Sibley, Road and Track, Averty Storage and Office Solutions, and welcome back to Friedenstein Tires. Thanks to all of those fine folks who are our partners for the 2023 season here at Lime Rock Park. Cars for race group number 1 already assembling in the staging area. This will be our Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash, the race named in honor of the longtime Lime Rock Park track owner and promoter who passed away earlier this year. In addition to Jim Haynes' close association with Lime Rock Park, he was a very accomplished racing driver and was, in fact, the 1963 Formula Junior National Champion with the Sports Car Club of America. So all of our Formula Junior races for this weekend named in his honor. And you can read more about the life and times of Formula Junior and Jim Haynes here at Lime Rock Park in our virtual edition of the Daily Rev Souvenir Program. Formula Junior is a single-seat open-wheel racing class that was devised in the late 1950s by Count Giovanni Loreni in Italy as a training ground for future Formula One drivers. The cars are about 1,000 pounds in weight. They have a 4-cylinder engine. The Italian cars in this race will be using an 1,100cc Fiat engine, and the English-based Formula Juniors mostly relying on a English Ford engine of 1,000 cc's in displacement. Let's start to run down the grid for you, starting in 25th position, car number 207. This is a 1959 Lotus 18. The driver is Peter Patterson. 24th in the lineup, also in a Lotus 18, is Vignesh Ramanathan. Joe DeLucia in the Lotus 18, number 34, will start 23rd on the field. 22nd goes to James Sharp. The car is a 1961 Cooper Type 56, and that is car number 95. Front engine Lola Formula Junior, a Mark II Lola for Tom Atlas, starts in 21st position, car number 14. Another of the Patterson family entries is Spencer Patterson, starting in 20th position, car number 577, and that is another of the ubiquitous Lotus 18s. Sharon Adelman's Brabham BT6 Formula Junior from 1963 starts in 19th position, car number 61. Harinda De Silva in a Lotus 18, number 96, will start from 18th on the field. 17th in starting lineup to the gentleman who is the coordinator for Formula Junior in North America. This is Tom O'Grady. The car is a 1959 Cooper Formula Junior, number 53. Charles Bamford in the Cooper Type 56, number 21, starts 16th on the field. 15th in the lineup to Hervé Park in a Elva, number 92. Joe Fuller is the driver of car number 612. He is starting in 14th position, another of our Lotus 18s. Robert Miraboli's Brabham BT6 number 08 starts in 13th position. 12th in the lineup to the number 254 for J.R. Mitchell, and that is yet another of the Lotus 18s. Quickest of our front engine cars is Mitch Eitel with his Italian Oscar, car number 740, going out of the number 11 starting position. 10th in the starting lineup to Graham Long's number 68. The car is a Lotus 22. 9th to Mark Curry's Lotus 18, number 216. Dave Irwin, with one of the very early chassis built by Jack Brabham, the former Formula One world champion. The Brabham BT2 for Dave Irwin, number 02, starts 8th in the field. 7th in the starting lineup to the number 800 of Joshua Mitchell. Number 800 is a Lotus 18. Robert Homke's Cooper Type 59 is car number 4. He starts in 6th position. 5th in the starting lineup to Tom Grudovich in the Elva 200 Formula Junior, the number 94. That is the car that was originally raced by the late, great Mark Donohue. Eric Skibsrud in the Lotus 18, number 18, starts 4th in the field. 3rd in the starting lineup to the Cooper Type 59 for Art Hebert, number 8. Front row, an all Colasaco family front row. The younger member of the Colasaco clan, Dominic Colasaco, with his 1961 Ram Formula Junior, starts on the outside of the front row and pole position to longtime vintage campaigner Joe Colasaco, driving the 1962 Stangolini Delfino, and that is car number 30. Let's also take a moment to welcome our worldwide audience joining us for the live stream broadcast of this event as we experiment with live stream coverage of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. So we are happy to bring you all of the activities here at Lime Rock Park in sound and vision, and we certainly hope that you'll check in with us, let us know where you are watching our live stream from, and give us your comments on how we can expand on this coverage in the future. Pace car through the bottom of the downhill turn, bringing the field onto the Sam Posey straightaway. Bob Green will bring the pace car down onto pit road, looking for a good start for the field as they head down to the green flag. And the Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash on its way towards turn number 1. Art Hebert from the outside of the front row will jump into the lead as they go down onto the Liqui Bridge into Big Bend, turn number 1 here at Lime Rock Park. Looks like Dominic Colasaco wasn't able to start the race this morning. He did have an off-course excursion on Saturday that damaged the car, and apparently they were not able to make repairs. So unfortunately, the younger member of the Colasaco clan watching from the sidelines today. But right now it's Art Hebert in the Cooper leading the way through the S's and onto the Paul Newman Straight, followed by the number 30 for Joe Colasaco. lap times for our Formula Juniors right around the 1 minute mark. That would be a 90-mile-an-hour average speed around the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. And it's going to be Art Hebert who leads as they come down the hill for the first time. Car number 8, the Cooper, leading the way from the number 30 of Joe Colasaco. Third place right now to the number 94 Elva for Tom Grudevich. The order as they crossed the line on lap number 1 was Art Hebert, number 8, your race leader, the 30 of Joe Colasaco second, the number 94 Elva battling with the number 4 Cooper of Robert Homke for third position. Grudevich in the 94, Homke in the 4. Then in fifth it was Eric Skibsrud in the car number 18. Joshua Mitchell in the number 800 was sixth. Seventh to the 02 of Dave Irwin. Eighth to Graham Long in the 68. Ninth to Mitch Eitel in the Oscar. And Mark Curry in the 216 rounding out the top 10. Colasaco getting a little bit closer now to Art Hebert as they go down into turn number 1. This is kind of what we saw here on Saturday. The Stangulini taking a lap or so to really get warmed up on the racetrack once they get up to speed. So we'll see now if Colasaco can mount a challenge to our race leader Art Hebert in the Cooper. Then a big gap back to the third place car. So basically a 2-car breakaway up front right now. Robert Homke in third. Eric Skibsrud now up into fourth position. And Tom Grudevich in the Elva number 94 dropping down into fifth place. Here comes Colasaco trying to get outside of Art Hebert as they come down across the start-finish line. The red Stangulini on the high side of the racetrack going down into turn number 1. But for the moment, Hebert with the preferred line through Big Bend will hang on to that number 1 position. But the challenge coming on strong right now from Joe Colasaco in car number 30. Good battle for third as well between Robert Homke in the 4 now and Eric Skibsrud in the 18. And it's Tom Grudevich in the 94 in fifth, sixth to the 02 of Dave Irwin. I think we mentioned the Mark Donahue Elva that is in this race. I might have misidentified that as the car that Tom Grudevich is driving. It is actually the 00 of Nick Gruel, currently sitting in 15th position. That is the ex-Mark Donahue Elva 200. Change in lead, Joe Colasaco through to the number 1 position. Art Hebert now in second. Then a gap back of almost the full length of the Sam Posey straightaway to the next group of cars coming through, led by the number 1. I think the number 1's actually supposed to be the number 4 as it's showing up on our scoring monitor. That would be Robert Homke. The 18 of Eric Skibsrud still in 4th position. Dave Irwin in the 02 5th. Tom Grudevich in the number 94 Elva is 6th. 7th to Graham Long in the Lotus 22. That's car 68. Joshua Mitchell in the 800 now 8th. 9th to Mark Curry in the number 216. And the 612 of Joe Fuller now rounds out the top 10. Problems for J.R. Mitchell, number 254 on the pit road. Joe Colasaco with fast lap of the race at 1 minute, .065. As he now moves into the lead, taking that top spot away from Art Hebert. Robert Homke in the green number 4, still in 3rd position, leading that train of cars that includes Eric Skibsrud in the 18, Dave Irwin in the 02, Tom Grudovich in the 94, Graham Long in the 68. The leading front-engine car in the race, one of the original Formula Juniors, is Mitch Eitel. He's now in 11th position in the number 740 Oscar. Our other front-engine car is the number 14. That's the 1960 Lola for Tom Atlas. He's sitting down in 16th position at the moment. And another car on the pit road, so a little bit of attrition creeping into the Formula Junior field here. That is the number 96 of Harinda De Silva. Looks like De Silva may have had an off-course excursion, having a brief chat with the officials, and then will be sent back out. There is the ex-Mark Donahue 00 going across the start-finish line. That is Nick Gruhl's car, an Elva 200 that the late, great Mark Donahue raced here at Lime Rock Park in the mid-1960s, early in his racing career before going on to great accomplishments as he teamed up with Roger Penske for many years. We'd like to remind you about our guided tour of the paddock area. If you would like to get a behind-the-scenes look at the cars that make up the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics, volunteers from the Vintage Sports Car Club of America will be doing a pair of guided tours. They're available at no additional charge. First of our guided tours of the paddock area will begin at 11 o'clock this morning, leaving from the Lime Rock Park information booth, which is up at the entrance to our infield midway area. So be up there at 11 o'clock and join in with the first of two tours provided by the members of the Vintage Sports Car Club of America. The two dominant manufacturers in Formula Junior, and especially typified in this race, are the cars from Lotus and from Cooper, a pair of English manufacturers. The Lotus 18, something of a ubiquitous open-wheel car, was not only used for Formula Junior competition, but also became the basis for the Lotus Formula One entry during the late 1950s and early 1960s. And was even raced in a couple of oval track races with the United States Auto Club by Lloyd Ruby in the early 1960s. So the Lotus 18, something of a Swiss Army knife when it came to road racing competition in the early 1960s. And we are very pleased and honored to have such a strong representation from these cars here for the Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash. Just coming out of the Big Bend area now, turn number 1, and onto the short chute, headed towards the S's in front of the infield spectator hillside area. A pair of Elvas. We've talked about Nick Gruhl in the 00. That is a Model 300 Elva, the ex-Mark Donahue car. Right behind him, the 1960 version of the Elva Formula Junior, the number 92, driven by Hervé Park. You can see how the design evolved in just 1 year, going to a much more low-line, more aerodynamic design for the Elva 300, driven today by Nick Gruhl, number 00. Joe Colasacco continues to run out in front of the field in the number 30, the 1962 Stangolini Delfino, leading over Art Hebert in the number 8 in the Type 56 Cooper. Another Cooper for Robert Hemke is our third place car. Fourth is the Lotus 18 for Eric Skibsrud. Fifth to the Brabham BT2 for Dave Irwin, 02. Lotus 22 is the mount for Graham Long. He's in sixth position in number 68. 7th to the 216, another of our Lotus 18s for Mark Curry. Similar car for Joshua Mitchell, number 800 in 8th position. 9th now Tom Grudovich in the Elva 200, number 94. And rounding out the top 10, yet another of the Lotus 18s. This is the number 612 for Joe Fuller. Still sitting in 11th position, leading among the front engine cars, is Mitch Eitel's Oscar. That is car number 740. FCP Euro is the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park and has offered genuine OE, OEM, and aftermarket parts for European vehicles since 2001. But did you know that they offer much more than that? Head over to fcpeuro.com to find buyer's guides, DIYs, chassis breakdowns, and much more to help keep your European ride running right. FCP Euro, the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park. Race leaders now getting into some lap traffic as they run down the Sam Posey straightaway and underneath the Likwamali Bridge that marks the entrance to turn number 1 here at Lime Rock Park. For those of you visiting with us for the first time, we certainly want to extend a special welcome. We hope you are enjoying the many attractions here for Historic 41. And we'll give you a little bit of historic background about Lime Rock Park. The track opened in 1965. It is officially 1.47 miles in length. For many years, it was referred to as 1.53 miles. Then during the early 2000s, we did a complete survey and repaving of the track, and the actual circumference of the track turned out to be 1.47. So we kind of round that up and call it a 1.5 mile circuit. We do follow the original layout that was established here in 1957, still in use today, more than 65 years later. As you pick up the weekend event guide, that will also include a map of all of the facilities here at Lime Rock Park. During our commentary, we will refer to turn number 1 as Big Bend. That leads onto a short chute to the S's, with the only left-hand turn of the on the racetrack, marking the entry point to the S's. The cars then switch directions and exit with a right-hand turn that leads them onto the Paul Newman Straight, taking them along the back part of the circuit. They then come to the uphill turn, about a 45-degree climb, 45-foot climb, I should say, to race across the plateau on the back part of the racetrack. There's a little kink back there called West Bend, and then the cars will go underneath the infield access bridge and come down through the diving turn onto the Sam Posey straightaway. And a lap for our Formula Junior competitors, going by at just about the 1 minute mark for a tour around the 1.5 mile circuit here at Lime Rock Park. We also hope you'll take an opportunity to visit our Midway area, located in the infield portion of the facility here at Lime Rock Park. A number of automotive-focused vendors as well as food trucks are up in that area. There is even an opportunity for you to drive a racing simulation of a lap around Lime Rock Park. So we hope that you'll take an opportunity to visit the Midway area while you are with us here for the final day of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Joe Colasacco really not letting up at all in the battle with Art Hebert, the first driver in the race to get below the 1 minute mark. Number 30, Stangolini, just turned a lap of 59.922 seconds. So Joe Colasacco motoring right along here in the lead in the Stangolini Delfino, car number 30. Checkered flag is out. That is another one in the win column for Joe Colasacco in car number 30. The Stangolini Delfino that is owned and entered by our featured collector for the weekend, Lawrence Oriana from Greenwich, Connecticut. The Oriana collection includes an extensive array of Italian racing and performance cars from Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and Ferrari, and they are on display in the white tent directly behind the start-finish building here at Lime Rock Park. So we hope that you'll come down in the paddock area and get a view of all of these outstanding examples of Italian automotive artistry that have been brought to Lime Rock Park by Lawrence Oriana. Also adjacent to the Oriana tent, we have the Chrysler concept cars that the Chrysler Corporation and Stellantis have very kindly supplied to us, including the very rare turbine-powered Plymouth from the early 1960s, a design exercise by the folks at Chrysler Corporation, as well as a number of other outstanding automotive concept cars. So we hope that you'll come down and see those cars as well. And don't forget our MG exhibit located adjacent to the Winner's Circle here at Lime Rock Park as we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the English sports car manufacturer here at Historics 41. Race group number 2 waiting in the wings. This is our Sports 2000 category. And as we have said a couple of times during the weekend, Sports 2000, perhaps the best kept secret in road racing. An outstanding platform for our hobbyist racers, I guess you would call them, our weekend warriors. These are not professional racing teams, but enthusiasts who like to go out and face the challenge of the road course racing. Sports 2000 was developed in England out of the original 2-liter sports car category, as the power plants for the 2-liter sports cars that competed in the European Road Racing Championship became more and more expensive to maintain. The fields got smaller and smaller, and a promoter by the name of John Webb in England liked the design of the cars, the sports prototype style chassis, but realized that they needed to find a more reliable and inexpensive power plant. And what he came up with was a single overhead cam 2000cc Ford engine that we commonly refer to as the Ford Pinto power plant, because that is the engine that was used in Ford's subcompact for many years. So this Ford Pinto engine was put in a 2-liter racing chassis, and what was developed from that was called Sports 2000, founded in the late 1970s at the Brands Hatch Circuit in England, officially recognized by the Sports Car Club of America for national championship status beginning in 1980. We've had a number of outstanding Sports 2000 racers make their appearance here at Lime Rock Park over the years, not only in our amateur competition, but also in a series that was known as the Sasapa Pro Series in the late 1980s and early 1990s. A couple of personalities from other realms making Sports 2000 their class of choice. The late, great Walter Payton, the running back for the NFL Chicago Bears, was a Sports 2000 racer, including right here at Lime Rock Park, as was Rock and Roll Hall of Famer John Oates of the Hall & Oates duo. And so those that should give you some idea of exactly how challenging and interesting Sports 2000 cars were for drivers who are looking for road course experience. We have a great lineup of Sports 2000 cars here, running in 3 different categories within the overall framework of Sports 2000. We have the historic cars, which are the cars from the 1970s, the beginning of the class. We have the vintage cars for the 1980s era cars, and then we have the S2 category for the cars that were built during the 1990s and into the 2000s. So in addition to battling for overall positions, we're going to have drivers also racing for honors of victory in each of our three subcategories. Starting lineup will look like this. Starting in 25th position is scheduled to be the number 85 for Angelo Savoia. The car is a 1980 Taiga SC80. Mike Taradash in another 1980 Taiga will start in 24th position, car number 1. Rob Dusek II with his Duran JE1, number 32, scheduled to go out of 23rd position. 22nd in the lineup should be the number 24 for Lee Brayan. The car is a 1989 Lola T89. Also in a Lola is John Stuketis, and that is car number 89, a 1986 Lola. Matt Kane, part of a 2-part Kane family entry, starts in 20th position, car number 52. The car is a 1984 Taiga SC84. Bob Mittman's Lola T596, number 2, starts in 19th position. 18th will be Kevin Whitman in the 1989's American-built Swift DB2. 17th goes to the car number 19 for Robert Brady, another of our popular Taigas. This is the SC81 model for Robert Brady, number 19. Greg Miller's Swift DB2, number 4, goes out of 16th position. 15th in the starting lineup to the second half of the Kane family entry. This is Thomas Kane in the number 51, the 1983 Taiga SC83. Josh Lewis with his T598 Lola, number 812, starts in 14th position. 13th in the starting lineup to the number 198. That is the Swift for Jim Hallman. Simon Green with the futuristic-looking Shrike P15, number 80, starts in 12th position. 11th in the starting lineup, part of a 4-car entry from the Payne family, is Samuel Payne. Car number 116 is a 1989 Lola T89. Henry Payne is in a similar car, starting in 10th position. That's the number 90. Davis Jones with the SC83 Taiga number 16 starts in 9th position. 8th scheduled to be Dave Handy in the 1988 Swift DB2 number 59 from Sasco Sports. Brent Gernert in the T90 Lola number 76 starts in 7th position. 6th goes to the Carbier CS2 for Rob Sherwood number 05. Henry Payne the 5th in the number 13 starts in 5th position. The car is a 1989 Lola T90. Rob Dusek the 3rd in the second of the family Duran chassis starts in 4th position, number 23. John Thompson, the elder member of the Thompson clan, with the 1991 Lola number 14, starts 3rd. Your front row, outside starting spot to the 1991 Lola for Ben Sinnott, number 5, and pole position to second-generation racer in the Thompson family. This is Colin Thompson, number 111. The car is a 1988 Lola T88. So that is our starting field. First of 2 races on the day for our Sports 2000 competitors. Lime Rock Park would also like to take a moment to thank Miller Motor Cars of Greenwich, Connecticut, for providing us with our Aston Martin DBX 707 incident response vehicle. Miller Motor Cars is the official dealer of Aston Martin, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, McLaren, Bugatti, Pagani, Maserati, and Alfa Romeo. To view their full lineup of brands and available inventory, visit them online at millermotorcars.com. Let's also take a moment while we have a little bit of quiet time to salute all of our hardworking corner marshals who are located in the corner marshal stations around the racetrack. They are volunteers who come to provide us with a safe and secure racing environment, and the events here at Lime Rock Park could not take place without them. If you'd like to get close to the racing action by becoming a corner marshal, one of the best ways to do so is by becoming a member of the Sports Car Club of America. You can visit their worldwide website for more information. That is www.scca.com. And if you'd like to have a chat with some of the corner workers during the lunch break, come on down to the Lime Rock Cafe, which is where they usually gather, and they can tell you more about the excitement and challenges of being out on the corner stations here at Lime Rock Park. These will be among these Sports 2000 cars will be among the fastest cars that we see in action this weekend. They are capable of lapping down in the low 50-second range. And they provide outstanding competition opportunities for these drivers. One of the largest fields of Sports 2000 cars that we have ever seen here at Lime Rock Park, going all the way back to the days of the Sisapa Pro Series, which would bring 18 to 20 cars, showing a full 25-car field for this first of 2 races for our Sports 2000 competitors here as we round out the 5th day of activity and the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. We had a great race going on between Ben Sinnott and Colin Thompson on Saturday afternoon until Colin unfortunately ran wide at West Bend, had to come in for a quick inspection along pit lane. So Colin Thompson would like to have a change of fortune here. Ben Sinnott, though, picking up a victory in the Saturday afternoon race for our Sports 2000 cars and looking to extend that win streak as we go into race number 3 for these cars this weekend. So look for a good battle between the 111, the orange Lola for Colin Thompson, and the black number 5 of Ben Sinnott. John Thompson, who is Colin's father, starts from 3rd position in 14, and he shares that row with Rob Dusek II. Rob Dusek III, in the number 23 Duran JE1. Lime Rock Pace Car bringing the field in 2x2 formation through the diving turn onto the Sam Posey straightaway. Good-looking lineup as they make their way down towards the start-finish line, waiting for the green flag. Sports 2000 competition on its way towards turn number 1. Good jump at the start by Colin Thompson, but Ben Sinnott measure for measure with him as they're going to try to go too wide down into turn number 1. Still a little bit of lack of grip from the cold tires, but Sinnott able to hang the car on the outside groove through turn number 1. Will lead onto the short chute headed towards the S's. So Ben Sinnott, strong start from the outside of the front row, will take the lead as the cars make their way now through the S's and onto the Paul Newman straight. As with the Formula Juniors that we just saw, we can expect lap times to pick up once these cars get a little bit of heat in their tires. A little bit cooler temperatures, making the challenge to the drivers to get some grip right from the start of the race. And once they get a little bit more heat into these purpose-built racing tires, the cars do pick up the performance just a little bit. Colin Thompson going to try to return the favor on Ben Sinnott down into turn number 1, taking that low line to make the pass. Sinnott slipping a little bit wide there. And so Colin Thompson into the lead as they went down into the turn number 1 braking zone in the orange number 111, trying to make amends for the off-course excursion he had here on Saturday. So the Thompson family right now running first and third. The younger member of the Thompson family, Colin Thompson in the number 111, leading the way, and then his dad, John Thompson, in the number 14, running in third position. Colin, no newcomer to racing. He began in the Formula 1600 class back in the early part of the 20 teens, moved into Porsche Cup racing for a number of years, and now plying his skills here in the Sports 2000 category. Top 3 cars breaking away. 111, 5, and 14, your top 3. Fourth position is Rob Dusek, the third, and the number 23 Duran. Then it's Henry Payne in the fifth, and the number 13 car in fifth position. Rob Sherwood in the Carbier 05 is sixth. Seventh to Dave Handy, making up for some mechanical problems here on Saturday with the number 59. Eighth to Brent Gerner in the 76. Ninth to Davis Jones in the 16. And 10th to Simon Green in that green number 80 Shrike chassis. Very futuristic looking car developed in the mid-1980s by English constructors. The car called a Shrike really has kind of a Star Wars look to it with that all-enveloping bodywork. You don't get a good look at the tires down in the contact patch area, and it almost looks like the Simon Green car is actually riding along on a cushion of air out there. Simon, a long-time Sports 2000 racer here at Lime Rock Park, competed in our North Atlantic Road Racing Championship events for many years, and now back in action running with the historic Sports 2000 group that we feature this weekend. Colin Thompson just turned the fast lap time of the race, 52.149. We'll see if there are any improvements as the race goes on, but that gives you a little bit of an idea. As we said, these are among the fastest cars that we'll see in action this weekend. Thompson leading the way. Now getting down, as we said, we're looking to see if there's going to be a performance improvement, and there is. 51.777 for Colin Thompson on lap number 4 and the number 111. So as we had somewhat predicted, as the cars get a little bit of heat in their tires, they do find a bit more grip, and that improves the lap times. Colin Thompson dipping down into the 51-second range in the number 111. Ben Sinnott still sitting in second in the 5, and then Colin Thompson's father, John Thompson, in the number 14, running in third position in the orange number 14. As we mentioned earlier, we are experimenting with live streaming, sending the sound and vision of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics out over the internet. So we hope that if you are out there watching from afar, that you will check in with us on Facebook. Let us know where you're watching from. We hope you're enjoying this presentation of the Lime Rock Historics. We know that longtime Sports 2000 racer Peter Kraus was watching on Saturday as he kept passing along a number of notes and tidbits to help us enhance the coverage of this race. So we want to thank Peter for that. We hope that he is able to tune in and join us again today, along with our other virtual audience out there with our live broadcast, our live stream of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Colin Thompson continues to show the way in the number 111, leading from Ben Sinnott in car number 5. John Thompson in the 14 is third. Fourth to Henry Payne, the 5th, in the number 13 Lola. Then it's Brent Gernert in the 76, running in 5th position. 6th is the 05 of Rob Sherwood. 7th to Dave Handy, the number 59. Good run for the Sasco car today after Handy had mechanical problems on Saturday. 8th to Davis Jones in the 16. 9th to Samuel Payne in the number 116. And Simon Green in the Shrike number 80, rounding out the top 10. 11th goes to Jim Hallman in the number 198. 12th to the 812 of Josh Lewis. Henry Payne in the number 90 is 13th. 14th to Thomas Kane in the 51. And the number 4 for Greg Miller rounds out the top 15. As far as our subcategories go, the top 4 cars, or top 5 cars rather, are all in the S2 category. First of the vintage class cars is Dave Handy in the number 59. And the first of the historic category cars, right behind Handy in the number 16, is the 1983 Tiger for Davis Jones. Good race going on out there for 10th position between the Shrike of Simon Green, number 80, and the number 198, driven by Jim Hallman. At Delamar Hotels, we know what it means to run like a well-oiled machine. This year we are pleased to sponsor Historic Festival 41. Join us in a toast to all the drivers, crews, owners, and automotive technicians that have given us a glimpse into this time-honored tradition. Visit us at Delamar Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan to celebrate this great accomplishment. Colin Thompson with about a 3-second advantage here over Ben Sinnott. And then John Thompson still running in third. Ben Sinnott still trying to chase down Colin Thompson from that second position in the number 5, but the 111 making up for the miscue on Saturday to lead the way. Colin Thompson in the orange number 111. Meanwhile, on the pit road, just before I was able to catch the number, the car went under the overhang along pit lane, but we do have one of our Sports 2000 competitors on pit road. We'll try and get an ID on that car for you. Colin Thompson now threading his way through lap traffic. It was the number 52 that was on pit road. Let's see if that car is able to go back out or whether it will head back to the paddock area. The 52 is Matt Kane. And unfortunately, it looks as though Matt Kane will make an early exit as the 52 makes the right turn at the end of pit road and heads back to the paddock area. Good battle going on down around 10th position. We've got the 80. That is the Shrike of Simon Green, currently shown in 11th position. The 198 of Jim Hallman, 116 Samuel Payne, and Josh Lewis, number 812, all battling out there, going too wide through turn number 1. Colin Thompson again coming up on some lap traffic right as he went through the apex of the diving turn, able to make the turn in without any further drama. And stretching the margin now over Ben Sinnott. As the race leaders get into lap traffic, Thompson using that to his advantage to now extend his margin over Sinnott. The gap has grown to 6.9 seconds, so Colin Thompson really putting an exclamation point on it on his performance here in the third race of the weekend for the Sports 2000 cars. As we said, have said a couple of times, Colin was having a great race with Ben Sinnott on Saturday when he went wide at West Bend, and off the road briefly, and then able to get back on course, but didn't need to make a short pit stop in order to have the car inspected. So Colin Thompson making up for disappointment from Saturday now with a comfortable lead over the number 5 of Ben Sinnott. Peter Krause sending along a couple of background notes, as Peter, a longtime competitor in the Sports 2000 category. Greg Miller has a reputation as the fastest Morgan driver of the country and has now decided to take up the challenge of racing in the Sports 2000 class. And we also want to give a shout out to our Canadian visitor, Jim Hallman, who is here running in right around 10th position in the number 198 Sports 2000 car. Hallman also competes in the prototype category with the Sports Car Club of America and will be attending the SCCA National Championship runoffs in a few weeks. 1 lap to go is the signal from the starter's stand as Ben Sinnott comes along across the line, still chasing the number 111 down into turn number 1. Still a couple of positions to be resolved here as each of our Sports 2000 competitors goes into their final tour around the 1.5-mile circuit here at Lime Rock Park. And again, this will be the first of 2 appearances for these cars today. So if you haven't, or a recent arrival and didn't get to see the whole race unfold, they will be racing again in the afternoon portion of our program. Checkered flag in the air. The win goes to the number 111, driven by young Colin Thompson. Ben Sinnott through the diving turn for the final time will make the run down to the line. He will pick up second position. And then a further gap back to the third place car, the second member, the elder member of the Thompson clan. This is John Thompson coming home in third position in the number 14. Looking for Henry Payne to see if he will hang on for the number 4 spot in car 13. There is the black and yellow 13 across the line for fourth position. Fifth to the 76 of Brent Gernert. Behind Gernert, it's Rob Sherwood in the Carbier, the number 05. Davis Jones in the 16 takes 7th. Dave Handy, one of the early adopters of the Sports 2000 class out of Sasco Sports, now based down in North Carolina at Virginia International Raceway, is in 8th position in the 59, 9th to the 116 of Samuel Payne, and Canadian Jim Hallman in the number 198 rounds out the top 10. Simon Green in the Shrike, number 80 is 11th. Josh Lewis in the 812 is 12th. 13th to Henry Payne in the number 13 Lola. 14th to Thomas Kane in the number 51 Tyga. And Greg Miller rounds out the top 15 with the American-built Swift. That was car number 4. So that is our Sports 2000 race for the morning. Cars for race group number 3 waiting in the wings to join us, and this will be somewhat of a contrast to the contemporary look of the Sports 2000 cars, as we will bring out our pre-1940 and late 1940s, early 1950s era sports cars for race group number 3. From exotic and collector cars to your home and other valuable assets, Marsh McLennan Agency Private Client Services provides sophisticated personal insurance solutions delivered with exceptional service. And we would like to thank the McLennan Agency for being a partner for us for the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. We also have a new partner in the folks from Pelote. Pelote driving shoes are handcrafted in Portugal for all-day comfort, and they're packed full of technology. They're perfect for your next drive. Stop by the Lime Rock Gear Store for more information on the full line of Pelote driving shoes. And while you're at the Lime Rock Gear Store, located at the base of the infield Spectator Hillside area, don't forget to pick up your Historic 41 branded items, including the event commemorative t-shirt and lots of sale items there as well. So if you are outfitting the kids for back-to-school season, take a look at the sale rack and send them back to school in style from the gear store here at Lime Rock Park. Cars for race group number 3 ready to come out. Keith Micah is in the number 38. This is the Watson Indy car that is owned by Lou Timolat. And we'll see where they slot the 38 into the field. We did get a late update. We originally had Lou as the driver for that car, and then found out that it was actually Offenhauser engine expert Keith Micah who is the driver this weekend for the number 38 entry. Scheduled to start in 28th position is the MG 1300 sedan for John Oliva, number 88. Doug Cushney in the Type 35C Bugatti from 1927, scheduled to start in 27th position. Lester Nadell with the 1933 Plymouth Speedster will start in 26th. That is car 33. The Crossley-powered Voigt H Modified for Richard Campbell, number 91, starts 25th on the field. 24th to the MGTC from 1947. The driver is Mark Brando, number 470. We had a nice chat with Niall McCabe here yesterday as part of our Sunday in the Park program, as he told us all about his Austin A35 racer. The number 909, the bright blue sedan, will start in 23rd position. Tom Walco with the NSU Prinz SCCA D sedan will start 22nd in this field, number 38. The supercharged MGTD, the 1953 model MG for New Jersey's Mark Sherman, starts 21st in the lineup. 20th in the lineup to the bug-eyed Austin Healey Sprite, number 881 for Jonathan Lane. Santos Spadaro, who was a award winner yesterday at our Sunday in the Park Concours d'Elegance with the 1953 PBX, a car with a great New England racing heritage, originally designed and built by Candy Poole, will start in 18th position. Santos Spadaro taking some time out from his Lancia and Alfa Romeo sedan duties to drive the PBX this weekend. Sandy Leith with the 1931 Bugatti Type 37 Special will start 17th on the field, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as the cars come out on the track when we have a brief moment. George Holman with the Stutz Special number 87 starts 16th on the field. The Leicester-bodied MG for Steve Conson, number 48, starts 15th. 14th to Glenn Moore's MGTF, number 56. 13th to another MGT. This is Dan Leonard in the 409. Kevin Clemens in the Crossley-powered Jabro H-modified, number 675, will start 12th. 11th to the big Stutz Brisson Le Mans Special for George Holman in 11th position, car number 6, the Stutz for George Holman. 10th to the number 915 MGTD for Edison McCord. Ben Bragg with the Ford Flathead V8-powered Old Gray Mare Special number 1 starts 9th. 8th to another of the Leicester-bodied MGs. This is the number 302 for Tom McCormick. Ed Callow's MGTC, number 452, starts 7th. 6th to the number 23. This is Mark O'Day driving an MGTD. Ed Medelman in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint Sedan, Coupe rather, number 19, starts in 5th position. Chris Towner, our longtime Morgan racer, usually seen here at Lime Rock Park with his 3-wheel Morgan, coming out with the 4-wheel Morgan plus 4, number 746, to start in 4th position. 3rd in the starting lineup to the MGTD for Kurt Burns, number 283. Outside of the front row to the number 757, the MGTD for Graham Scaife. And pole position to the Ford-powered Indy 500 Special for Rex Barrett from Illinois, car number 166. Taking a look to see if Sandy Leith is out there. Sandy had some problems throughout the day on Saturday, had some strong runs from the number 2 Bugatti, but wasn't able to make it to the checkered flag, so we hope that he has those problems sorted out. This is a unique Bugatti. It is a one-of-a-kind, and I say that without any irony, because if you were to open the hood of this car, you would not see the classic Bugatti power plant, but rather a 4-cylinder Ford B-block engine. The Bugatti was campaigned in the Automobile Racing Club of America events of the 1930s. Somewhere along the way, the Bugatti engine had a significant failure, and they couldn't get the replacement parts. So in best hot rod fashion, they added a Ford B-block to the number 2 car, and Sandy Leith, after many years, found this car stored away in the proverbial barn and has restored it for racing condition, although the car retains its original patina as it was appeared in the 1930s, racing with the Automobile Racing Club of America. Another ARCA car in this race is Ben Bragg in the Old Gray Mare, the Ford V8 Flathead, number 1, starting in 10th position. Pace car onto pit lane. Our Ford IndyCar and Graham Scaife's MGTD side by side. Green flag is out. And Rex Barrett leads the field down into turn number 1. Looks like Sandy Leith has the number 2 Bugatti Ford going again, as he has already picked up a couple of positions in the distance between the start-finish line and the entry to Big Bend. So we'll keep our eyes on the progress of Sandy Leith from 17th starting position. Ford-based IndyCar for Rex Barrett, leading the field down onto the Sam Posey straightaway and across the line to complete lap number 1. Barrett in the 166, Graham Scaife in the red number 757 MGTD, and Kurt Burns in the MGTD number 283 make up your top 3. As we said, Sandy Leith making some progress out there. Started in 17th, already up to 8 positions at the end of lap number 1. Chris Towner in the number 746 Morgan is in fourth position. 5th to Ed Meadow in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint number 19. Mark O'Day in the MGTD number 23 is 6th. 7th to Glenn Moore in the number 56 MGTF. Then it's Sandy Leith in the Bugatti Type 37 number 2 in 8th position. 9th to Edison McCord in the MGTD number 915. And the Big Stutz Le Mans Special for George Holman, number 6, rounding out the top 10. 11th is Jonathan Lane in the MGTC number 881. Dan Leonard, the number 409, is 12th. George Holman in the second of the Family Stutz Specials, the number 87 is 13th. 14th to the Supercharged MG for Mark Sherman. And 15th to Kevin Clemens in the H-Modified Jabro. That is car number 675. Real broad-based variety in the shapes and sizes of cars here in race group number 3. Everything from the little H-modifieds like Santos Spadaro's PBX and Mark Clemens in the number 675, all the way up to the Big Stutz entries from the Holman family out there sharing track space on the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. Keith Micah starting to move through traffic in the yellow Estes Special. That is the 1950s era Indianapolis car owned by Lou Timolat. Keith Micah behind the wheel of the yellow number 38. This is a early car built by Indianapolis car constructor A.J. Watson. The early 1950s design with basically an all-purpose car for the AAA championship of that era, where most of the races were held on 1-mile dirt tracks, except for the annual race on the pavement at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 4-cylinder, 255 cubic inch Wolfenhauser engine running on alcohol fuel in the number 38 car. And the car, what would be known as an upright, with the drive shaft running underneath the seat of the driver, as the car was designed for both dirt track and paved track competition. Over the years, this evolved, and the A.J. Watson design actually put the engine and drivetrain more or less alongside the driver to evolve into what was known as a roadster-style Indy car. But this, the earlier style, all-purpose Indy car number 38, the Estes Special, driven by Keith Micah and owned by longtime Lime Rock racer Lou Timolat. Niall McCabe enjoying a exciting drive around the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park in the number 909. That is the Austin A35 Sedan. Niall McCabe has raced a variety of cars, but says this is the car that is the most fun to drive, although he does occasionally refer to it as the clown car, because that seems to be the first impression that some people get when the car comes to a stop and Niall climbs out of it. They expect a whole group of clowns to follow him, but as Niall said yesterday, I'm the only clown in the number 909, so he certainly has a jolly feel to the opportunity to campaign the Austin A35. And these are very popular for vintage racing in England. You'll see them each year at the Goodwood Historic Festival, which comes up in a couple of weeks and which you will be able to watch over the internet. So if you enjoy watching one Austin A35, you'll likely enjoy it even more when you see a whole field of them racing in a couple of weeks' time from Goodwood in England. Our two Stutz Specials from the Holman family running in close company out there. George Holman in the number 6 car. That's the 1930 Stutz Brisson Le Mans Special. George Holman in another of the Stutz Specials. This is car number 87, currently running in 14th position. Rex Barrett continuing to lead the way. Second now to Kurt Burns in the number 283. Graham Scaife in the number 757, now in 3rd position. Still in 4th, the lone Morgan out there. That's Chris Towner, number 746. Then it's the beautiful Alfa Romeo Giulietta Coupe for Ed Meadow, number 19, in 5th position. 6th to the MGTD of Mark O'Day, number 23. The MGTF of Glenn Moore, number 56, is 7. Sandy Leith still in 8th position in the Ford-powered Bugatti. That's car number 2. 9th to Edson McCord's MGTD, number 915. And Dominic Cullen in his MGA number 595 now rounds out the top 10. Keith Micah in the 38, not showing up on our scoring systems, but looks as though we've got him sitting down in around 14th position after starting at the tail end of the field. So Micah having a good run, and Lou Timmelat's Estes Special Offenhauser. Number 112 across the start-finish line. This is an MG 1100 sedan, car that was built as a rival to the Austin Mini Cooper by MG in the 1950s. It had what was known as a hydroelastic suspension system. Rather than the traditional spring and shock absorber, there was a pneumatic sort of system that used a hydraulic fluid in a series of reservoirs to absorb the rough roads that were encountered by the MG 1100. Regal appearance for our two Holman family Stutz automobiles down the Sam Posey straightaway, headed into Big Bend. Another car that doesn't seem to be showing up on the scoring monitor is the number 98. That is the Austin Mini Cooper pickup truck being driven by Luca Maciacescu. The little blue Austin Cooper with the cargo tail on the automobile making its way through the S's now, right behind a couple of our H modifieds. Looks as though somebody's starting to have some mechanical problems, some ominous engine smoke from one of our MGs out there as it made its way through the S's. So we will keep our eyes on that development. Watching Maciacescu make his way around the track in the Mini Cooper pickup truck brings the reminder that truck racing is nothing new here at Lime Rock Park. Back in the early 1990s, we had what was known as the Pro Truck Series that raced as a companion event to our NASCAR Busch North races of that era. So history revisited as we have a pickup truck racing here in the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics, though there is a considerable difference in the power and performance between the four-cylinder car of Luca Maciacescu and the Pro Truck Series cars that we did have appearing here with their V8 engines back in the early 1990s. Yeah, my partner up here, Craig Robertson, also reminding me that we had the Sports Car Club of America Sports Truck Series, which were four-cylinder pickup trucks racing here in the early mid-1980s as well. So we continue the great tradition of truck racing here at Lime Rock Park, and this particular event with Luca Maciacescu representing the truck driving set with the little number 98 Mini Cooper pickup truck. Rex Barrett kind of having it his own way out there in the number 166, the Ford-powered Indy car from 1933. This is a car that was built to what was known as the junkyard formula. During the American economic depression of the 1930s, it simply wasn't possible for individuals to field teams with specially built racing engines because of the great expense that those engines required, not only in maintenance but in production. And so the Indianapolis Motor Speedway switched over to a formula that required the use of production car components. And this particular car relying on 4 parts out of the Ford parts bin to prepare the car for the Indy 500 of 1933. And Rex Barrett, these many years later, still enjoying himself out on the racetrack with the number 166. Tom McCormick in the number 302 across the start-finish line and headed down into turn number 1. This is one of the Leicester-bodied MGs. The Leicester firm in England producing lightweight components for the MGT drivetrain. hand-formed aluminum body for this car gave it a several hundred-pound weight advantage over the standard T-type MGT types of the era. And Tom McCormick with one of two examples of the Lester-bodied specials for using MG components here in race group number 3. Lime Rock Park would like to salute our banking partner for Historic 41. NBT Bank is top rated by Forbes, and they're rated highly by the people that matter the most, our customers. We're NBT Bank. Don't just get a great team, get one of the best at NBT Bank. The banking partner of Lime Rock Park for the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Sano Spadaro on pit road with the Candy Pool PBX H Modified, a car with a illustrious New England racing history, superbly restored by Santos Spadaro for Historic Festival 41. He was an award winner at the prestigious Concours d'Elegance Sunday in the Park here at Lime Rock Park yesterday, but things not going so well out on the racetrack today as the PBX will head back to the paddock area. Well, a pair of Indianapolis cars from different eras now occupying the same space in turn number 1. 1950s Watson chassis for Keith Micah, the number 38, and then right behind our race leader with the 1930s era Ford-powered Indy Special for the number 166 of Rex Barrett. Next time by, Rex Barrett in the number 166 should see the 1 lap to go signal. And that will be the indication that all of our drivers in race group number 3 are on their final tour around the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park for their first of 2 appearances today, as they will be back in action to round out today's final day of the Lime Rock Historics with a second event coming up on the afternoon portion of our program. And there is the 1 lap to go signal to the 166. He has about half the length of the Stam Posey straightaway as his advantage over the second place car. That's Graham Scaife in the number 757. Third now, Chris Towner in the number 746. Fourth to Ed Meadleman in the Alfa Romeo number 19. Fifth to Mark O'Day's MGTD number 23. Sixth is the number 595 MG for Dominic Cullen. Then it's Glenn Moore, number 56 and 7th. Eighth to Jonathan Lane in the 881. Ninth to the 915 of Edison McCord. And Sandy Leith now rounding out the top 10 with the number 2 Bugatti Type 37. Rex Barrett through the diving turn for the final time. Twin checkered flags in the air. Rex Barrett taking the win in the number 166. FCP Euro is more than just Lime Rock Park's official auto parts supplier. Their in-house experts have taken the parts they offer and transformed a 300,000-mile Volvo station wagon and a Mercedes 190e sedan into touring car-inspired track day machines. To learn more, head over to the FCP Euro channel on YouTube to watch the build process or attend the next FCP Euro Sunday morning motoring meet here at Lime Rock Park to see the builds up close in person. FCP Euro is the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park. Twin flags saluting the drivers in group number 3 as they come across the start-finish line to conclude their first of 2 races today. Let's take a minute here to remind you once again about the guided tour of the paddock area that will begin at 11 o'clock this morning from the Lime Rock Park information booth located up at the entrance to our infield midway area. Knowledgeable volunteers from the Vintage Sports Car Club of America will give you a behind-the-scenes look at what goes into the cars and drivers of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Once again, join us at the Lime Rock Park information booth for our free guided tour of the paddock area beginning at 11 o'clock this morning. We see a few folks have decided to watch the action from the outfield portion of the racetrack. We want to welcome you as well. Unfortunately, we are not able to provide you with concession stand services. The folks from Park Provisions having some utility problems, so our outfield concession stand will not be in operation, but we do want to invite you to come on across the pedestrian bridge, visit us in the main portion of the track. The Lime Rock Cafe is in the center portion of the paddock area. Our beer garden on the infield hillside is also open for business, and there are plenty of food vendors with a variety of tasty treats along our midway area. So if you are watching from the outfield portion of the racetrack, we hope that you will take advantage of the pedestrian bridge to come on across and visit the infield and our many and varied concessions operations. It's good food at good prices provided by Park Provisions here at Lime Rock Park. Mark Mazzio and his staff hard at work in the Lime Rock Cafe in the center portion of the paddock area. We also want to provide you with a couple of reminders that the forecast for today is for very warm conditions as we say farewell to summer for another year. Certainly with the Labor Day weekend is the unofficial end of summer for many of us. But they are forecasting very high temperatures and increasing humidity throughout the day today. We want you to stay well hydrated. You'll be able to pick up water at the Lime Rock Park information booth at the entrance to the Midway area and at all of our concessions locations. We're also going to use the tent that is between our 2 hospitality chalets along the hillside area overlooking the start-finish straightaway here at Lime Rock Park. That tent is going to be a shade haven, so if you would like to find a spot to get out of the sun and still have a view of the racing action, one of the options that we will have for you is that we'll have a shade station available. You are invited to enjoy the hospitality tent between our 2 infield chalets to provide you with an opportunity to get out of the sun if you're not able to find a spot around one of the shade trees, or perhaps you didn't bring any sort of canopy with you. Go on over and take advantage of our shade station overlooking pit lane here at Lime Rock Park, located between our 2 hospitality chalets. And you can gain access to that by going out towards the infield midway area, and there is an entry gate right in front of the Lime Rock hospitality chalet that will bring you onto a walkway that will bring you to that tent that we're using today as a shade station. The other shade station, if you're looking for adult beverages, is the Lime Rock Beer Garden overlooking the S's here at Lime Rock Park. Adult beverages available to you there. So we hope that you will take advantage of that opportunity. And we do, again, want you to be mindful of the hot conditions we're expecting as cars for race group number 4 come out onto the track. Mark O'Day's MGTD scheduled to start 26th, 25th in the lineup to Mark Axon, 1971 Volvo 142. Ed Medelman's Porsche 914, number 19, scheduled for 24th. 23rd to another Volvo. This is a Volvo 122 for Chris Mason, number 282. Kobus Reinecke in the short wheelbase 4-cylinder Porsche 912, number 912, starts 22nd. Scheduled to start 21st, the number 2 Triumph Herald for Jerry Barker. Steve Hirschenreiter is in car number 220. He'll start in 20th position. 19th to Kate Garabedian. The BMW 2002 is car 136. Mark Wagner's Porsche 914, number 64, will start 18th. Lon Barrett's Alfa Romeo Alfetta, number 44, scheduled for 16th in the lineup. 17th in the lineup, let me correct that, for Lon Barrett. Peter Lombardo's Alfa GTV, number 13, starts 16th. Joe Lyle's BMW, number 206, starts 15th. 14th to the Volkswagen GTI, number 85, for Josh Brown. Eduardo Noble in the BMW 2002, number 296, starts in 13th. 12th to the director of the Lime Rock Drivers Club, Simon Kirkby, in the Hillman Imp, number 771. The Alfa Romeo Giulia TI for John Goodman starts in 11th position. That is car number 24. 10th to Greg Amis Porsche 914, number 33. Ramsey Potts with the Firestone Firehawk Series Porsche 944, number 58, starts 9th. 8th to the Porsche 912 of Gaspar Fazzulo. 7th to Mike George in the BMW 325. 6th to the number 10 Mini Cooper for John Clerk. Joe Courtney's Alfa Romeo GTV, number 77, starts 5th. 4th to Michael Hertzen in the FCP Euro BMW 325, number 710. The BMW M3 for Stephen Early, number 18, starts 3rd. Front row outside to the Red Lotus Cortina for David Porter, number 70. And pole position to the BMW 2002, driven by Dave Nicholas. This is our 2.5-liter sedan category cars. Cars from the Sports Car Club of America 2.5 Trans Am Challenge, the IMSA RS Series, and the SCCA B sedan class, along with a mixture of cars from somewhat later era of sedan racing, including the BMW 325 I Series cars that were popular in the Firestone Firehawk Series, along with the Porsche 944, also a Firehawk Series competitor from the 1980s. That's Ramsey Potts, number 58. Michael Hertzen leading the way in the FCP Euro BMW. Momentary lockup from the right front wheel as Hertzen got on the binders going down into turn number 1. Dave Nicholas is in the 3rd place BMW, the BMW 2002 that dates back to the Camel GT Series. Parts of that car actually go back to a BMW 2002 that raced in the SCCA Trans Am 2.5 Challenge. Had a massive accident here at Lime Rock Park, but there were some salvageable parts. That was back around 1970, and they rebuilt the car for Camel GT competition, and Dave Nicholas drove it to a number of victories, including right here at Lime Rock Park back in the mid-1970s in our IMSA Camel GT Series events. An expanded story about the BMW that Dave Nicholas is driving this weekend is available in the Daily Rev, our virtual program here at Lime Rock Park for Historics 41. You can download it onto your phone by scanning the QR code that is posted at various vantage points around the facility. Mike George and another of the 325i BMWs just going by Dave Nicholas down into turn number 1. This is a tribute car done up in the paint scheme of the BMWs that raced in the German Touring Car Championship of the mid-1980s. '80s and '90s eras cars starting to grow in popularity with a younger crowd of owners and drivers. They are celebrated each year here at Lime Rock Park at an event called Grid Life. And now these cars also being introduced to vintage and historic level competition. Not only the BMW 325i's, but also the Porsche 944 type of car that was very popular in the IMSA Firestone Firehawk Endurance Racing Series. This particular car prepared by the well-known Jacksonville, Florida Porsche dealership Brumos as their entry for the Firestone Firehawk Series. Dave Porter in a battle now with Mike George as they head down into turn number 1. Porter in the 1960s era Lotus-powered Ford Cortina. And then the number 21 in the BMW factory colors from the German Touring Car Championship for Mike George. Out front of the field, it is the FCP Euro BMW, driven by Michael Hertzen. Hertzen started from 4th position, but jumped into an early lead with the number 710 and hasn't looked back. Just set the fast lap of the race at 1 minute 5.035 for the number 710 BMW. Mike George and Dave Porter still having that battle between the Lotus-powered Ford Cortina and the BMW 325i. Then it's Dave Nicholas in the number 60. Ramsey Potts now up to 5th in the red Porsche 944, number 58. Steve Early's M3 BMW is in 6th position. That's car number 18. Gaspar Fasulo with the 4-cylinder Porsche 911 body style with a 4-cylinder Porsche engine for Gaspar Fasulo, number 810 in 7th position. 8th to the director of the Lime Rock Drivers Club, the car that Simon Kirkby, style of car that Simon Kirkby used to start his racing career in England. The car is a rear-engine Hillman Imp from 1963. Number 771, Simon Kirkby in 8th position. Austin Mini Cooper for John Clark, number 10 is 9th. And Joe Lyle rounds out the top 10. His BMW 2002 is car number 206. Hertzen with about a 8-car length lead, but hasn't been able to extend the margin, even though the battle goes on for second between Mike George in 21 and Dave Porter in the red Lotus Cortina. Porter on the outside and Mike George on the inside down into turn number 1. It looks as though the BMW may finally find its way past the Lotus after trying for several laps. So now BMW's running first and second. Hertzen in the number 710. A BMW 325i, and Mike George in the number 21, a 1987 325IS. In addition to the battle that's going on for second between Dave Porter and Mike George, fourth, fifth, and sixth rather up for grabs. Dave Nicholas in the 60, Steve Early in the 18, and Ramsey Potts in the number 58, the red Porsche 944, all scrapping out there. Early just set fast lap of the race at 1 minute 4.978. Mike George, now that he's gotten around Dave Porter, has really closed the gap on Michael Hertzen. Here is your battle for the lead coming out onto the short chute headed towards the S's. The black, blue, and white car, number 710, is Michael Hertzen. Right behind him, the white car with the blue and red trim, the number 21 BMW, driven by Mike George. Another great battle going on between two of our smaller displacement cars out there. The Hillman Imp, the rear-engine car, rear-engine, rear-wheel drive, number 771 for Simon Kirkby. And then right behind him, the yellow Austin Mini Cooper, the front-wheel drive car. That is driven by John Clerk, and it is car number 10. Race leaders coming up on some lap traffic here. Let's see if Hertzen can use that to his advantage. He seems to have found a couple of car lengths to pull out on the number 21 of Mike George. David Porter in third. Good battle side by side right behind the red Lotus Cortina. BMW 2002 on the outside, the BMW M3 of Steve Early down on the inside as they go too wide through Big Bend. They are still side by side out onto the short chute. Now Dave Nicholas finally forced to get in line as they encounter some lap traffic. But The black M3 and the blue BMW number 70 for Dave Nicholas, literally door handle to door handle through turn number 1 and all the way out onto the short chute as they made their way towards the S's. George gets down to the inside of Michael Hertzen down into turn number 1, and the number 21 car will take over the lead. Michael Hertzen not giving it up out there as he continues to battle with Mike George in the 21. They're also threading their way through lap traffic. So we have battles all over the racetrack going on here in race group number 3. More lap traffic for the 21 and the 710 as they head down into the first turn, but right now it is Michael George leading the way in the number 21. Mike Hertzen second in the 710 BMW, the FCP Euro entry. Steve Early now up to third in another BMW. This is a 1988 M3 model BMW for Early, now in third position. David Porter gives up a spot. The Lotus Cortina number 70 now in fourth. Fifth to the IMSA specification BMW for Dave Nicholas, number 60. Sixth to the short wheelbase Porsche 912 for Gaspar Fazzulo, number 810. Ramsey Potts losing a little bit of ground with the Porsche 944, now down in seventh. Then it's the battle between John Clerk and the yellow Mini Cooper number 10, and the director of the Lime Rock Drivers Club, Simon Kirkby, and his Hillman Imp, and that is car number 771. Peter Lombardo in the Alfa Romeo GTV number 13 now rounds out the top 10. Nice to see Jerry Barker back in action with the number 2. That car is a Triumph Herald. Jerry, a former SCCA national champion in the production car categories, now taking up the challenge of racing the Triumph Herald Sedan. Had some problems here on Friday, damaged the nose of the car, bent the sheet metal, and it was a long Saturday and Sunday of work for them to get the car straightened out enough for it to be able to rejoin the competition today. So a salute to Jerry Barker and his crew for getting the number 2 car back in action for the final day of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. And looks though we're going to go to a full course caution. We have a car and apparently some debris down in turn number 1. The driver's being waved to the outside line on the racetrack down the Sam Posey Straight. Getting ready to dispatch the safety car that will pick the field up, get them in single file formation. Waiting for our race leader. Mike George to come around. So our first full course caution of the day coming here in race group number 4. Showing just about 15 minutes elapsed in this race. We'll see if we can effect a quick track cleanup and get back to green flag conditions, but we do go to a full course caution for the time being. Lime Rock safety car taking to the track. Group of lapped cars directly behind the safety car will get a wave around so that the number 21 BMW can line up behind the safety car eventually, as we hopefully will get back to green flag conditions. Josh Brown with some problems with the front wheel drive Volkswagen GTI. Unfortunately, an early exit from the race, the number 85 making the turn onto the paddock area road. So that car unfortunately sidelined before going full race distance. We hope you've had a chance to check out our infield circuit, our new and improved infield circuit, which has been christened the FCP Euro Proving Grounds. 3/4 of a mile circuit combining our skid pad as well as our infield course, providing the challenge of autocross competition for those of you who are interested in single car events. If you'd like to get more information on how you can participate in our summer autocross program and get your car out on the infield circuit here, visit provinggrounds.fcpeuro.com. Spectro Performance Oil is Lime Rock Park's preferred choice for motor oils. Spectro Oil provides unsurpassed strength and endurance to protect your engine against wear and tear with the highest levels of performance. And Spectro Oils is a proud partner of the Lime Rock Summer Autocross Series. At Lime Rock Park, the V stands for victory. VP Racing Fuels is the world leader in racing fuel technology. VP is the official racing fuel of Lime Rock Park, providing 100 octane from our fueling station in the B paddock, along with 110 octane leaded, as well as C12 for racing competitors. At Lime Rock Park, the V stands for victory. VP Racing Fuels, the official racing fuel of Lime Rock Park. Let's give you a top 10 rundown as we await signal from the starter stand that we are ready to go back to green flag conditions. Mike George is your race leader in the number 21 BMW. Second, also in a BMW, another of the 325i model cars, is the number 710, the FCP Euro entry from Michael Hertzen. Stephen Early in the M3 BMW, number 18, is third. Fourth to the BMW 2002 and Camel GT specification for Dave Nicholas, number 60. Ramsey Potts in the Firestone Firehawk specification Porsche 944 RS, number 58, the Brumos Racing Team car from the 1980s, lines up in fifth position. Sixth is the number 810, the Porsche 912 for Gaspar Fazzulo. Seventh now, John Clerk in the Mini Cooper number 10. Eighth to Simon Kirkby, number 771 in the Hillman Imp. Ninth to Peter Lombardo's Alfa Romeo GTV number 13. And 10th to Greg Ami in the Porsche 914, number 33. Looks like the car that has fallen by the wayside is David Porter. The number 70 Lotus Cortina, a contender early, but that car also on the sidelines now. That was a top 4 car for a good portion of the race. Signal from the starters stand is that we should go to green flag racing next time by. Let's look. The lights are out on the safety car, and an indication that we are ready to go back to green flag racing. Mike George and Michael Hertzen pacing the field down. Green flag is out. And our cars in race group number 4 back in action here, headed down towards turn number 1. Let's see if Michael Hertzen has anything left with the BMW. The black and blue number 710, the FCP Euro car, trying to catch up with the BMW in factory colors. That is Mike George in the number 21. Challenge going down into turn number 1, but Mike George able to respond and get the 21 car back into the lead, though as they come out of the S's and head up the Paul Newman straight, it looks as though Hertzen may try one more time to get down to the inside. They will get the 1 lap to go signal the next time they come back to the start-finish line, so just a sprint to the finish here now for our cars in race group number 4. One lap to go is the signal. Last chance for Michael Hertzen here to mount a challenge against Mike George. 21 car with the lead. Hertzen will try to go a little bit wider down on the entry to turn number 1. Gets him within a car length or so on Michael Hertzen as they go through Big Bend. Stephen Early in the M3 BMW now in that picture as well as they head through the S's for the final time. Still the number 21 of Mike George with the advantage over Michael Hertzen. Then Stephen Early, and then the BMW 2002 for Dave Nicholas. So BMW is dominating the top 4 positions here. 5th now Gaspar Fasulo in the Porsche 912. Then it's John Clerk, who has climbed all the way up to 6th position in the Mini Cooper number 10. Ramsey Potts slipping down to 7th in the 58. 8th of the 771 of Simon Kirkby. 9th Peter Lombardo in the 13. And Greg Amie in the Porsche 914 number 33. Now rounds out the top 10. One more chance for Michael Hertzen as they come down off the diving turn onto the Sam Posey straight. He's in the slipstream, but not quite enough to get there. The win goes to Mike George in car number 21. Simon Kirkby fading just a little bit on that last lap will give up a spot to Greg Amie. So it will be Mike George 21, your winner. Michael Hertzen 7:10 seconds. Stephen Early 18 third. Dave Nicholas in the number 60 is 4th. 5th to Gaspar Fasulo, the number 810, the 4-cylinder Porsche. That is the Porsche 911 body, but with the 4-cylinder Porsche engine, giving it the Porsche 912 classification. Fasulo in 5th. 6th to John Clerk in the Mini Cooper number 10. 7th to Ramsey Potts Porsche 944. 8th to Peter Lombardo in the Alfa Romeo GTV number 13. 9th to Greg Amie in the Porsche 914, winning the drag race with the Little Hillman Imp of Simon Kirkby, number 771. The director of the Lime Rock Drivers Club coming home in 10th position. So that is a wrap-up for the top 10 finish in race group number 4. And for race group number 5, our all-MG event, I'm going to hand it over to my partner, Craig Robertson.
Thank you, Greg. We've got 34 cars in our MG feature race today. Seen quite a few already because we had 19 MGs in the Group 3 pre-war and post-war series that ran. Scheduled to start 32nd, Dominic Cullen in the number 595, a 1960 MGA. 31st, car number 162, Chris Myers, a 1963 MG Midget. Starting 30th, car number 50A, Heather Richards, a 1968 MG Midget. 29th, car number 645, Jeffrey Sinkowitz, 1959 MGA. Starting 28th, car 03, John Liutsakos, 1968 MG Midget. Starting 27th, the car number 84 of Anthony Hess. This is a 1962 TVR Grand Tour, and if you wonder what that's doing in here, well, it has an MG engine and an MG transmission in it. Starting 26, Jim Haloti, car number 1959 MGA Twin Cam. Starting 25th, number 93, Jason DeCesar, 1960 MGA. Starting 24th, car number 167, Kevin Richards. This is a 1960 MGA. 23rd, James Goodson, a 1960 MGA. Starting 22nd, car number 23, Mark O'Day, an MGTD. Starting 21st, Stephen Conson, Sr., 1953 MGTD. Starting 20th, car number 49, David T. Smith, a 1962 MGA. Scheduled to start 19th, car number 311, James Juhas in the number 1957 MGA Coupe. Starting 18th, Taz Squire, 1975 MGB. Starting 17th, John Fontanella, car number 18, 1964 MGB. Starting 16th, Carl George, car number 107, that's a 1959 MGA Roadster. Starting 15th, car number 169, Joe Lightfoot, a 1966 MGB. Starting 14th, Frank Filangeri, 1951 MGTD. Starting 13th, Jody LeClaire, 1977 MGB. Starting 12th, Graham Scaife, 1953 MGTD. Starting 11th, Larry Smith, the 1962 MG Midget. On the 5th row, outside, car number 151, Jeff Baer, in the 1967 MGB. Starting 9th, car number 45, Alex Heckert, 1964 MGB. Starting 8th, Eric Russell, car number 61, 1961 MGA. Starting 7th, car number 62, Phil Cooper, 1974 MGB Roadster. Third row, outside, fastest of our MG midgets. This is car number 160 for Andrew Williams. On the inside, Dave Nicholas with the fastest of our MGAs. Car number 76, 1960 MGA. Row number 2 on the outside, the number 50 of Andrew Moore, MGB Roadster, car number 50. Starting third, the 01 of Alan Tossler, who's been the quickest over the weekend when it was running, 1964 MGB. Second, the number 34 of Doug Sharippa, 1963 MGB, and starting on the front row on the pole, car number 95, Marcus Jones, 1964 MGB. Now, if we look at the earliest cars out there in each of our classes, amongst the MGT cars, it's the MGD TD of 1951 of Scaife. The earliest of our MGAs, the 1957 MGA. Of our midgets, it's a 1962 midget, and of our MGBs, the earliest one is in 1963. Now, from our earlier race, our last race on Saturday, the fastest of our MGTDs was Scaife. The fastest of our MGAs was Dave Nicholas. The fastest of our midgets Williams, and the fastest of our MGBs was Tossler. Green flag. Alan Tossler on the outside, on the inside. Doug Sharippa. Sharippa on the inside was able to take the lead going in through Big Bend. Looks like our field makes it through the S's onto the Paul Newman straight without any problems. Let's see what our leaders look like as they come down the hill to complete lap number 1. Doug Sharippa with half a car length over Alan Tossler. Order stays the same as they go into Big Bend, with Andrew Moore tagging right on the back. So the top 3 cars nose to tail as they go through Big Bend. That's 34 of Doug Sharippa to 01 of Alan Tossler. The light blue with a white top MGB, and the number 50 of Andrew Moore. Dave Nicholas got a late start because he was in the previous race in his yellow MGA, and he'll be coming up from the back. He's been the fastest MGA when he was able to start in his normal position. Let's see how long it takes him to get back towards the front. Leaders, 1, 2, 3, nose to tail. They're going to be 3 wide as they come across start finish. It's Sharippa and Tossler by about a foot behind him, and then Moore on the outside. Tossler on the inside, able to take over the lead as Moore tries to get back under Sharippa. Unable to do it, no racing room, so the order now, Tossler, Sharippa, and Moore. Behind our 3 leading MGBs, in 4th is Phil Cooper, another MGB, then Andrew Williams, and our first of our MG midgets. Jeff Barron, another MGB, and then the first of our, another MGB for Alex Hecker. First of our MGBs is in 8th position. That's Eric Russell in car number 61. Looking back for the fastest of our MGT cars, that's Steve Conson Sr. at the moment in car number 15. Alan Tossler able to really stretch it out over Sharippa and Moore now, separated by 8 or 10 car lengths, whereas they had been nose to tail. Our lead trio of MGBs beginning to approach some lap traffic now. Group of 3 and 4 cars. Have to see if Alan Tossler can use them to his advantage or whether they end up allowing Doug Sharippa to catch up. Tossler able to get into the middle, Sharippa able to pass a couple of cars. Moore only just starting to pass them now, seems to be the one that's having the most problems with the traffic. We'll have to see how that wraps itself up as they get back to the start-finish line. Just going by start-finish now, the TVR Grand Tour that we talked about with the MG drivetrain just going through Big Bend right now. Tossler able to increase his gap over Sharippa in second, but Sharippa is only maintaining his gap over Moore in third. Behind them in fourth, it's still the 62 of red MGB of Phil Cooper, then the yellow MG Midget of Andy Williams, car number 160. Oh, one of our cars into the pits, that's the number 162. Of Chris Myers, silver MG Midget. Here's our leader, Alan Tossler, coming down now in the middle of slower traffic. Nice three-way battle a little back further in the field. The 45 of Alex Heckert, the 61 of Eric Russell, and the 212 of Jody Leclerc. Another car coming into the pits. One of our MGAs. That's car number 49, slowly coming down the pit lane. Oh, the 49 is David Smith. Had been running up around 19th or 20th. Leader Alan Tossler coming down about 1/3 of a straightaway now over Doug Sharippa. Sharippa only with about 10 car lengths now. Over the 160 of Andy Williams. The MG Midget, who's now in fourth. Phil Cooper, 62, has dropped down to fifth. Running sixth at the moment, the number 61 of Eric Russell, followed by Jody Leclerc in car 212, and then the 45 of Alex Heckert. In ninth, the 757 of Graham Scaife, the first of our MGT cars. And 10th, the number 25, Taz Squire, another MGB. That rounds out your top 10 at the moment. Alan Tossler with our fastest race lap so far at 104.950. All the cars running slower now as Tossler's last lap was a 107. Sharip is a 106, and Andrew Moore is a 107. As the weather gets warmer, the track gets warmer, and the engines don't make as much power and the tires work harder. Alan Tossler and pretty much clear for at least the next 3 laps. Doug Sharippa just getting by a couple of cars now in the main straight. Then it's a gap back to the number 50 of Moore. Then the number 160 of Williams. And the 62 of Phil Cooper. Tossler coming up on a single car now to get by as he goes into start-finish, trying to find a way by on the inside. Tossler riding behind the car now as they go through the right-hander onto the Newman straight. Once Alan Tossler can clear that car, he has a little bit of track, but then he has a group of about 7 cars all fighting for position that he'll have to negotiate his way by. So as we look at our different types of MGs, Alan Tossler has the leading MGB. Looking for our leading MGA, that's Eric Russell's running in 6th position in car number 61. Right behind him, it's the first of our MGTDs, Graham Scaife in the 757. Leading MG midget is still Andrew Williams in car number 160. One lap to go, sign is out. One more lap for people to get up positions. Here comes Alan Tossler. The starter has the checker in his hand. Alan Tossler wins our MG feature race. Finishing second will be Doug Sharippa in the 34. Behind Sharippa, the 160 yellow midget of Andrew Williams. Finishing fourth, Phil Cooper in car number 62. Fifth, the 212 of Jody LeClaire. Sixth, number 61 of Eric Russell. That's the first of our MGAs. Seventh, Alex Heckert in car number 45, another MGB. And eighth, number 757 of Graham Scaife, the first of our TD cars. In ninth, car number 25, Taz Squire, another MGB. And rounding out our top 10, the 93 of Jason DeCesar in an MGA. I'm going to hand the mic back to Greg Ricks for the next race.
Thank you, Craig Robertson. Cars from our MG event completing their cool-down lap. It looks like we'll have a little bit of a break between races here as several of our safety fleet vehicles have been dispatched to the racetrack. A number of the MGs coming up short of full race distance will need an assist to get back to the paddock area. On the racetrack, you'll see lots of tailgating, weaving in and out of traffic, and speeding. But that doesn't belong on the highway. Drive like that and you'll get noticed and ticketed by Connecticut law enforcement. Drive sober. Remember to buckle up and slow down. We want you to arrive alive. This message brought to you by the Arrive Alive Coalition. Liqui Moly's Molygen is a fully synthetic engine oil that contains a unique blend of high-quality additives which work together to provide exceptional lubrication and protection for high-performance engines. The oil's special formulation reduces friction and wear, which can increase engine power and extend the life of engine components. Molygen, the latest from Liqui Moly. If you'd like to get a close-up look at the track here at Lime Rock Park, one of the best ways to do so is by trying the Member for a Day program offered by our Lime Rock Drivers Club. You'll get 4 hours of track time with expert coaching, video and data analysis, as well as a full hospitality package for yourself and a guest. For more information on the Member for a Day program and all the levels of membership of the Lime Rock Drivers Club, visit our worldwide website, www.limerockclub.com. The Lime Rock Drivers Club is now also sanctioned by the Sports Car Club of America to offer a racing driver's school, and it's open to all comers. You don't have to be a member to participate in the SCCA licensing program with the Lime Rock Drivers Club. Information for that is also available on the limerockclub.com website. How do you relax after a long drive or a long weekend at the track? How about with an indulgent massage at Delamar Hotel and Spa, or perhaps a handcrafted cocktail and a sumptuous meal at one of our award-winning restaurants? Delamar is pleased to sponsor the Lime Rock Park Historic Festival 41. We invite you to come and relax with us in Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan, and experience the distinctive charm and hospitality synonymous with the Delamar name. Cars for race group number 6 forming in the staging area. This will be our mid-century GT and sports cars up to 2 liters in displacement. Scheduled to start in 35th position, driving a 1959 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider, is Dirk Burrows, number 059. The Mark I Austin Healey Sprite of Tim Moran will come out of 34th position, car number 13. 33rd in the lineup to the +4 Morgan for Richard Odgers, number 659. Mike Harmuth in the ex-Dave Belden Triumph Spitfire, number 71, scheduled to go out of the 32nd starting position. Car number 181, driven by Anthony Thompson, the Lotus 7, will start in 31st. 30th in the lineup to the 1959 Elva Courier for Robert White, number 411. Ed Boyagian's Alpha Giulietta Spider, number 69, goes out of starting position, number 29. 28th in the field outside of row number 14 to John Greller in the Mark V Elva Sports Racer, number 78. Mark Sedrin in another of our sports racers, the Coventry Climax-powered English Tejero, will start in 27th position. Sedrin in car 25. 26th in the field of the number 358. This is the Porsche 356 for James Stein. Lexi Barlow with the Turner number 208, scheduled to start 25th in the lineup. 24th of the number 49 Triumph Spitfire, driven by James Trudeau. Ariel Dora in the Alfa Romeo Duetto number 177 will start 23rd. Alongside in 22nd position, the Triumph Spitfire number 36 for Richard Brown. The Autodromo Alfa Romeo for Bradley Price, number 227, starts 21st. Mark Goebel in the Elva Courier, number 59, goes out of 20th starting position. 19th in the field to Stu Forer in the 1958 Turner 950S. 18th to Christopher Turner's Porsche 356, number 63. John Dunnick in one of the original Sports Renault spec racers, number 26, starts 17th on the field. 16th in the lineup to the Alfa Romeo of Ed Sanson, number 55. Second of our Sports Renaults goes to Ralph Salomon, number 169, starting in 15th position. The 1955 Mark IX Lotus for Carl Whitney, another ex-Dave Belden car, starts in 14th position, number 215. Russell Lane in the Lotus Super 7, number 01, starts 13th. The Elva Courier for Norm Burke, number 6, scheduled to go out of 12th position. 13th to the number 901, the Triumph Spitfire of Kevin Goslin. Moving to 10th in the starting lineup, it is the number 7 Lotus 7 for Paul Stinson. Triumph Spitfire number 9 for Kent Bain starts in 9th position. Longtime Vintage Sports Car Club of America competitor Jim Bach in the Lotus 7, number 65, will go out of starting position number 8. That's the outside of row number 4. Alongside of him in 7th starting position will be the 1963 Triumph for Tom Brown, number 18. Chris Domingo, who we've seen here for several years racing a Malek Clubman's car, this time switching over to his Lotus 7. This is a Lotus 7 Series 2 for Chris Domingo, number 11, starting in 6th position. 5th in the starting lineup to another of our Lotus Super 7s, James Goodson III, car number 110. 4th in the field outside of row number 2 to Dave Gusack, Triumph Spitfire number 188. The Lotus 7 of Cosme Fume, number 50, starts in 3rd position. And your front row outside starting spot to the bright yellow number 10. Out of the Lawrence Oriana collection, this is the 1963 Alfa Romeo TZ1 for Joe Colasacco. Pole position to the Lotus 7, number 5, driven by Craig Chima. Lime Rock Pace Car bringing the field onto the Sam Posey Straight. Field now under starters' orders as they approach the start-finish stripe. Green flag is out. Cars for race group number 6 on their way towards turn number 1. Good start by the number 11 of Chris Domingo from 6th starting position. Craig Chima, number 5, slow to get on the throttle, perhaps a mechanical problem with the car, and that bunched the field up. Domingo was able to weave his way through there, so Chris Domingo, at least early in the going, with the lead in the number 11 Lotus 7, though. He is now going to get passed in the S's by Cosme Fume. The Lotus 7 with the yellow fenders, that's the number 50 for Cosme Fume. So already 2 lead changes in less than a half a lap as we roll through lap number 1 of race group number 6. Cars working their way across the plateau on the back part of the racetrack. They should be in view coming down the hill, and here they are about to complete lap number 1. Looks like Domingo may have gotten back into the number 1 position. Let's see who comes across the line first, and it is the number 11 for Chris Domingo. Number 50, Cosme Fume, alongside a recovering Craig Chima in the number 5. Third in line as they head down into the first turn. And then it is James Goodson in the number 110 in 4th spot. So Craig Chima, just with a momentary hesitation from the pole position number 5 car. But right now he is trying to work his way back up, currently sitting in 3rd. Your race leader is Cosme Fume, driving the number 50. Somebody way off. That's one of our Lotus 7s, way off course down in at the exit to the S's. We'll see if the car may have gotten a little bump there. In any case, the car rolling again and able to get up on the racetrack. I'm not sure if that was a car out of our lead group. From from the distance we were watching from, all of the Lotus 7s kind of looked the same. So we'll wait and sort that out. Problems, unfortunately, for Mike Harmuth. Triumph Spitfire already headed back to the paddock area. As our leaders come down the hill to complete lap number 2, still Cosme Fume with those bright yellow fenders on the number 50, identifying his car. Chris Domingo wants to head alongside, and now it's going to be 3 wide down into turn number 1. Craig Chima on the low road. Chima from 3rd to 1st, late on the brakes, able to use a tight line entering the first turn and then drift up the racetrack to take over the lead. So Craig Chima, after some problems at the start of the race, able to move back into the lead as they headed down into turn number 1. And that is car number 5. Looks like the number 01 car was the car off over in the S's, Russell Lane. He started in 13th position. Took a ride across the grass on the outer portion of the racetrack over there in front of the infield spectator hillside area, but now able to get rolling again and to rejoin the field. So good fortune for for the number 01 of Russell Lane. Craig Chima now starting to stretch the lead out since he has gotten to the top spot. Battle still for second between the 11 of Chris Domingo and the 50 of Cosme Fume. James Goodson riding in 3rd in the number 110, or 4th rather to Goodson in the 110. 5th to Tom Brown in the 18. 6th to the Spitfire number 9 for Kent Bain. Paul Stinson in number 7 runs in 7th position. Christopher Turner, the leading Porsche, the number 63 in 8th position. Jim Bach in the 65 is 9th, and Carl Whitney in the Lotus Mark 9 rounding out the top 10. In 11th, it's Ralph Salomon in the Sports Renault number 169. Similar car for John Dunnock, number 26 is 12th. 13th to the 55 of Ed Sanson. Ariel Dora's Alfa Duetto number 177 is 14th. And the Autodromo Alfa Romeo for Bradley Price, number 227, rounds out the top 15. Let's take a moment to fill in the information about our sports Renaults that are out there. These are cars that these days race with the Sports Car Club of America, and they are known as Spec Racer Fords. They were originally developed by the Sports Car Club of America as a single design category back in 1982 and 1983. Designed by Roy Lund, the same man who designed the Fords for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and then joined the American Motors staff in their alliance with Renault to design this single design racing car that was originally powered by a 4-cylinder Renault engine mounted behind the driver, hence the designation Sports Renault. Following Renault's departure from the American market, it was Ford engines that came into use, and we are now on our second generation of Ford power plants in the contemporary Spec Racer that competes with the Sports Car Club of America. But these are the original cars, the Sports Renaults for Ralph Salomon and John Dunnock, circulating in 11th and 12th position. Salomon in the 169 and John Dunnock in the number 26. Race leader is already encountering some lap traffic out there. Craig Chima with the lead. Cosme Fume in the number 52nd. Chris Domingo with the number 11 in 3rd position. Now Tom Brown in the number 18 Spitfire up to 4th. Looks as though James Goodson has encountered some problems, and he is slowly headed towards pit road. So one of our top 4 cars in trouble mechanically, and a short day, unfortunately, this morning for James Goodson in the Lotus 7, number 110. Chris Domingo not giving up the fight for second, gets down inside of Cosme Fume down into turn number 1. So the number 11 regaining the runner-up position from the yellow fendered number 50 of Fume. Out front, it is the number 5 for Craig Chima. His advantage, a pretty significant 2 seconds over that battle for second place. 2 seconds, a lot of ground to make up, though we have seen it happen over the course of a race here at Lime Rock Park. But for the moment, Craig Chima in the lead. The battle for second goes on between Chris Domingo in 11 and Cosme Fume in number 50. Blue trimmed Lotus 7 number 5 for Craig Chima is your leader, now in the midst of lap traffic going down into turn number 1. And then a couple of cars, lapped cars in between, then our battle for second between the number 11 of Chris Domingo and the silver and yellow number 50 driven by Cosme Fume. There are Domingo and Fume making the transition from left to right, going through the S's, and now headed towards the Paul Newman Straight. That will bring them to the climbing turn here at Lime Rock Park. Our sports Renaults proving that they are indeed equal cars, running just about nose to tail down in 8th and 9th positions now. Ralph Solomon in the 169 is 8th, and John Dunnick in the number 26 is 9th. It's a little hard for me to wrap my head around the idea that the SCCA Spec Racer is now 40 years old. It was introduced at the SCCA National Championship runoffs at Road Atlanta in 1983. They started taking orders for the car in October of '83 for the 1984 season. And before the Road Atlanta race week had been completed, they had more than 100 deposits for the initial year of what was then known as Sports Renault competition in 1984. But the official introduction date for these cars 40 years ago in October of 1983. So a happy 40th anniversary to all of our drivers who have, over the years, have taken advantage of the equalized competition in the Sports Renault and Spec Racer ranks. Well, we had talked about the reliability of the sports Renaults, but it looks as though at least one of them has run into a problem. Also, one of the Turners on the pit road, and more mechanical attrition now when two more cars coming onto pit road with the signs of mechanical difficulty. So attrition unfortunately taking its toll here in race group number 6, one of our Mini Coopers, as well as one of our Alfa Romeos also going to the sidelines. So a problematic day for several of our competitors. That actually is day number 3 on the track for these cars. They were here for practice and qualifying on Friday, then raced a pair of races on Saturday. So the mileage of the weekend beginning to take its toll on some of our competitors here in the grand finale to the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. The old and the new of sports racers going down towards turn number 1. The 169, Ralph Salomon in the sports Renault, and then Carl Whitney in the Lotus Mark 9 from the 1950s just ahead of him. Looks as though John Dunnick in the 26, the second of the sports Renaults, is the car that had some mechanical problems that put him on the sidelines. Checkered flag is out. They're going to call this one complete. The win will go to Craig Chima in car number 5. Chris Domingo in the 11 will take second. Cosme Fume in the 53rd. A good run up through some traffic for Paul Stinson. He will take 4th position in the number 7. 5th to Tom Brown's Spitfire number 18. 6th to the number 9, another Spitfire driven by Kent Bain. Then it will be Carl Whitney in the 215 and Ralph Salomon in the sports Renault in 7th and 8th. Actually, we shouldn't call that yet because those cars are still racing around to complete their last lap. Whitney with the advantage over the Renault-powered car. Let's see who has more acceleration. Ralph Salomon trying to close the gap, but Carl Whitney with the Coventry Climax-powered Mark 9 Lotus will, in fact, come home in 7th. 8th to Ralph Salomon in the 169. 9th to Jim Bach in the number 65, and rounding out the top 10 after that ride off in the grass early in the race, the Lotus 7 number 01 for Russell Lane. Christopher Turner, the number 63, takes 11th. The Autodromo number 227 Alfa Romeo for Bradley Price will come home in 12th. 13th to Richard Brown's Spitfire number 36. 14th to the Tojero Climax Sports Racer number 25 for Mark Sendrum. And Ariel Dora in the Alfa Duetto rounds out the top 15, car number 177. So that is the order of finish for race group number 6. They will be back in action again this afternoon. So if you didn't get a good look at them because you were a recent arrival or were off on our paddock tour, you will get another chance to see these cars in action in the afternoon portion of our program. Race group number 7 lining up as we send our track cleanup vehicles out. Obviously, several cars coming up short of race distance will need an assist back to the paddock area. So a little bit of a delay between races here as we retrieve those cars that fell short in race group number 6. Race group number 7, GT and sports cars over 2 liters in displacement. So these are the counterparts to the cars we just saw, but with larger engines. In the old days, we would have called this our E and F modified and CD, E and F production car race. So a mix of sports racers and production-based cars coming out for race group number 7. Scheduled to start in 26th position, John Einhorn in the former Glory Racing Austin Healey 3000. Malcolm Rutherford scheduled to bring the one-of-a-kind Rutherford Special into 26th starting position, but the car had some significant engine problems on Friday. They were unable to make repairs, so unfortunately the Rutherford Special on the sidelines for the remainder of the weekend. 25th in the starting lineup, scheduled to be Ed Medelman's Porsche 914-4, number 19. 24th to John Wood in the Porsche 911, number 36. The Aston Martin DB4 for Michael Rowan will start in 23rd position. That's car 25. 22nd in the lineup to another of our Alfa Romeos. This is a 1973 Alfa Romeo Spider from Michael Lawton, car number 4. Second to our DB4 Aston Martins lines up in 21st position. Car 177 is Randall Smalley. John Romano in the number 191, a 1963 Shelby Cobra with the Ford 289 V8 engine in it, will start in 20th position. 19th to Ted Ganios in the Porsche 911, number 97. 18th in the starting lineup to the V8 powered Liston with the Coston bodywork. This is Jason Hancock, number 1. Substitute driver on car number 3, scheduled to go out of 17th position, the car usually driven by Sharon Adelman. Her substitute driver for this race, Horatio Fitzsimon, who was very impressive in one of the Brabham open wheel cars here on Saturday. And Horatio Fitzsimon now with a chance to sample the Ginetta G4R hardtop, usually driven by Sharon Adelman. Car number 3 will go out of 17th position. 16th in the starting lineup to Rick Nevis in the Austin Healey 104, number 102. Greg Mendel with the 1993 Mazda Miata number 77, our neighbor from just across the road here in Lakeville, Connecticut, going out of the 15th spot. And happy birthday to his crew chief and UConn freshman, Grego Mendel. So father and son day here with dad doing the driving and son coming back from his freshman year at UConn to take care of the wrenching duties on the number 77 car that will go out of 15th position. 14th in the starting lineup to another of our Lime Rock Drivers Club members in a Mazda Miata. This is Mark Gregory. Patrick Daly, also from the LRDC, with his number 53 Mazda, starts in 13th position. 12th goes to the G4 Ginetta of Thomas Donatelli. Longtime Historics competitor Rich Malumian out of Port Washington, Pennsylvania, with the Austin Healey 104, number 347. In its red and white paint scheme, will start 11th on the field. 10th to the Ginetta number 82 for Michael Orritt. Hoping to see Charles Borden in the Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special number 123. Borden, another driver who had some mechanical problems here on Saturday with the number 123 Falcon-powered car. The number 8 for Dan Chapman, former car driven by Lime Rock's longtime CEO and chairman of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics, Skip Barber. So the former Skip Barber Brabham BT8 sports racer, now driven by Dan Chapman, starting in 8th position, car number 52. 7th to the number 58, the Ford Escort RS 1600 for David Porter, number 58. V8-powered Devon Widebody for Martin Hosek, number 39, starts 6th. Kurt Uzbey in the Lotus 23, number 42, will go out of 5th position. Laurent Fumet in the Ginetta G16, number 41, starts 4th. 3rd to the 2nd of our BT8 Brabhams, this is Joe Blacker in the number 61. And your front row, a pair of Lotus 23s. Number 2 starting spot outside of the front row to Graham Adelman, number 54. Pole position coming out of Dallas, Texas, is Nathan Thompson in the number 02, and that is a Lotus 23. So that is the projected lineup. We may have some adjustments because of cars that aren't able to answer the call here, but that was the projected starting field for race group number 7. Looks like one of the cars that made it to pit lane did lay down some oil on the entry of the pit road, so our corner workers and safety crew down there putting some speedy dry down so that the drivers who do need to come down pit lane will not encounter precarious track conditions. So we are going to have to spend a couple of more minutes there taking care of that oil that was put down on the track at the entry to pit road. That does give us a chance to talk about a few of the cars in this race in a little bit more detail. As we mentioned, a pair of Brabham BT8 sports racers, including the former Skip Barber car, now driven by Dan Chapman in the field. The Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special, a car with an interesting history, number 123, was originally built back in the late 1950s to compete in the United States Auto Club Road Racing Series, a short-lived series. The gentleman by the name of Filson, who was a midget car owner, built this car, and by the time he got it finished, the United States Auto Club Road Racing Series had dissolved, so there was no opportunity to race the car. In typical fashion, it sat in a barn for many years until it was found by Scarsdale, New York enthusiast Charles Borden. And Borden recovered the car, did an extensive restoration on it, getting a lot of performance out of the Ford Falcon 6-cylinder engine, an inline 6-cylinder engine designed for the Ford compact car of the late 1950s and 1960s. Not really thought of as a performance power plant, but Borden often getting a good run here at Lime Rock Park when he can get some reliability out of the car. But unfortunately, lately that has been problematic as they seem to have encountered recurring engine problems that they haven't been able to fully resolve yet. So we hope that we'll see Charles Borden able to answer the call here for race group number 6, or race group number 7, rather. We've also got the Costin-bodied Lister a bit deeper in the field. That is the number 1 car for Jason Hancock. Brian Lister constructed a number of front-engine sports racers during the 1950s to challenge the Jaguar D-Type. The original Listers were powered by Jaguar engines, later brought into the United States, where they found they were quite adaptable to V8 power plants. The bodywork that Brian Lister designed was a little roughshod looking, with a series of bumps and bulges on the car. And an aerodynamicist by the name of Mike Costin decided he could do a better job, so a revised bodywork was developed for the Lister with a much more smooth and flowing set of lines to it, and we're going to see an example of that in the number 1 car driven by Jason Hancock. We've also got several Ginettas in this race, limited production English sports cars, using production-based components, steel tube chassis, and then drivetrain generally from a 1600cc English Ford with lightweight fiberglass bodywork. These cars were something of a rival to the Lotus Elan in terms of their design theme, and we will have several examples of the Ginetta coming out here, both in roadster form as well as the hardtop version. The car usually driven by Sharon Adelman, being taken over by Horatio Fitzsimon for this race. The hardtop version of the Ginetta is the blue number 3. And the open cockpit version of the Ginetta would be a good example of that would be the white number 82, which will line up alongside of the red and white Austin Healey for Rich Malumian. Good to see Charles Borden able to answer the call. Hopefully things will go well for the number 23 with the screaming Ford Falcon with its triple carburetors sticking out through the hood of the aluminum, one-of-a-kind aluminum bodywork on the Filson Special. Bright red number 1 is that Costin-bodied Lister driven by Jason Hancock. A pair of Aston Martin DB4s in the field as well, cars made famous by the Paul Newman, or rather, excuse me, by the James Bond movie series. I don't know why Paul Newman's name came into my mind. In any case, Aston Martin certainly adding to its fame by being the starring car in the James Bond series over the years. And if you would like to get a look at all of the cars that are in the from Aston Martin in the various eras of the James Bond series, they are now on display at the Saratoga Automobile Museum in Saratoga Springs, New York, up the road just outside of Albany. So if you are a James Bond enthusiast and or an Aston Martin enthusiast, great fall trip would be to visit the upstate New York area and see the cars of the James Bond movies at the Saratoga Automobile Museum. Three Mazda Miatas in the field as well. We talked about it being hard to wrap our head around the fact that the SCCA Spec Racer was 40 years old. The Mazda Miata now well past its 30th birthday, introduced in the American marketplace in 1990, so now 33 years since the introduction of the popular Japanese two-seat sports car. And we have 3 examples of that in this race. We've also got a special event coming up here at Lime Rock, new on the schedule. If you are a Mazda Miata owner or a Mazda Miata enthusiast, you'll want to come back and join us October 27th and 28th for MiataCon, which will be a series of races as well as track events for all things Mazda. More information on our worldwide website, www.limerock.com. As the field comes down to the start-finish line, green flag is ready. And cars for race group number 7 on their way towards turn number 1. Once again, a strong start from Nathan Thompson. The blue number 02, that is the Lotus 23 out of Texas, immediately moving into the lead. Graham Adelman coming over from the outside of the front row to slot into the number 2 spot. Third is Laurent Fumet in the Ginetta Sports Racer. And then behind Fumet, it looks like Kurt Uzbe was the next car in line. It was either that or the Joe Blacker, number 61. We'll get a better sorting out of the order once they come around to complete lap number 1. But no doubt about who was in the lead. That was Nathan Thompson in the number 02. Top 4 cars immediately pulling out on the rest of the field. And that 4th place car is the number 42. That is Kurt Uzbe in the Lotus 23. Then the number 52 for Dan Chapman. Horatio Fitzsimon moving right along. The first time he has ever been in a Ginetta G4R, the usual Sharon Adelman car, but Sharon stepping aside so that the young driver from England could give the Ginetta a try, and he is certainly giving an impressive run out there. In fact, he has just gone by Dan Chapman in the Brabham BT8, so a car with a design on making its way to the front of the pack is the number 4 Ginetta G4R, driven this morning by Horatio Fitzsimon. We did see Fitzsimon in a Brabham open-wheel car turning some very impressive laps here on Saturday, and he has carried that skill over to his introduction to the Ginetta G4 here. He should be up around 5th or 6th position already with the number 4. And we're going to show Fitzsimon in 6th position as he comes across the line. 5th position now for Horatio Fitzsimon in the number 4 Ginetta. Nathan Thompson, the leader of the race, best lap of 59.314. Graham Adelman, the 54 second. Laurent Fumet in the 41 third. Kurt Uzbe in the 42 is 4th. Then it is the blue Ginetta G4R hardtop for Horatio Fitzsimon in 5th. 6th now to the Brabham BT8 of Dan Chapman. 7th to Charles Borden in the Falcon-powered Filson Special number 123. Rich Malumian in the number 347. First of the production-based cars is in second of the production-based cars is 8th. 9th to Michael Orritt in the open cockpit Ginetta number 82. 9th to another open cockpit Ginetta for Thomas Donatelli 67. And then the first of our Mazda Miatas, that is Mark Gregory in car number 40. Fitzsimon is just blistering this racetrack, twitching the Ginetta down into, oh, it's got away from him. We were just about to comment about how quick Horatio Fitzsimon was because he was up alongside of Laurent Fumet battling for 3rd with the Sharon Adelman Ginetta. But the car just stepped out from under him as the back end twitched around and he took the car all the way out to the tire wall barrier underneath the Haggerty and VP sign down in turn number 1. I'm not sure if he made contact with the tire wall barrier, but the Ginetta G4 is definitely off the paved part of the racetrack, and so far Fitzsimon has not been able to get back up on the pavement. It looks like we're going to go to a full course caution here, waiting for the signal from the starter's stand. That car is in somewhat of a precarious position down there, so we'll wait for a call from the officials, but potentially a full course caution coming out because of the off-course excursion by Horatio Fitzsimon down in turn number 1. Well, Fitzsimon was giving that car quite the ride out there, but a little bit of over-exuberance, getting him off course. Hopefully not too much damage to that car. Fitzsimon with plenty of speed for the youngster, but maybe needs to learn a little bit about patience. Certainly the car had the potential to get right up with that lead group if he had been able to wait just a little bit longer, but they were 3 wide going down into turn number 1, and then the back end of the Ginetta stepped out and there was no catching it. Fortunately, no other car involved there, so Fitzsimon is the car off course right underneath the VP Racing Fuels and Pelote sign down in turn number 1. Safety vehicles now on the scene. Hopefully this will be a quick recovery and cleanup, and we can get back to green flag conditions here for race group number 7. Let's reset the field for you as we are now circulating behind the safety car. The leader is Nathan Thompson in the number 02. Graham Adelman, the number 54 second. Laurent Fumet in the 41 third. Dan Chapman in the Brabham BT8, the ex-Skip Barber car, now 4th. Charles Borden in 5th in the Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special number 123. And Rich Malumian now the leader of the production-based cars with the number 347 Austin Healey 104. 7th is Thomas Donatelli in the Ginetta G4 Roadster, number 67. Michael Orrit in another of the open cockpit Ginettas is 8th. And then our battle among the 3 Mazda Miatas. The 40 of Mark Gregory is 9th. 53, Patrick Daly, 10th. 11th to the 77 of Greg Mendel. 12th to the 97 of Ted Ganios. That's the Porsche 911. Rick Nevis in another of the 104 Series Austin Healey's is 13th. 14th to the Aston Martin DB4 of Randall Smalley, number 177. And Michael Lawton rounds out the top 15 in the number 4, Alfa Romeo Spider. 16th to the Costin-bodied Lister for Jason Hancock, number 1. 17th to the second of the DB4 Aston Martins, that is Michael Rowan. Ed Medelman's Porsche number 19 is 18th. 19th to Don Wood in the Porsche 911 number 36. And John Einhorn shown in 20th position in car number 26, the Austin Healey 3000. We're also going to check on Kurt Uzbe, the number 42. I wonder if Uzbe might have gotten tagged when the Ginetta went around. He was a top 4, top 5 car in that battle with Laurent Fumet. So it could be that Kurt Uzbe got tagged down there and we didn't see it. So we saw the Ginetta off course on the grass. Did not catch the Uzbe car. It may be off course further around the circuit. In fact, those of you from the infield hillside may actually have a better view of that than we do, because much of the area down in turn number 1 is obscured by the transporters that are located down there from our line of sight. So you folks on the infield hillside may actually know more about what's going on with the Kurt Uzbe car than we do. But in any case, cleanup guy, and there is it looks like that's the Uzbe car being pushed now off onto the pavement. So I think we can confirm at this point that Kurt Uzbe was also caught up in that incident that was precipitated by Horatio Fitzsimon getting loose with the number 4 Ginetta and apparently tagged the Lotus 23 as well. So a 2-car incident down in turn number 1. All of our safety vehicles on the scene, including the Aston Martin DBX 707 incident response vehicle. So for the time being, we will continue to circulate behind the safety car. Hopefully we'll be able to complete the cleanup and get back to green flag racing here for race group number 7. 2 more to go after this one. Race group number 8 will be our IMSA GTU Porsches, as well as our American V8s and inline 6s from Jaguar and Datsun. This is the big bore production race coming up next in race group number 8, and then race group number 9 completing the morning segment of our program, which will be our open wheel Formula Atlantic and Formula 2000 cars, along with 2-liter sports racers and Formula Ford. So 2 more to go after this one, as we will go through the full cycle of classes here this morning. Take a lunch break beginning at 12:40, and then go back to racing action, picking up with our MG feature group as our first race of the afternoon at 1:50 p.m. We'll again provide our reminder, don't forget the sunscreen, stay well hydrated, and if you would like to find a vantage point out of the sun, we do have the tent between our 2 chalets open as a special viewing area. You are invited to come on over and take advantage of that as well. If you have not found a spot in the shade of the trees or at the beer garden, there is an additional tent space available, which will still allow you to view the racing action from our hospitality tent located between the 2 chalets up on the infield hillside here at Lime Rock Park. Let's take a minute to say hello to our worldwide audience as we bring you the 41st edition of Lime Rock Historics in sound and vision over the internet with our experiment with live streaming. We have a camera mounted on the bridge support on the Liqui Moly Bridge on the outside of the racetrack going down into turn number 1, providing a panoramic view of the cars as they come down through the diving turn and onto the Sam Posey Straight. And also simulcasting our audio coverage as well. So we want to thank those of you around the world who are joining us for your first look at the Lime Rock Historics for 2023 in our virtual form. I want to say hello to J.J. Gertler, who's watching from Scientist Cliff, Maryland. We know that Peter Krause has been tuned in from Virginia International Raceway. And several folks right here at the track also using their smartphones to follow the coverage. So they have access to our PA feed wherever they are on the racetrack, as well as getting a glimpse of the cars as they go down the Sam Posey Straight. So even if you're not far away, certainly another opportunity for you to get a unique view of the racing here at Lime Rock Park with today's live stream broadcast. Looks like the safety vehicles are all clear in the turn number 1 area. Safety car bringing the field. Looks like we're going to go one more. I don't know. They're going to clear the safety car and go back to green. Nathan Thompson quickly on the throttle to lead the field down into turn number 1. John Einhorn, who was a lap down, letting the field go by as he will hug the inside line going into the first turn. Let's see if Graham Adelman can do anything with Nathan Thompson here on the restart. Of course, we lost, as we said, we lost Kurt Uzbe in another of the challenging Lotus 23s in that incident with Horacio Fitzsimon. So it now falls onto Graham Adelman's shoulders along with Laurent Fumet in the Ginetta G16 to see if they have any way to challenge Nathan Thompson. Nathan Thompson picking up right where he left off in the lead in the number 02. Graham Adelman 54 second, 41 Laurent Fumet is third. Fourth to Dan Chapman in the Brabham BT8, that's number 52. Charles Borden has the Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special up into fifth position. Rich Malumi in the first of the production-based cars in the number 347, followed by the 67 of Thomas Donatelli. Then our first of our Mazda Miatas, Mark Gregory's number 40. The ninth place car is the 82 of Michael Orrit, and the second of our Mazda Miatas, Patrick Daly, now rounds out the top 10. Next time by, it looks like Nathan Thompson's going to get the 1 lap to go signal. Car number 02 off the downhill turn and onto the Samposi straight. Comfortably in the lead, the Blue Lotus 23 racing around Lime Rock Park for the first time this morning as Nathan Thompson looks to make it a perfect 3 for 3, a trifecta. Picked up a pair of victories here on Saturday and will now add to that with his 3rd win of the weekend in the number 02. Good battle between our Mazda racers, the number 53 of Mark Gregory and the 53 of Patrick Daly and the 40 of Mark Gregory. And just as we say that, they lock the wheels up and go sliding off the grass down in turn number 1. So I guess that's what's known as the announcer's curse. We'll have to be more careful with our wording here. But in any case, to the checkered flag, it is Nathan Thompson taking the win in the number 02. Graham Adelman will come home in 2nd in the number 54, a pair of Lotus 23s at the top of the order. 3rd place to Laurent Fumet in the Ginetta G16 Sports Racer. Fumet through the downhill turn, and then not too far behind him will be the Brabham BT8 for Dan Chapman coming home in 4th position. 5th across the line will be the front engine number 123. That's the Ford Falcon powered car of Charles Borden. Nice to see Charles get a good finish here. It has been somewhat of a frustrating teething period for this car. It had impressive reliability for quite a while over its history at the Historics. Then they built a new engine for the car and couldn't quite get everything sorted out. So nice to see Charles Borden and his crew rewarded with a 5th place finish for the Filson Special. Rich Malumian, the first of the production-based cars, across the line in 6th with his Austin Healey 104. Thomas Donatelli in the 67 was 7th. 8th to Patrick Daly in the number 53. 9th to Ted Ganios in the 97. And Greg Mendel in the 77 will round out that the top 10. 11th to Randall Smalley in the Aston Martin. 12th to Michael Lawton in the Alfa Duetto. Rick Nevis in the 102. The Austin Healey 104 is 13th. 14th to Ed Metalman in the Porsche 914. And the Costin-bodied Lister for Jason Hancock takes 15th position. That was car number 1. Unfortunately, Mike Orritt and Mark Gregory both lose a significant number of positions as they tangled up down in turn number 1 on the last lap. The 82 car for Orritt coming across in 18th, and the Mazda Miata from Mark Gregory, number 40, finishing in 19th position. So congratulations to Nathan Thompson, taking down the top spot in race group number 7. 2 more to go, and one of the most popular races coming. One of the most popular groups at the Historics each year is our big bore production car race, bringing the V8s up against the air-cooled Porsches, the cars that come out of the IMSA GTU ranks in terms of their specifications, up against the American V8s, along with the Jaguar and Datsun inline 6s. And we have an impressive 37-car field in the initial entry list. Again, we will have some dropouts, but this is tentatively how they would line up. Don Jacobs, Porsche 914, number 151, to start in 37th. 36th, unfortunately, this car will not start today. Tom Cotter, number 33 Corvette, not able to answer the call for today's racing action. And the Barn Find Hunter from the Haggerty TV series, unfortunately not able to start with his number 33 Corvette Stingray. George Ladyman's Corvette number 21 scheduled for 25th, or 35th rather. 34th in the lineup to Joe Folia's Corvette. 31st to the Frank Roscher Porsche 911 number 57. Cliff Ryan in the number 23 Ford Mustang will line up in 31st position. He is our visitor from Watford, England. Mark Caraluzzi's Datsun 240Z number 25 starts 30th. 29th out of Syracuse, New York, the Ford Mustang number 9, 1965 notchback Ford Mustang for John DeSantis. Similar car, the former Glenwood Acres ski area car for Greg Mendel, number 77. Mendel doing a bit of a sprint to get from the Mazda Miata that he just finished race group number 7 in and into the cockpit of the Ford Mustang that is waiting for him down in the grid area. So busy day for our Lakeville, Connecticut racer, Greg Mendel in the 77. Mark Caroluzzi in the Datsun 240Z, scheduled for 27th. Jake Clapp will start 26th in his Datsun 240Z, number 88. Jim Scott's Porsche 911, number 85, starts in 25th position. Interesting car to watch in 24th position. This is the number 7 for Colin Doherty. The car is a Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car. This was a series that raced in Europe as well as in Canada. Never made its way to the United States, but this is the turbocharged version of the Porsche 944 for Colin Doherty, number 7, starting in 24th position. Next will be Mark Stilson's Datsun 240Z, number 22. Then it's the 388, the Porsche 911 SC for Christian Taylor. Todd Pahonis in the Porsche 911 Euro SC, number 808, will start 20th. Our grid sheet seems to be duplicating names here. They have Colin Doherty in 24th and then again in 18th position. So our apologies for the confusion here. 17th to 249 of Jeff Nyblum, Porsche 911. Mike Jacobellis in his Porsche 911S, number 711, will start 16th. 15th on the field to James Glass in the Chevrolet Camaro, number 37. Rich Strahota's Porsche, number 050, will start 14th. Scheduled to go 13th on the field, the Jaguar XKE out of Brian Donovan's shop in Lee, Massachusetts. The driver is John Ogle in the number 62, scheduled to start 13th on the field. Christopher Turner's Porsche 911, number 29, will start 12th. Second of the Donovan Jaguar hardtops for Art Hebert, number 63, starts 11th. 10th in the starting field to Hans Warner, the Porsche 911 RSR is car 771. Another Porsche 911 will line up in 9th position. This is the number 201 for Lee Lasberg. Joe Viola is the leader among the Datsun racers with the Datsun 240Z, number 262, starting 8th on the field. Del Ore in the Porsche 911 SC, number 521, will start 7th. 6th in the lineup to the Porsche 911 RSR for David Hutchings, number 310. The familiar green and yellow number 44 for Mike Piero lines up in the 5th position. The car is a 1973 Porsche 911 RS. James Hamlin with the Porsche 911 ST, number 18, starts 4th. 3rd to the Corvette Stingray of Scott Heckert, number 34. And your front row outside starting position to the Jaguar Roadster from Brian Donovan's shop. This is the number 61, driven by Jack Bush. Pole position to the IMSA GTO category Chevrolet Corvette, a 1978 Corvette, for Martin Hosek, car number 39. Well, they're doing more cleanup in the downhill corner. It looks as though Mark Gregory ended his race on something of a sour note. Got tangled up with Michael Orrit, I think, down in turn number 1, and then made it as far as the downhill corner and went off course again and all the way out to the tire wall barrier. So the Mazda Miata incurring enough damage that they need to get the rollback for it, as well as work on restoring the tire wall barrier down in that area. That is our impact attenuation system. And so they will resolve that problem as well as retrieving the Gregory car. So all around tough way to finish the race for Mark Gregory. Cleanup being completed down in the area of the diving turn. And it looks as though there's damage to the left front corner of the Mark Gregory car. suspension and body damage on the number 40, and that car looks as though it is done for the day, if not the remainder of the season. Hopefully Mark can get that car repaired and be back to join us for MiataCon, our special all-Miata event, coming up on October 27th and 28th. If you are a owner of a Mazda Miata or a fan of the popular Japanese Roadster, we hope you'll come back and join us for MiataCon. All things Miata going on here at Lime Rock Park, October 27th and 28th. Autocross session on the FCP Euro Proving Ground. Track day for qualified Mazda Miata drivers, as well as a series of races for various versions of the Mazda Miata, all on the schedule for October 27th and 28th. More information about the schedule, as well as advance sale tickets, available by visiting our worldwide website, www.limerock.com. Then look under Events, and you will see a tab to click for MiataCon, making its debut here at Lime Rock Park at the end of October. If you're starting to think about your scheduled activities for our upcoming lunch break, our Lime Rock Cafe is open in the center portion of the paddock area. The folks from Park Provisions hard at work, ready to serve you. And also a variety of food vendors up in the midway area. So either choice, certainly a good one to make during the lunch break. Let's also take a moment to put in a good word for the folks from Hummel Brothers. Hummel Brothers is the official hot dog of Lime Rock Park, made right nearby in New Haven, Connecticut. Enjoy Hummel Brothers hot dogs at all of our Lime Rock Park concession stands. Try our famous piggyback dog, a quarter-pound Hummel Brothers hot dog with house-pulled barbecue pork, fresh coleslaw, and sweet pickle chips for only $8. Hummel Brothers is the official hot dog of Lime Rock Park. And for those of you who might be regular fans of the stock car races, the asphalt modified races at Stafford Springs Speedway, Hummel Brothers hot dogs, also the official sponsor for SK modified driver Corey DiMatteo. I am a big fan of watching the live stream broadcasts on Flow Racing, and every Friday night from my home in Albany, New York, I am able to tune in the great racing program presented at Stafford Springs Speedway. Field for race group number 8, making its way around. Pace car bringing the field through the downhill turn. Martin Hosek and Jack Bush are your front row. V8 Chevrolet and an inline double overhead cam 6 in the Jaguar. Pace car on the pit road looking for a green flag. Drag race towards turn number 1 that will be won. Whoa, great start by Scott Heckert. Heckert from row number 2. For some reason, Hosek from the pole position did not get on the go pedal. Looked as though the car just laid down on him, and he is getting freight trained down into turn number 1. Scott Heckert from row number 2 gets around, as does Jack Bush. So he had expected Martin Hosek would use that big block Corvette to rocket into the lead. Instead, he is mired down somewhere around 6th or 7th position. So Hosek with his work cut out for him, as the car just did not want to go under green flag conditions. Waiting for the field to come around to complete lap number 1, and it will be Jack Bush out in front in the Jaguar. Looks like the Corvette is, we saw Martin Hosek off the pace, and he is going to head towards pit lane. So the car that started from pole position, obviously encountering mechanical problems. Martin Hosek, as we said, got freight trained at the start, and the car just never picked up power. So Martin Hosek on the pit road here at the end of lap number 1. Your race leader is Jack Bush in the Jaguar XKE. Scott Heckert in the Chevrolet Corvette is second, number 34. Jim Hamlin in the Porsche, number 18, is third. Fourth to David Hutchings in the Porsche 911, number 310. Mike Piera in the green and yellow Porsche, number 44, rounding out the top 5. Not much activity around the Hosek car, so that looks as though it is morning done, if not day done, for the number 39. Talking to Hosek on the radio, but no activity in terms of mechanical attention to the car. Scott Heckert not letting Jack Bush get away. The Corvette Stingray stalking the Corvette as they go down towards turn number 1. James Hamlin in the number 18 Porsche, the third car in line there. Gap between Jack Bush and Scott Heckert measured at 0.4 of a second as they came across the line to complete lap number 2. Jim Hamlin watching it all right there from third, then a little bit of a gap back to our next 2 Porsches. That would be the 521 of Del Ore, rather the 310 of Dave Hutchings and the 44 of Mike Piera. Then in 6th, it's Del Ore in the 521. 7th to the 771 of Heinz Warner. Lee Lasberg in the 201 is 8th. Joe Viola in the Datsun 240Z is 9th. That's number 262. And Christopher Turner's Porsche 911, number 29, rounds out the top 10. Colin Doherty in the turbocharged Porsche Cup car, the number 7. The Porsche 944 is 11th. 12th to Jeff Nybloom in the 249. Rich Strahota in the 050 is 13th. 14th to the 711 of Mike Jacobellis. And Todd Pahonis rounds out the top 15 in car number 808. The Hosek 39 still sitting on pit road, has not headed back to the paddock area, but at the same time, no more attention from the crew, so whatever the problem is, it's not going to be fixed on pit road. Short day for Martin Hosek in the number 39. Fast lap of the race now to Mike Piera in the number 44 at 59.592. Another car headed towards pit lane. This is like Jim Glass and his Chevrolet Camaro. This is the number 37, 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. Another car that is out there but not showing up on our scoring monitor is Gary Wonder. This is a 1969 Chevrolet Z28 Camaro that competed in the SCCA A Sedan class. Greg Pickett, one of its original racers. Wonder coming to us to race from Folsom, California. Swarm of Porsches chasing the number 262 Datsun Z car of Joe Viola down into turn number 1. Battle of our Ford notchback Mustangs headed onto the Sam Posey Straight. 77 Greg Mendel in the Glenwood Acres ski area car. The number 23 for Cliff Ryan from Watford, England. And the number 9 notchback Mustang driven by John Santos, all turning in some very competitive laps and close competition between our 3 Ford Mustang notchbacks. Just making their way out onto the short chute now, headed towards the S's. Jack Bush continues to show the way in the number 61 Jaguar. Number 34, Scott Heckert in second position in the Corvette Stingray. And then James Hamlin in the number 18 in third position in our Porsche 911 ST. Del Ore moving up to 6th now, has gotten around Joe Viola in the number 262. Gap between first and second measured at 1.6 seconds. Jack Bush having the advantage over Scott Heckert. Then James Hamlin in the 18 is third. Meanwhile, on pit road, the number 39 car being towed back to the paddock area. So whatever happened with the Martin Hosek car, it is not in running condition. Fortunately, they are able to flat tow the car. So that pretty much an indication that there's a problem with the engine rather than the drivetrain. But a short morning for the car that started from the pole position, the number 39 Corvette of Martin Hosek. Change in second spot as James Hamlin in the 18, the Porsche now moving up into the number 2 position. Scott Heckert fading us just a little bit in the number 34 Corvette. So while Jack Bush continues to run out front, we have a new car in the second position. That is James Hamlin in the Porsche number 18. That is going to drop Scott Heckert's Stingray Corvette down to third. Mike Piera in the 44 still in fourth position. Del Ore in the 521 fifth. David Hutchings in the 310 is sixth. Seventh of the first of the Datsun Z cars. That's the 262 for Joe Viola. Eighth, the 771 of Hans Warner. Ninth to Christopher Turner, number 29. And rounding out the top 10 is Lee Lasberg in the number 201. Change in fourth position going down into Big Bend. Del Ore in the 521 gets around the 44 of Mike Piera. So Del Ore starting to work his way through traffic. Started in 7th, now shown in 4th position. And Mike Piera loses a spot. That will drop him down into the number 5 slot. One lap to go, the signal to the Jaguar number 61 for Jack Bush. Jim Hamlin in 2nd, but I don't think he's in a position to catch the Jaguar on this final lap. Scott Heckert in the Stingray Corvette, the number 34. In 3rd position as they go into the final tour around the circuit here at Lime Rock Park. Twin checkered flags ready for Jack Bush as he will bring the number 61 Jaguar to the top position. Very crisp sounding double overhead cam inline 6 taking the Jaguar to victory. 2nd to Dave Hutchings. 3rd across the line Scott Heckert. 4th to Del Ore. Good run for the number 521. Mike Piera in the 44 is 5th. Dave Hutchings. I think I said Dave Hutchings in 2nd. It's actually James Hamlin in 2nd in the 18. Then Scott Heckert in the 34, 3rd. Del Ore in the 521, 4th. 5th to Mike Piera in the 44. 6th to Dave Hutchings in the 310. First of the Datsun Z cars across the line in 7th position is the number 262 for Joe Viola. Hans Warner in the 771 finishes 8th. 9th to Christopher Turner in the 29. 10th to Lee Lasberg in the 201. 11th to the Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car, the number 7 for Colin Doherty. Then it's the 050 of Rich Strahota, the 711 of Mike Jacobellis, Jeff Nybloom in the 249, and the 61 of Lou Iorio to round out the top 15. In our battle of the notchback Mustangs, that will go the way of the Glenwood Acres ski area number 77 car for Greg Mendel, taking the top spot among the 3 notchback Mustangs over Cliff Ryan in the 23 and John DeSantis in car number 9. Great sound from that Jaguar coming across the line to take the checkered flag. Gives us a moment to pause and reflect. In addition to the loss of Jimmy Buffett, the star of the music and entertainment world, we were saddened to learn that Tivy Shenton, a longtime fixture here at the Lime Rock Historics, passed away just before the beginning of this weekend. Tivy was a well-known competitor racing a Jaguar XK120. Had some great battles here with Bob Volpe and the Chrysler-powered Allard in years gone by. Tivy, a technical master, was an active member of both the Vintage Sports Car Club of America and the Vintage Racing Group. And he will be greatly missed. So our thoughts are certainly about Tivy Shenton as we race our way through the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. And we will commemorate an event in his honor at our fall finale. The VSCCA fall finale will take place here at the end of September with a special commemoration for our great friend Tivy Shenton. Ready to bring out our 9th and final race group of the morning, and this will be the open wheel Formula Atlantic cars, our 2-liter European sports racers, as well as our open wheel Formula Fords coming out for the 9th race group. Let's take a minute to remind you again that our hospitality tent located between our 2 infield chalets is open for you if you'd like to find a spot in the shade to watch the races. We know that a lot of you have found spots in the shade of the trees up there or at the beer garden at the top of the infield spectator hillside area, but we also do have our hospitality tent open. That is the structure between the 2 permanent chalet buildings overlooking the Sam Posey straightaway from the infield portion of the racetrack. So if you'd like a spot out of the sun, stay well hydrated, don't forget your sunscreen, and pay a visit to our special hospitality tent, providing some additional shade to watch the races here as we say farewell to summer for 2023. Cars for race group number 9 will be including the Formula Ford number 71 from Matthew Christ. John Hearn is in another of our open wheel Formula Fords, number 7. Gary Rutherford's Formula Ford is car number 5. The Alexis Mark 15 Formula Ford is Sedan door number 80. And longtime open wheel racer Frank Del Vecchio, who raced here in our first ever Formula Ford race back in the May of 1969, lines his 13th Valley Van Diemen, number 13 and 15th position. He will be alongside of Jim McNichol in the number 17 Van Diemen. Todd Sharon with the Formula Mazda number 52 starts 12th. 11th to the 2-liter sports racing Chevron B19 for Joe Bezzetta, number 16. Phil Meany in the Gropa Chevron number 81 starts in 10th position. 9th to the March 75B for Gordon Medenica, number 69. This is the former Gilles Villeneuve ski rule car that the great Canadian driver raced in the Formula Atlantic series of 1975 and 1976. Kurt Uzbe's Chevron B16 Coupe, number 42, scheduled to line up in 8th position. 7th to the Volkswagen-powered Ralt RT30, the Ralt Super V for Nick Fonte, number 4. Mitch Eitel's Chevron B31, number 62, is 6th. Local driver Rick Bell in the Ralt RT1, the same car he raced in the Labatt's Atlantic Championship here back on 4th of July, 1978, lines up in 5th position. This is the red number 78. Horatio Fitzsimon in the BT23 Brabham number 58, scheduled to line up in 4th position. The Formula 2000 specification Van Diemen for Chris Fayen, number 39, out of Reading, Connecticut, starts 3rd. Front row scheduled to be Tony Carpenzano's Reynard, number 25, and Graham Adelman's Chevron B36, number 34. Carpenzano had some drivetrain damage on the car, and we'll see if the 25 is able to answer the call here. So some attrition from Saturday taking its toll on the starting field here for race group number 9. Looks like the front row is actually going to be Chris Fayen in the 39 and Mitch Eitel in the 62, then Rick Bell in the 78 and Phil Meany on row number 2. Todd Sharon in the 52 and Joe Bezzetta in the 16 on row 3. Jim McNichol in the 17 and Clint Chichester in the Mazda-powered Ralt C Sports Racer number 41 on row number 4. Then it's Del Vecchio in 13, Rutherford in 5, Matthew Christ in 31, and Sivan Dorr in number 80 to round out our 12-car field here for race group number 9. Rick Bell actually on the outside of the front row as they come down to the line. Green flag is out. Bell and Fayen will race down to turn number 1. Bell with a good jump at the start, but Fayen able to close up as they went into the turn number 1 braking zone. Now Bell reestablishing himself in the number 1 position in car number 78. Chris Fayen second. And it looks as though that's Nick Fonte in the Super V, the Volkswagen-powered Ralt RT30, in 3rd position. So unfortunately we did not see the number 25 of Tony Carpenzano. Clint Chichester in the bright red C Sports Racer. That is the central seat car with the all-enveloping bodywork, a former Jim Downing car. Ralt Formula car chassis with sports racing bodywork on it. A Ralt RT41 with a Mazda Wankel engine. It's certainly the loudest car here this weekend. A huge muffler on the car to try and mitigate the sound just a little bit. Jim Downing with a notable racing career, number of victories across the board, but perhaps the greatest contribution he had was in conjunction with his brother-in-law, Dr. Robert Hubbard. They came up with the Hans device, the head and neck support system that has proved to be so valuable in terms of racing safety and the prevention of serious and grave injuries. So a salute to Bob Hubbard and Jim Downing, above all, for their work in developing the Hans device. And this particular Ralt, a car that was raced by Jim Downing in the prototype category of the Sports Car Club of America National Championship Series, now being driven by Clint Chichester. Rick Bell with a good battle going on with Chris Fagan, Formula Atlantic Ralt versus a Formula 2000 Series Van Diemen. Fagan trying to dip down to the inside once again under braking. But Bell, for the moment, able to hold him off. A bit of technical evolution in modern-day Formula cars on display in first and second place. The Ralt from 1978, and then the Van Diemen that Chris Fagan is driving, a car actually built in the year 2000 for the Formula 2000 Championship Series. Ford BDA, the famous Ford racing engine in the Rick Bell car, and a Ford Z-Tech, an engine much closer to stock specifications, but also a double overhead cam fuel-injected engine in the Chris Fagan car. Fagan's car seems to be a little bit stronger under braking, at least it has been on previous laps. And there he goes again, diving down to the inside, and this time the move works on Rick Bell. So Chris Fagan now into the lead in the number 39. Behind those two in third position, we have Mitch Eitel as the first of our 2-liter sports racers in the number 62 Chevron. Fourth to Phil Meany in the number 81, the Gropa Chevron. Then it's Joe Bozzetta in the number 16, the Chevron B19 in fifth position. The Mazda-powered Ralt for Clint Chichester is sixth. Seventh to the Formula Mazda, the open-wheel Wankel-powered car for Todd Sharon, number 52. Then the first of the Formula Fords, the number 17, driven by Jim McNichol in eighth position. Ninth to Gary Rutherford in the 5, and rounding out the top 10 is Frank Del Vecchio in car number 13. Well, once Chris Fagan got around Rick Bell, he certainly set sail. In just one lap, he extends his lead to better than 2.3 seconds. So Fagan right now in control of this race as he moves the 39 car to the top of the order. And getting an indication that we're going to bring out the safety car. So apparently we have another car off course. Full course yellow being displayed here for race group number 9. And we got a car stopped over on the grass right on the short chute where you enter the S's. Looks like one of our Formula Fords has come to a stop there. And that is the number 71. That is Matthew Christ. So we go to a full course caution so we can retrieve that vehicle. Again, hopefully a quick cleanup in that area. Lime Rock safety team on the scene over in the grassy portion of the racetrack at the entry point to the S's, right along the no-name straight. The 71 car of Matthew Christ coming to a stop. It looks as though they're going to need to winch that up on the back of one of the, hang it from the back of one of the wreckers to get it back to the paddock area. So they will give Matthew a lift back to the paddock area in the Aston Martin DBX 707. They've already got the lightweight Formula Ford lifted up on the back of the wrecker. So we should have a quick cleanup here and be ready to go back to green flag racing shortly. Final race of the morning. This is race group number 9. And then we will move to the lunch break portion of our program. Running about 10 minutes behind schedule. We should make that up by shaving a little bit of time off of the lunch break, anticipating that we will begin our welcome ceremonies for the afternoon portion of the program at 1:30. Immediately following the conclusion of this race, a special presentation from the Piston Foundation will take place along pit road. Then we will have a number of our car corral groups taking parade laps around the racetrack along with our Lime Rock Park Hot Laps program, and anticipating our welcome for the afternoon to begin at 1:30 this afternoon. Once again, we'd like to say welcome to those of you who are watching our live stream video from the vantage points around the world as we bring you Historics 41 in sound and vision, experimenting with live streaming of this event for the first time. We have a single camera located down on the bridge support on the outside portion of the racetrack on the Lakeville Bridge, providing a panoramic view of the start-finish line. As we go back to green flag racing, 1 lap to go, so this is going to be a shootout to the checkered flag. Rick Bell chasing Chris Fayen down into turn number 1. Quick restart here as we bring race number 9 towards its conclusion. The cars racing around now on their final lap. Rick Bell doing his best to chase down Chris Fayen, but I think the 39 has him covered as they head out of the S's and onto the Paul Newman Straight. That will bring them to the climbing turn here at Lime Rock Park. Chris Fayen through the downhill turn for the final time. Ceremonial double checkered flags for the driver of car number 39. Second place to the 78 of Rick Bell. Third to the number 4, the Volkswagen-powered Super V of Nick Fonte. Battle between our two 2-liter sports racers here. Side by side between the number 8 and the number 62. The number 8, Kyle Collins, with a side-by-side finish for third place. Literally a photo finish between the 8 of Kyle Collins and the 62 of Mitch Eitel. Then it was Joe Bozzetta in the 16, Phil Meany in the 81, Clint Chichester in the 41 finishes 7th, 8th to Todd Sharon in the 52, 9th to Jim McNichol in the 17, and 10th to Gary Rutherford in car number 5. So that wraps it up for the morning. We certainly want to thank you all for turning out and making us part of your Labor Day celebration, whether you have been here with us since we began things on Thursday or are a recent arrival. We appreciate your attendance and your support for our racing events here at Lime Rock Park. We are going to take a little bit of a break now. We will have our special presentation honoring the scholarship winner from the Piston Foundation, taking place along Pit Road in just a few minutes. And according to the timetable, we should be back on the air with you about 1:30 this afternoon for our official welcome for the final afternoon of racing, the 5th and final day of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historic. So we'll give you a chance to get up and stretch your legs, come on down and visit the paddock area. Perhaps you'll stop by the beer garden or the infield midway area. Of course, the folks from Park Provisions are here to serve you at the Lime Rock Cafe in the center portion of the paddock area, as well as the temporary Pines concession stand up in the top of the infield spectator hillside area. We do have plans for a permanent facility up there, but we have run into some construction delays, so Mark Mazzio and his staff using a temporary facility for now for the Pines concession stand. Also, come on down and visit the paddock area. Take a look at the Lawrence Oriana collection, our honored collector for this weekend, as well as the commemorative 100th anniversary of MG being presented in the area adjacent to the Winner's Circle, along with our concept cars provided by the Chrysler Corporation and Stellantis, also in the center portion of the paddock area. We'll give you one more reminder about our guided tour of the paddock area that will begin at 2 o'clock this afternoon, presented by the volunteers from the Vintage Sports Car Club of America. If you'd like to get a behind-the-scenes look at what goes on with the vintage and historic racing scene, our very knowledgeable tour guides will tell you all about it. The paddock tour is provided free of charge, leaving from the Lime Rock Park information booth at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Also, if you haven't already done so, we encourage you to download our souvenir program in virtual form for this weekend. The Daily Rev has stories about all 3 of our feature race groups, the MG 100th anniversary, the Formula Juniors making a return to Lime Rock Park, as well as the featured Sports 2000 cars, all discussed in more detail in the current edition of the virtual Daily Rev. We have placards around the facility with a scannable QR code, so just take your cell phone, scan that QR code in, and it will download our Daily Rev souvenir program for you. Also, our single-page event guides are available at the Lime Rock Park information booth. They include the paddock location for all of our competitors this weekend in a coded address form in either the A paddock area, which is the main paddock behind the start-finish building and down towards turn number 1, as well as the B paddock adjacent to the downhill turn here at Lime Rock Park. For your Lime Rock Park Historic 41 event guide, stop by the Lime Rock Park information booth. Also, a great time to visit the gear store here at Lime Rock Park, located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. In addition to souvenir merchandise commemorating the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics, they have a lot of items on sale. A great way to outfit the kids in style for back to school at the gear store located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. We're going to take a little bit of a break now. Wish you bon appetit, and we will hear shortly from our CEO, Dickie Regal, and more information about the presentation with the Piston Foundation here at Lime Rock Park.
Test, test.
Ian's on his way.
And couple of announcements for the good of the order. We want to remind all of our competitors about the the paddock area speed limit. We see that there are a lot of bicycles, electric bicycles, scooters, all moving back and forth. We understand the need for you to get from place to place, but we do want to remind you there is a lot of pedestrian traffic in the paddock area, so we want to observe everyone to observe a 5-mile-an-hour speed limit in the paddock area. Also, to our competitors who were maybe thinking about trying to make an early exit, if you need to cross the live racetrack, that will not be available to you until the end of the day. So you can pack up and be ready to go, but we will not be able to let you across the racetrack until the end of the day. We already have some vehicles lining up there, but unfortunately, because of the schedule, there is not a long enough break in the schedule between our car corral groups and our race groups that we are able to get you out of the facility. So if you are here for the remainder of the day and want to load up and get an early start for home, you're welcome to load up, but you will not be able to leave the facility until the conclusion of today's racing. And again, we'll remind you about the 5-mile-an-hour speed limit. If you have an electric bike, an electric scooter, or a regular bicycle, we do want you to observe the 5-mile-an-hour speed limit in the paddock area because we have a lot of pedestrian traffic. About to make the presentation on behalf of the Piston Foundation. Lime Rock Park is proud of its affiliation with the Piston Foundation in introducing a new generation of technicians to the world of motorsport, and it's my pleasure now to introduce Mr. Dickie Regal for our Piston Foundation presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm, warm welcome on a warm day to Lime Rock Park. It is so wonderful to have all of you here with us today for the concluding day of our historic festival, 41. We couldn't be more proud of this entire weekend, all the work that went into it, and it takes, as you might imagine, an entire village to make that all happen. We also exist here at Lime Rock Park in large part because of our relationship with our sponsors and our partners. One important partner that is here today, that's here with us every day as one of our major philanthropic partners, is the Piston Foundation. And the Piston Foundation, if you don't know, is developing opportunities for up-and-coming restoration mechanics, for all kinds of people that are interested in becoming involved in motorsports. And I'm going to turn it over here now to my partner, Jeff Mason, at Piston Foundation. Jeff, it is wonderful to have you here.
Thanks, Dickie. It is a pleasure to be here amongst the racing community. It is the heart and the soul of what the Piston Foundation does. As Dickie mentioned, we support young people who are pursuing a career in automotive restoration as race techs. We help with education funding and then helping qualified techs get placed in shops. And if you have questions about that, you can visit us in the A paddock. If I look for the Piston logo. So today's presentation is, again, at the heart of what we do. It is recognizing the essential contribution that technicians make, not only to racing here at Lime Rock, but to automotive restoration as a whole. And we created, with Lime Rock, the Piston Technician Award, a yearly award to recognize those people that we depend on so much. And I want to announce this year's 2023 Piston Technician Award winner is Chris Kavaka from Vintage Racing Services in Stratford, Connecticut. Chris, can you come up? This is a complete surprise to Chris. Terrific, congratulations, Chris. And presenting the trophy to Chris Kavaka is Joe Colasaco, everybody's favorite racer, representing Fratelli Oriana Inc. Joe Colasaco presenting to Chris Kavaka the Piston Technician Award. Congratulations. All right, before we go, Chris, I'm not going to let you get away without a few words. So this award was given to you through voting amongst your peers, drivers, other technicians. What does it mean to be recognized in this way by your peers in the automotive world?
Well, it means a lot. You know, special thanks to all the mechanics and crew guys. They work real hard to keep the performance on track, and special thanks to all the drivers who keep us in the business and perform really well on the track. And special thanks to the Piston Foundation for funneling in, you know, all the youth so we could keep this culture alive. It's really special. So if you take a deep breath and take it all in, it's really something special. Thank you.
That's terrific. Thanks, Chris. Speaking of drivers, Joe, can you join us for a second? I want to get your thoughts on this. Joe Colasaco, longtime racer, certainly a man who knows his way around this track. What does it mean to have a technician like Chris in your crew behind your car?
Well, it's essential to every driver or anyone that wants to get on the racetrack has to have a confidence of a mechanic that stands behind the car, and when they send you out there, that it's safe, it's going to perform. And literally, I mean, we can't function without the mechanics and techs. And you know, I'm lucky enough to have been a mechanic most of my life, and I know what hard work it takes. And having guys like this and like my crew at Oriana Racing, you know, they're up at night. We do those late nights. You know, sometimes they don't sleep, and you know, when they're here first and last to leave, they do a great job. And hats off to the mechanics.
That's great. Thanks, Joe. I want to get one more driver in here. This is Tom Brown. Tom is a well-known racer in these parts, and also this is Tom's Triumph Spitfire that Chris is responsible for keeping in good shape. Now, I know Tom has got a very strong race season this year, so I'm sure none of that would be possible without a great tech like Chris. What are your thoughts about this award for Chris Kavaka?
Well, any trophy I win is as much Chris's as mine. When I drive this car, he's in it in spirit. He knows this car in and out. When he punches out from work, sometimes he's working on the car on his own just because he saw something. This is absolute professionalism, absolute dedication to both not only performance but safety. I mean, he's my co-pilot, if not more.
That's great. Thanks, Tom. And a hug, driver and technician. Chris, one last thought. If you had one word to give to young people who are thinking about following your footsteps in this career, what would that word be?
Dedication.
Great. Takes dedication. We all know that. Chris is a great example of that again. Congratulations to Chris Kavaka of Vintage Racing Services, this year's 2023 Piston Technician Award winner.
Squeeze it in tight a little this way. Excellent.
Thanks. Congratulations. Joe, thank you for your time. Tom, great job. Dickie. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Cover your ears.
And now back to the voice of Lime Rock Park, Mr. Greg Ricks.
Thank you, Dickie. As we said, we are on lunch break now. We're going to take a little bit of time to catch our breath, and we should be back with pre-race ceremonies beginning at 1:30 this afternoon. So bon appetit, enjoy your afternoon in the park, and we will be back with you for the grand finale to the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics beginning at 1:30 this afternoon.
Just keep in mind, well, no, I'll keep it. The good thing of using the monitor is I'll keep this sounding good, so your recording should be fine. Check, 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 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. No, you're not, are you? Hold on. That's my fault. Check. Which channel? Check. Hold on a sec. That's confusing. Oh, because it's pre-fader. I'm sorry. Check, 1, 2. Check, 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 1, 2. That's about the range you're going to be in. Still no? Check, 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 1, 2. It's coming out of my monitor, so you probably
It's my pleasure now to introduce Mr. Dickie Regal, CEO of Lime Rock Park, for our Autodromo presentations.
Thank you again, Greg, and again, welcome, and what a pleasure and a thrill it is to be here at Lime Rock Park's 41st edition of our historic festival. What a show all of these drivers, participants, teams have put on for all of us all weekend long. What a Sunday in the park we had yesterday. And I got to tell you, as I said earlier, none of this happens at Lime Rock Park without the participation of our presenting sponsors and our real partners here. And Bradley Price at Autodromo, you embody that for Lime Rock Park. Not only are you racing, you're in the paddock, but you're here representing your company, Autodromo timepieces, watches, and I'm also a proud owner wearing one right here. And it's just wonderful to have Autodromo involved again in Historic Festival 41. Bradley, do you want to talk a little bit about what this award means?
Thanks, Dickie. Really happy to be here. It's a really honor to be a sponsor at this event. It's my favorite home event, and Lime Rock is my favorite place to be. And this award is really not about who wins the race. It's about sportsmanship. It's about being a gentleman or a gentlewoman, and treating your other drivers with respect and having respect for the cars as well. And that's really what we want to encourage in this event, and what we want to reward, not just who gets to be on the podium. So we're really proud to issue these wonderful watches to you folks here, and I'll let you start handing them out.
Bradley, thank you again. Again, this really recognizes the spirit of Historic Festival 41. These drivers embody that spirit of sportsmanship, competition, and just setting an example for everybody else in the paddock. So we're going to kick this off because she is racing next in the next class in Group 5, our MG feature class, the 100th anniversary of MG, Heather Richards. Congratulations, Heather. Well done, Heather.
Thank you. Free to go. Go race.
Well done, Heather. Go race. Race well. We're going up to the top of the group order now, to Group 1, and this is the Jim Haynes Formula Junior Memorial class, and our winner is Nick Grewal. Did I pronounce that right, Nick?
Thank you very much.
Grewal?
Nick, congrats.
Well done, Nick. Group 2, our Sports 2000 class, John Thompson. Well done, John. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks,
In Group 3, this is our war era class. It embodies pre-war and early post-war cars. Niall McCabe. Niall, congratulations. Group 4, always one of my favorites, the Tin Tops, IMSA RS class, RS cars, and cars under 2.5 liters. Josh Brown and his Volkswagen GTI. Group 6, our mid-century GT sports cars under 2 liters, none other than Joe Colasaco. Joe. Group 7, our GT class, sports cars over 2 liters and sports racing cars. Ted Gonios. Did I pronounce that correctly, Ted? Congratulations, Ted. Group 8, our big bore class, air-cooled Porsches. Jim Hamblin, Porsche 911. Group 9, our Wings and Slicks class, none other than Frank Del Vecchio. Congratulations. We have one other award to award here, and that is the Spirit of Lime Rock Award presented by Autodromo. And this is the overall, best spirit of all classes. And I have to say, Santos Spadaro, sorry, I knew I was going to botch that. Santo, if you didn't know, yesterday he won Best in Show in the sports side of things. And you just do everything right here at Lime Rock Park, Santo. So thank you very much. Once again, on behalf of all of us at Lime Rock Park, everybody on the hillside, all our spectators, fans, participants, Bradley Price, thank you very much to Autodromo for everything you do for Lime Rock Park and recognizing the spirit of Historic Festival 41. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, for our official opening ceremonies for the final segment of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. But as we bring the Historics to a close, we have a new event on the calendar coming up, and it's my pleasure now to introduce our CEO, Dickie Regal, to tell us a little bit more about what's to come in the remaining months of 2023 here at Lime Rock Park.
Thank you again, Greg. It's easy to celebrate here on this final day of Historic Festival 41, but we look ahead to a fantastic fall season here at Lime Rock Park, including a new event called MiataCon, which is a celebration of all things Mazda, Miata, and MX-5. We'll have 4 different run groups, classes of racing over 2 days, October 27 and 28, 2023, in just a couple of months, actually 7 weeks now. And this is going to be a really capstone event to our season as we celebrate the #1 most raced brand of type of car in the world, the Mazda Miata MX-5. So this is going to be something. It will be a public access event with camping, entertainment, food, and most importantly, great Mazda MX-5 racing. So looking forward to that, Greg.
Dickie, one more thing before you go. Not only will it be here, but it will also be a virtual event.
I hope that everybody has noticed that we do have a live stream component. This is a brand new feature here at Lime Rock Park. Another thanks to Ian Seiler, our head of IT here at Lime Rock Park, who set up a camera, and we have live timing scoring and the beautiful sounds of Greg Ricks, over the live stream, and it really is a way for us to bring all of the action here at Lime Rock Park out to the world.
And that live stream coverage will cover the upcoming MiataCon. It's my pleasure now to introduce the Reverend Heidi Truex from Trinity Church for today's invocation.
Let us pray. Dear God of encouragement, the Lord is our shepherd, we shall not want. That's the opening verse of Psalm 23. It comforts us in times of need and inspires us in times like these. In rich, full days of good, hard work, we remember, my cup runneth over. Or in praying for those who labor under difficult circumstances, we remember, he leadeth me beside still waters. What does quoting an old-timey psalm have to do with racing on a gorgeous Labor Day? Everything. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my competitors, racers, corner guards, EMTs, and all volunteers and employees need the right frame of mind for the race ahead. Help us, God, with our focus and our calm concentration. We give thanks for the beauty of Lime Rock Park, and for those of us who are spectators, we give thanks to God for time to have a little reprieve from our labors. Bless and protect, O God, these drivers and crews today. Surely goodness and mercy will follow us all the days of our lives. Amen.
It is now our honor to introduce our honor guard from the Connecticut National Guard for the presentation of colors. And I would ask you all to please stand for the presentation of our national anthem by Katie Weiser from the Sharon Playhouse.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red clear, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet
Now let's send it up to the tower for the introduction of the starting lineup for our MG feature race. Let's turn it over to Craig Robertson.
Thank you, Greg. 32 cars set to go to the grid for our feature race of the weekend, the MG race. Starting 32nd, car number 162, Chris Myers, a 1963 MG Midget. 31st, car number 03, John Luskauskas, 1968 MG Midget. 30th, car 50A, Heather Richards, 1968 MG Midget. Starting 29th, car 645, Jeffrey Sinkowitz, a 1959 MGA. Starting 28th, car number 84, Anthony Hess, 1962 TVR Grantura. Starting 27th, Dominic Cullen, car number 595, a 1960 MGA. Starting 26th, car number 167, Kevin Richards, 1960 MGA. Starting 25th, James Goodson, car number 180, a 1960 MGA. Starting 24th, car number 23, Marco Day, an MGTD. Starting 23rd, car number 15, Steve Conson Sr., 1953 MGTD. Starting 22nd, car number 49, David T. Smith, a 1962 MGA. Starting 21st, car number 51, Jim Haloti, 1959 MGA. Starting 20th, car 311, James Juhas, 1957 MGA. Starting 19th, car number 93, Jason DeCesar, 1960 MGA. Starting 18th, John Fontanella, 1964 MGB. Starting 17th, Taz Squire in car number 25, a 1975 MGB. Starting 16th, car 107, Carl George, 1959 MGA. Starting 15th, car number 169, Joe Lightfoot, 1966 MGB. Starting 13th, car 757, Graham Scaife, 1953 MGTD. Starting 14th, car 928, Frank Filingeri, 1951 MGTD. Starting 12th, car 621, Larry Smith, 1962 MG Midget. Starting 11th, car 151, Jeff Bear, 1967 MGB. On row 5 in the grid on the outside, car 45, Alex Heckert, 1964 MGB Roadster. Alongside him, the number 61 of Eric Russell, 1961 MGA. Row number 4 outside, car 212, Jody LeClaire, MGB. And alongside him, the number 62 of Phil Cooper, another MGB. Row number 3 on the outside, the number 76 MGA of Dave Nicholas. And alongside him, the number 160 of Andrew Williams and MG Midget. Second row outside, car 50, Andrew Moore, MGB. Alongside him, number 34, Doug Sharippa and another MGB. And on our front row outside, number 95, Marcus Jones, MGB. On the pole, the 01 MGB of Alan Tossler. And that's your field for our MG feature race, group number 5, race number 4.
Green flag is out. Our field of MGs headed towards turn number 1. Alan Tossler in the lead. In the blue hardtop MG, number 01. Marcus Jones in the 95. Doug Sharippa in the 34, right in behind him. Alan Tossler jumps into a quick lead over the 95 of Marcus Jones. Jones a little bit of wheel lock up, trying to go deep into turn number 1 to make up some ground on our race leader. Representation in this MG feature race of virtually the entire product line of MG. I think the only cars we're actually missing are some of the late 6-cylinder MGC models. So we have MG T-types, MGAs, the MGB, which was the world's most popular sports car until the Mazda Miata came along, as well as MG Midgets, all represented here in their final race of the day. They are coming to the end of a weekend that was rich in track time. Practice and qualifying on Friday, a pair of races here on Saturday, and now the second and final race of the weekend for our MG competitors here to lead off the afternoon portion of Historics 41 as we are now down on the home stretch. Running order at the end of 3 laps. Alan Tossler is your leader in the 01. Marcus Jones in the 95, second. Third to Doug Sharippa in the 34. Those cars are all MGBs. Also an MGB for Andrew Moore in 4th position. Fifth, the first of the MGAs. This is Dave Nicholas with the number 76, the bright yellow MGA. Nicholas, a multi-time vintage racing national champion with the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association with this car, and one of the original members of the Bark Boys, the Binghamton Auto Racing Club, in action here in the number 76, leading the MGA group, currently 5th overall in the 76. 62, Phil Cooper is 6th. Phil Cooper is 6th. That's another of our MGBs. Andrew Williams in the MG Midgets. Now, leading MG Midget, number 160, is 7th. Followed by Larry Smith in the 621, another MG Midget. Then the Canadian driver Jody Leclerc, 9th in the number 212. That is an MGB. And Alex Heckert in his MGB Roadster rounds out the top 10. Looking down into the MGT types, 12th overall is Graham Scaife in the 757. And he is the leader among the T-era MG here in our feature race, celebrating the 100th anniversary of Morris Garage, the constructors of the cars that have become popularly known as MGs. Cars that really introduced the sports car movement into the United States in the years following World War II. People could dream about owning a Ferrari or a Maserati or a Jaguar, but the car that was in reach for many people was the MG. And it quickly developed a strong following and served as the foundation for the sports car racing movement across the country in the late 1940s and early 1950s. MG Variety rolling down into turn number 1. Phil Cooper in the 62. That's a 1974 MGB Roadster. Right behind him, the MGA Roadster for Dave Nicholas. And then the third car in that line is the number 160. That is the MG Midget for Andrew Williams. little bit of attrition creeping into our MG field. We started with a grid listing for 32 cars. Actually, we had 24 cars that reported for the start of this race. So our commiserations with those drivers who weren't able to get out there for the final race of the weekend for our featured cars celebrating the centennial of the MG here at Lime Rock Park. Battle going on between the 621, that's the MG midget of Larry Smith, and our visitor from Quebec, Jody Leclerc, and the number 212 MGB. They are racing for 8th position as they head down through Big Bend onto the short chute, leading into the S's. Alan Tossler continues to lead the way in the MGB number 01, one of several cars out of Tossler's collection. This particular MGB configured for competition under the international rules of the Federation International Automobile that sanctioned races in Europe during the they say sanctioned races right up today, but these were the FIA specifications for these cars to race in Europe during the 1960s with the hardtop in place. The configuration that MG used for both racing and rallying. The MGBs that are behind them, led by Marcus Jones and Doug Sharippa in the Roadster version, as they were raced with under the rules of the Sports Car Club of America production categories. Tossler with an advantage of about 4 seconds over Marcus Jones. Well, the margin has grown now to almost 7 seconds, so Alan Tossler leading the way in the number 01 over the 95 of Marcus Jones and the 34 of Doug Sharippa. Dave Nicholas and Andrew Moore both pick up positions as Phil Cooper drifts back just a little bit. Andrew Moore in the number 50. The number 50 is 4th place. Now 5th place to Dave Nicholas in the number 76. Then Phil Cooper slipping down to 6th in the 62. And Andrew Williams, the first of the MG Midget model cars, in the 7th position, followed by another MG Midget. That's the 621 of Larry Smith. 9th to Jody Leclerc in the 212. And Alex Heckert continues to ride in 10th position. That is car number 45. Still leading among the MG T-types. 12th in the overall running order is Graham Scaife in car 757. Alan Tossler right now in the groove and in a league of his own out there, as he has stretched his margin now to 11 seconds over the second place car, the number 95 of Marcus Jones. Jones with about 4 seconds as his advantage over the third place car, the number 34 of Doug Sharippa. A good battle between the 34 and the 50 for third place. Doug Sharippa in the 34 and Andrew Moore in the 50. And now Phil Cooper trying to recover after a little bit of a setback in the mid stages of this race. He is challenging Dave Nicholas in the number 76 car for fifth position as the 76 and 62 head down into turn number 1. Alan Tossler about to put a lap on the 12th place car. That is our leading MGT type, the red number 757 MGTD of Graham Scaife. So now 11 cars on the lead lap. Everybody's scrambling, trying to keep up with Tossler, but the number 01, the baby blue MGB with the white hardtop, just able to run out at the front of the field. Alan Tossler driving almost like he wants to get this race over with as he runs out in front of the field. Tossler with that fiberglass hardtop in place, maybe feeling the heat a little bit more than the drivers of the open cockpit cars, who at least have some airflow around them. Dave Nicholas, for the moment, with the upper hand in the battle between the number 76 and the number 62. Behind Alan Tossler, it's still the 95 of Marcus Jones in second. Doug Sharippa in the 34 is third. The 50 of Andrew Moore is fourth. All of those drivers in MGBs. Then Dave Nicholas, the first of the MGAs, is in fifth position, the number 76. Another MGB in sixth, the 62 of Phil Cooper. First of the MG Midgets, the number 160 for Andrew Williams is seventh. Larry Smith in the MG Midget, number 621 is eighth. Ninth of the MGB for Jody Leclerc, number 212. And Taz Squire now into the top 10 for the first time. His MGB is car number 25. Andrew Williams, the number 160, the MG Midget, onto pit road. That was the car that had been leading among the MG Midgets. But it looks as though mechanical, no, he's going back out, so he may have had an off-course excursion. The rules that they run under for the Historics are that if you put 4 wheels off the track and your car is still running, you do need to make a stop-and-go visit on pit lane. So that may be the reason that Andrew Williams was on pit road, as he is going to take the number 160 back out, but that will turn the lead in the MG Midget category over to Larry Smith, number 621. And that also is likely to have the effect of dropping Andrew Williams in the number 160 out of the top 10. One lap to go, about the 1 lap to go signal about to be given to Alan Tossler. Looking for the number 01 MGB. Here is the car through the diving turn and onto the Sam Posey straight. 1 lap to go, the signal to the number 01. So a 1.5 mile run back to the checkered flag now for Alan Tossler. 95 car of Marcus Jones would need to have force majeure come into play before he would get a look at the lead. So Jones will come across the line in second. Third, Doug Sharippa in the 34. Then a gap back to the 4th place car. That's the green number 50, driven by Andrew Moore. Dave Nicholas elevated a position, now up to 5th spot in the number 76. 62, Phil Cooper, 6th. 7th now to our new MG Midget category leader. That's the 621 of Larry Smith. 8th place to the 212 of Jody Leclerc. 9th to Taz Squire in the 25. And now into the top 10, once again, the 45 of Alex Heckert. Alan Tossler onto the Sam Posey straight for the final time this afternoon. Twin checkered flags to signify victory in our MG feature race as we celebrate the centennial of Morris Garage. Congratulations to Alan Tossler. I think that makes it a clean sweep, 4 for 4 in MG competition for the number 01 MGB out of New York City. So Alan Tossler, the top car among the MGBs. Dave Nicholas, the top car among the MGAs. Larry Smith, the late leader, taking over that position because of mechanical problems for Andrew Williams. Larry Smith will take the MG Midget category honors in the number 621. And leading all the way among the MGT types was Graham Scaife in the red number 757. Change on the last lap. We didn't pick that up. Steve Consons caught Graham Scaife on the last lap or so to take honors among the MGT types. So we lost track of where Graham Scaife was, but apparently he ran into some problems and turned the lead over in the MGT category to Steve Conson Sr. in car number 15. So congratulations to Steve Conson, leading the way among the original MGT types to the finish here at Lime Rock Park in the final of our MG celebration races here at the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Lime Rock Park would like to take this opportunity to salute all of our partners for the 2023 season, including FCP Euro, Delamar Hotels, Autodromo, NBT Bank, Marsh McLennan, Miller Motor Cars, McLaren, Blasius Chevrolet, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, VP Racing Fuels, Pelote Shoes, Millbrook Vineyard and Winery, Liqua Molly, Spectro Performance Oils, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, F&W Kubota, Pepsi, the Great Falls Brewing Company, Women in Motorsports North America, DLTC Landscape Contractors, Haggerty, Thule, Ruitt Sibley, Road and Track, Averdy Storage and Office Solutions, and Vredenstein Tires. Thanks to all of our partners for the 2023 season and Historic Festival 41. FCP Euro is the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park and has offered genuine OE, OEM, and aftermarket parts for European vehicles since 2001. But did you know that they offer much more than that? Head over to fcpeuro.com to find buyer's guides, DIYs, chassis breakdowns, and much more to help keep your European ride running right. FCP Euro, the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park. Another of our featured race groups for the weekend about to come out onto the track for their fourth and final opportunity to face the challenges of Lime Rock Park. This is the Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash for single-seat open-wheel racing cars. Scheduled to start in 26th position, the number 207, Lotus 18 for Peter Patterson. Vignesh Ramanathan and his Lotus 18, number 44, starts 25th on the field. Scheduled to go from 24th, Joe DeLucia in his Lotus 18, number 34. The front engine Lola for Tom Atlas, car number 14, scheduled to go out of the 23rd starting spot. James Sharp in the 1961 Cooper, number 95, will start 22nd. Spencer Patterson in the number 577 Lotus starts in 21st position. Scheduled to go out of the number 20 starting slot outside of row number 10 is the Brabham BT6 for Sharon Adelman, number 61. Harindra De Silva in the Lotus 18, number 96, scheduled for 19th position. 18th in the lineup to Nick Gruel in the former Mark Donahue Elva 300, number 00. Tom O'Grady in the 1962 Cooper, number 53, starts 17th. 16th to Charles Bamford's Cooper, number 21. Hervé Park in the Model 200 Elva, numbers 92, will start 15th. 14th in the lineup to the 08, the Brabham for Robert Mirabile. 13th in the field to the Lotus 18 of J.R. Mitchell, number 254. Leading car among our front engine entrants, this is Mitch Eitel in the 1959 Oscar, number 740. He will start in 12th position. 11th in the lineup to the Lotus 18 of Joe Fuller, number 612. Tom Grudovich in the Elva Model 200, number 94, starts 10th. Moving the 9th starting position, we have Joshua Mitchell in his Lotus 18, car number 800. 8th in the starting field to the Lotus 22 of Graham Long, number 68. Eric Skibsrud in the number 18 will start in 7th position. His car is a Lotus 18. Also in a Lotus 18, we have Mark Curry, number 216, starting in 6th. The Brabham BT2 of Dave Irwin will start in 5th position, number 02. 4th starting spot outside of row number 2 to Robert Homke's Cooper, number 4. Scheduled to start 3rd, but on the sidelines because of some damage to the car on Saturday was supposed to be Dominic Colasaco, and your front row would be Art Hebert in the number 8, and on the pole position, our morning winner here in the Stangolini Delfino number 30, this is Joe Colasaco. So that was the scheduled lineup. It looks as though it will be Colasaco and Homke, then Irwin and Curry on row number 2, Grudovich and Mitchell on row number 3, row number 4, Skidsrud and Joe Fuller, row number 9, Mitch Eitel and J.R. Mitchell. Pace car on to pit road. Good 2x2 formation. The green flag is out. Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash on its way towards turn number 1. Once again, a big jump at the start by the Art Hebert car, the Robert Homke car. That was the number 4 that got a big jump. I'm not sure that Art Hebert was out there for the starting lineup. So it is this time Robert Homke who gets the jump on Joe Colasaco. As we saw this morning, it looked like it took a lap or two for the Stangolini Delfino to really reach its sweet spot, so we'll see if that is true again this afternoon or whether Homke has found something that will help keep the number 4 Cooper ahead of Joe Colasaco. Mark Curry right now in 3rd in the 216 and then 4th to the 02 of Dave Irwin. Top 6 cars right now lined up nose to tail as they come out onto the Sam Posey straight. For Robert Homke, 30 Joe Colasacco, 02 Dave Irwin, 216 Mark Curry, 800 Joshua Mitchell, and the 94 of Tom Grudovich, your top 6. 7th to Joe Fuller in the 612, Eric Skibsrud in the number 18 is 8th. 9th to J.R. Mitchell in the 254, and Hervé Park in car number 92 will round out the top 10. This weekend's Formula Junior races, for those of you who were not here earlier in the day, have been named in honor of Jim Haynes, the longtime track owner and promoter here at Lime Rock Park. Jim, also a very accomplished race driver, and was, in fact, the 1963 Sports Car Club of America Formula Junior National Champion. Jim passed away earlier this year, and so we wanted to honor his memory by naming today's Formula Junior races in his honor. So we're calling this one the Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash. Robert Homke continuing to hang on to that top spot from the Stangulini of Joe Colasacco. Dave Irwin in the 3rd place car, the 02, the White Brabham, also still in the contender's position, about 3 or 4 car lengths behind Joe Colasacco. But it is Robert Homke who is leading the way now in the number 4 Cooper. Joe Colasacco getting a little bit closer now to Robert Homke. Let's see if it's time for a move from the number 30, and it is, though he gets back in line. It looked as though full course caution. That is the reason that Joe Colasacco got back in line. And we have a car stopped over in the S's. And so we're going to bring out the safety car, hopefully quickly retrieve that car. We saw Colasacco pull out as if he wanted to make a pass, but then get back in line and realize that all of the drivers were letting off on the throttle as they saw the yellow flags displayed around the racetrack. And there is a car stopped on the grass directly in front of the infield spectator hillside area. So we will temporarily slow the field down, get them in single file order. Hopefully we can quickly retrieve that car and get back to racing conditions for the 4th and final race for the Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash as part of the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Looks like that's the Tom Grudovich Elva that has stopped over in the S's, the number 94 car. We'll wait to confirm that, but that is the car that is showing up on the last position on the scoring monitor, although we have had a situation where we have had some cars out on track today without the transponders, so they haven't been showing up on the scoring screen, but we will try to confirm the car that is off over in the S's. Meanwhile, those of you from the infield hillside area actually have a better view of it than we do, and you can watch them work on retrieving that car so that we are able to go back to green flag conditions. Want to say hi to everybody up in the beer garden. We hope that you are enjoying your prime vantage point to watch the races here at Lime Rock Park. Also a reminder to all of you on the hillsides, if you're looking to find some shade for the afternoon, we do have our hospitality tent open. That is the tent between our two permanent chalets overlooking the Sam Posey straightaway here at Lime Rock Park up on the infield spectator hillside area. So if you would like to get out of the shade and have a look at the cars as they come off of the diving turn and onto the Sam Posey straightaway, take advantage of our special accommodations provided at our hospitality tent between the two permanent chalets here at Lime Rock Park. Tom Grudovich's car being recovered from the middle of the S's. Will come in the back gate to the paddock area. And hopefully next time by, we will go back to green flag racing for the fourth and final race of the weekend for the Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash cars. Green flag at the ready. Bob Green will bring the Lime Rock safety car on the pit lane. Green flag is back out. Robert Homke with the lead. Rowing up through the gears is Joe Colasaco in the number 30. Then it's Dave Irwin in the 02. Fourth place to the number 216. That is Mark Curry. We saw Joe Colasaco ready to challenge Robert Homke before we had that full course caution. And he quickly gets down to business here on the short chute, accelerating past Homke and into the lead with the Stangolini Delfino number 30, a car that was patterned after the famous 1961 Shark-Nosed Ferrari Formula One car. Colasaco really stretching the gap here once he got around Robert Homke. 30 car in the lead. Second, the number 4. 02 Dave Irwin third, followed by Mark Curry in the 216. Joshua Mitchell in the number 800. Lotus 18 now up to 5th position. Eric Skibbsrud is the 6th in the number 18. J.R. Mitchell in the number 254 is 7th. Joe Fuller in the 612 is 8th. Hervé Parks, Elba, number 92, now in 9th, and Tom O'Grady, who manages things for the enthusiasts of the North American Formula Junior Register, rounding out the top 10, and Tom O'Grady is in the 1962 Cooper, number 53. Well, somewhat like Alan Tossler once. Joe Colasaco in the number 30 car got into the lead. He started to add to his margin over Robert Homke in number 4 and Dave Irwin in the 02. Joe Colasaco with a very interesting racing resume. He has participated in the annual historic races at the Goodwood Circuit in England, driving Lawrence Oriana's Ferrari Formula One car. Also competes in the contemporary F1600 Championship, where this year he was the Masters category champion, a category within the overall series point standings for drivers over the age of 40, where he drove the Riva Bistro Van Diemen to victory in the Masters class for the 2023 season among the F1600 cars, and often was right in the thick of the battle with a lot of the younger drivers for overall finishing positions. So Joe Colasaco, a vastly talented racer, and we will see him not only behind the wheel of this Formula Junior, but he will be out later as well in the Alfa Romeo TZ1 in race group number 5. Car spinning at the base of the downhill corner. Let's see if that car is able to get away. Yellow flag waving down there. I think that car got turned around and then up on the curbing. That is Dave Irwin's number 02 Brabham. So the car that was in third place, running a little bit wide, now able to get going again. So we'll stay under green flag conditions. I think Irwin is going to make his way down on the pit lane. Got the left rear up on the curb, and then on the other side of the curb, down into the dirt, and that turned the car sideways. Fortunately, the car did not get grounded on the curbing, and no further damage to the 02, but Dave Irwin will bring that car onto pit road per the rules of the Lime Rock Historics. If you put 4 wheels off, you do need to make a stop-and-go pit visit. So Dave Irwin gets the signal that he has served his penalty and is now being waved back out at the end of pit lane. That does cost him 1 full lap, though. He will come back on the track in third position among the running order of the cars, but he is actually now a lap down to the race leaders. So the order now is Joe Colasaco in the 30, Robert Homke in the 4 is second, Mark Curry elevated to third in the number 216, Eric Skibsrud in the 18 now up into fourth position. J.R. Mitchell in the 254 is sixth. Joe Fuller, number 612, is seventh. Tom O'Grady's number 53 just got passed for eighth position. Nick Gruel in the X-Mark Donahue, number 00, now eighth. Tom O'Grady in the 53 ninth. Hervé Park rounding out the top 10 in the 92. And then in 11th, once again, the first of our front engine cars, that is the Oscar for Mitch Eitel, number 740. Robert Homke holding a fairly steady margin behind Joe Colasaco, not able to bite into that lead, but not giving up any more ground as the margin between first and second stands at 2.3 seconds. And with that spin by Dave Irwin, that has separated the cars behind him a little bit. A battle between Mark Curry in the 216, the Lotus 18, and the number 18, another Lotus 18, driven by Eric Skibsrud. Curry and Skibsrud continuing to fight it out for third position down into turn number 1. Joe Colasacco just set the fast lap of the race at 1 minute 1.907. Colasacco across the start-finish line, getting the 1 lap to go signal as he heads down into the first turn. Couple of battles going on up ahead of him, so he can ease out of the throttle just a little bit, but not too much because Robert Homke's only 3 seconds behind, so no coasting to the finish for Joe Colasacco in the number 30. 48 car on the pit road. I think that was the Eric Skidsrud car. He had been racing for 3rd position, so we'll see if it was a mechanical problem or whether he put a wheel off, and it looks as though he was another driver to serve a stop-and-go penalty. Again, the rules of the Lime Rock Historic say if you put 4 wheels off the course, you do need to come in for a stop-and-go pit visit. So Skidsrud comes in and then re-emerges on the racetrack on the last lap to take the checkered flag. Speaking of the checkered flag, it is in the air for Joe Colasacco, the driver of car number 30. In the middle of some lap traffic here trying to get to the start-finish line. Colasacco will pick up the win, though. Robert Homke was able to close right in on that last lap. He gained almost 3 seconds on the last lap, coming home just 0.3 of a second behind Joe Colasacco. So that lap traffic was certainly a factor for the number 30. In any case, Colasacco prevails. Robert Homke in the number 4 second. Mark Curry in the 216 will take 3rd. Let's see who our new 4th place car is. That is the number 800 of Joshua Mitchell. 254 of J.R. Mitchell trying to hang on to the number 5 spot. There's the 254 across the line. Behind Mitchell will be Joe Fuller in the 612. Then it should be the 00 of Nick Gruel. Tom O'Grady, who has done so much work to coordinate and promote the Formula Junior category in North America, is in 8th position in the 53. 9th to the number 740, that is the front engine Oscar for Mitch Eitel. And Harindra De Silva in the number 96 will round out your top 10. So that puts the 4 races for the Jim Haynes Formula Junior Trophy Dash into the record books. And Joe Colasacco will show up as the name that appears in victory lane in all 4 of those race rundowns. Congratulations to the driver out of Greenwich, Connecticut, in car number 30. Cars for race group number 2 headed out on the track. These are our Sports 2000 cars. And it looks as though we have an abbreviated field here. I was about to tell you how impressive Colin Thompson was in driving to victory in the number 111 and looking to repeat this afternoon, but neither of the Thompson family cars are reporting to the starting grid. So it looks like it will be Ben Sinnott in the number 5 and Henry Payne the 5th and the 13 on the front row. Second row to the 23 of Robert Dusek the 3rd and the 59 of Dave Handy. Then the 16 of Davis Jones and the 116 of Samuel Payne. 7th starting spot to the 90 of Henry Payne. 8th to the number 80, the Shrike for Simon Green. 9th to the 198 of Jim Holman. 10th to Greg Miller in the number 4. 11th to Kevin Whitman in the 46. Robert Brady's number 19 will start 12th. 13th to Robert Dusek the 2nd in the 32. 4th to the number 1 of Mike Taradash. And 15th and final car apparently reporting for duty here in the final race of the weekend for the Sports 2000 category cars is Angelo Savoia. Well, sorry to see the Thompson family cars not in the grid because they were both strong runners in the morning race. Colin Thompson taking the win in the number 111 and his father John in the number 14, also among the top finishers. Colin Thompson successfully challenging Ben Sinnott, who had won both races here on Saturday. So Sinnott right now in the driver's seat in the number 1 position. Henry Payne the 5th alongside in the number 13. From exotic and collector cars to your home and other valuable assets, Marsh McLennan Agency Private Client Services provides sophisticated personal insurance solutions delivered with exceptional service. And we want to welcome Marsh McLennan Agency Private Client Services as our newest partner here at Lime Rock Park. Sports 2000 cars down to the start-finish line, looking for a green flag. Ben Sinnott in the black number 5 immediately starts to accelerate away. Rob Dusek in the number 23 trying to follow him down into turn number 1. Henry Payne number 19 now, or number 13 rather, now coming over to close the door on Dusek's advantages. So the order will be 5 Sinnott as they come out onto the short chute. Then the number 13 for Henry Payne. And I think challenging him down on the inside was Davis Jones in the number 16. So we'll see how they sort themselves out as they work their way through the S's and now onto the Paul Newman Straight, leading to the climbing turn here at Lime Rock Park. Well, Ben Sinnott once again establishing himself as the race leader. Henry Payne the 5th, second in the black and yellow number 13. Blue number 16 is third. That is Davis Jones. 59 Dave Handy is in 4th position. 5th to Robert Dusek the 3rd in the number 23, followed by Samuel Payne in the number 116 and 6th. Simon Green in the Shrike number 80 is 7th. 8th to the 198 of Canadian Jim Holman. 9th to Greg Miller in the 4. And Henry Payne in car number 90 rounding out the top 10. Ben Sinnott leaving nothing to chance here. Henry Payne the 5th and the 13 is in 2nd spot. If you weren't with us this morning, these cars do run in 3 separate subcategories. The quickest of the cars are the most recently built Sports 2000 automobiles from the 1990s and early 2000s. They are the S2 category cars. The vintage cars are second-generation automobiles built in the 1980s, and the historic Sports 2000 cars are the cars that were the original cars in the class from the late 1970s. Ben Sinnott with a fast lap of the race at 54.3 seconds, but that somewhat off the pace we were accustomed to from this morning. Now, they may still be getting some heat into their tires, but we saw Colin Thompson down into the 51-second range in this morning's race. So Sinnott trying, but not quite at the same level of intensity that he did this morning when he was racing with Colin Thompson. Sinnott will lead among the S2 category cars. Dave Handy, the leader among the vintage segment of the of the Sports 2000 cars. And the leader of the historic category is the number 19 for Robert Brady. Well, let me correct that. It is Davis Jones who is leading the historic category cars, the early era Sports 2000 machines, and he is an impressive 4th overall, chasing after 3 of the quicker modern, what we might call the modern Sports 2000 cars, Sinnott and Payne in the Lolas, and then Robert Dusek III in the Duran JE1. Then it's the relatively antiquated Tyga SC83 for Davis Jones in 4th, Swift DB2 for Dave Handy leading the vintage category, and 5th in the overall running order. That is car number 59. Dave Handy in the 59 having a good battle out there with Samuel Payne in the number 116. They are racing for 5th position. Then right behind them, Simon Green in the Shrike number 80. As I have probably said before, I am impressed by the aerodynamics of the Shrike with that fully enclosed bodywork enveloping the front tires as well as the rest of the automobile. Although it does make it a bit more difficult to change tires on that car should you need to make a quick tire change or even check the tire pressures. But it does have that Star Wars look to it, as you can barely see the contact patch of the tires where they reach the ground, and the car almost appears to be floating along on a cushion of air as it races around the 1.5-mile circuit here at Lime Rock Park. I don't think we got to talk too much about the power plants in these cars. We did mention it in the morning segment of our racing program. These cars are derived from European 2-liter sports racing cars that we will see later on today. But the finely tuned racing engines that were in the 2-liter championship cars grew to be too complicated and too expensive for a lot of the private teams to maintain. So the class began to drift away. Then John Webb, who is a promoter in England, came up with the idea of using a production-based engine in these cars for racing purposes. And it is a single overhead cam 4-cylinder Ford engine with a carburetor for its induction system. And that is referred to as the Ford Pinto engine because of its use in the Ford subcompact car. Produces about 150 horsepower, which may not sound like a lot, but these cars only weigh a little bit over 1,300 pounds, and so they are capable of getting around Lime Rock Park right down in the low 50-second range. Ben Sinnott continues to lead the way in the number 5. Henry Payne, the 5th, is second in the number 13. Rob Dusek, the 3rd in the 23, is in 3rd position. 4th of the 16 of Davis Jones. Dave Handy in the 59 is 5th. 6th to the 116 of Samuel Payne. think Jim Hallman just got by Simon Green as they went down into turn number 1. That would put the Canadian Hallman up into 8th, and Simon Green losing a spot down, Hallman rather up to 7th, and that would bump Green down to 8th. 9th to Greg Miller in the 4, and Kevin Whitman now rounding out the top 10 in car number 46. Simon Green trying to come back on Jim Hallman. Hallman in the 198 had just passed the Green number 80 to take over 7th position, but Green now with his head down and trying to get a little momentum back as he would like to retake that 7th position from the number 198. No problems up front for Ben Sinnott as he continues to lead the way over Henry Payne the 5th. Margin from first to second now 11.6 seconds back, then another 0.4 of a second back to the third place car of Rob Dusek III. That is the Duran JE1 number 23. Davis Jones, our leader among the historic category cars, the first generation of Sports 2000 cars, continues to run in 4th position in the number 16. Dave Handy in the 59 leading the vintage category for cars from the 1980s in 5th position in the number 59. Then Samuel Payne's Lola, number 116, is 6th. 7th to Jim Hallman in the Swift, number 198. The Shrike, number 80, is 8th. 9th to Greg Miller in another Swift, car number 4. And the Tyga for Robert Brady, number 19, now rounding out the top 10. Simon Green down to the inside of Jim Hallman, makes that pass down in turn number 1. So the number 80 Shrike will get back the 7th position. Let's see if Hallman can counter on the short shoot now. Into the S's, Simon Green still with the advantage over the Hallman car, the number 198. Dave Handy now challenging Davis Jones for 4th position. The orange and white number 59 will dip down inside of the baby blue number 16 down in turn number 1. So move Dave Handy up into 4th position and slip Jones down into 5th. Although Davis Jones loses a position in the overall running order, he continues to lead among the historic category Sports 2000 cars. And Dave Handy, as we said before, the leader among the vintage or second generation Sports 2000 cars in the number 59. Robert Brady and Kevin Whitman having an interesting race out there. Whitman trying to break into the top 10. Brady right now running in that spot in the number 19. 16 of Davis Jones seems to be backsliding a little bit. Once Dave Handy in the 59 got around the number 16 car, he set sail. And now Jones coming under pressure from Samuel Payne in the number 116. That would be the battle for 5th position. No battle up front. Ben Sinnott in control of this race in the black number 5. Here he is across the start-finish line, and there will be a gap of about 11 or 12 seconds before we see the second place car, which is Henry Payne the 5th in the black and yellow number 13. Looks like Rob Dusek the second in the number 32 car has run into problems. Dusek was the third place car for a long part of this. Let me correct myself there. That's Rob Dusek the second. It is Rob Dusek the third who is running in third. I took a quick look at the scoring monitor and didn't see the numerals differentiating the father and son team. In any case, Kevin Whitman now into the top 10 in the number 46. Your top 10 lining up like this. Ben Sinnott in the 5. In first place, Henry Payne in the 13 is Henry Payne the 5th, and the 13 is second. Rob Dusek the third is third in the 23. Dave Handy in the 59 fourth. Davis Jones in the 16 fifth. 116 Samuel Payne is sixth. 7 to the 80 of Simon Green. Our visitor from Canada, Jim Holman, in the number 198 is 8th. Greg Miller in the number 4 Swift is now 9th. And Kevin Whitman in another Swift rounds out the top 10. That is car number 46. Next time across the start-finish line on the Sam Posey straightaway, Ben Sinnott will get the 1 lap to go signal. Car number 5 dominating here in the afternoon segment of our Sports 2000 feature event. Davis Jones slipped back a little bit in the 16, but after a challenge from the 116 of Samuel Payne, he has solidified his hold on 5th position. 1 lap to go. Meanwhile, the signal to Ben Sinnott as the black number 5 comes across the start-finish line. So Sinnott now on the mile-and-a-half run back to the checkered flag. Henry Payne, the 5th, is second in the number 13. Rob Dusek, the 3rd, in the number 23, rounding out your top 3. Let's also give a moment to say thanks to Rob Dusek, the 3rd, who has done a lot to coordinate the appearance of the Sports 2000 cars here at Lime Rock Park. We certainly appreciate the efforts that he has put in gathering such a strong contingent of Sports 2000s, biggest field of Sports 2000 cars we have seen at Lime Rock Park since the days of the Sasapa Pro Series back in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Waiting for Ben Sinnott to come down the hill one final time. Here is the number 5 making the turn onto the Sam Posey straight. Checkered flags in the air. Your afternoon winner in Sports 2000 is Ben Sinnott, car number 5. Let's give you a top 10 rundown from our Sports 2000 race. Ben Sinnott, of course, your race winner in the number 5. Henry Payne, the 5th, finishing second in the number 13. Rob Dusek, the 3rd, in the number 23. Duran was 3rd. All of those are what we would call current generation Sports 2000 cars. Dave Handy with the second generation car, the Swift DB2, takes the vintage category, number 59, 4th overall. 5th overall, and the winner in the historic category for the original cars created for this class is Davis Jones in the number 16. That's a 1983 Taiga SC83. Then it was Samuel Payne in the number 116 in 6th position. 7th, Jim Hallman got around Simon Green at the last moment to get back into 7th spot. Simon Green in the number 80 Shrike was 8th. 9th to Greg Miller, the number 4 Swift Sports 2000 car. And Kevin Whitman rounded out the top 10 in car number 46. We've been exchanging some messages with Peter Krause, who is a longtime Sports 2000 racer, now living down in the Virginia International Raceway area down in Raleigh, North Carolina. Reminiscing about some of the past days in Sports 2000, recalling when Simon Green's father, Brian, was also competing with a father and son team in our North Atlantic Road Racing Championship Series here at Lime Rock Park. So it's great to see Simon Green back here, and also a hello to Brian Green, the longtime Sports 2000 racer here from years gone by at Lime Rock Park. Moving on from the Sports 2000 category cars, we bring out the most senior of the cars competing in the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. These are the pre-1940 and late 1940, early 1950 era sports cars. Scheduled to start from 29th position, the MG 1300 Sedan, number 88 for John Oliva. 28th in the field to Doug Cushnie's 1927 Bugatti Type 35C. Lester Nadell with his Plymouth Speedster number 33 will start 27th. 26th to Mark Brandow in the MGTC number 470. Richard Campbell's Crossley-powered H-modified number 91, scheduled to start 25th in the lineup. The NSU Prinz Sedan for Tom Walco, number 38, will start 24th. 23rd in the lineup to the cute little number 909. That's the Austin A35 for Niall McCabe, the clown car as he sometimes refers to it. Santo Spadaro with the PBX, scheduled to start 22nd. We talked to Santo Spadaro during the awards presentations for the Autodromo chromographs, and he said that they had broken a rear suspension support piece, so the 74 PBX will not be starting this afternoon's race from 22nd position. 21st in the lineup, scheduled to be the Stutz Special for George Holman, number 87. Sandy Leith with the 1931 Bugatti Type 37, number 2, scheduled for 20th spot. This is the Ford-powered Bugatti with the Ford B-Block 4-cylinder engine in it. Steve Constant with the Leicester MG, number 48, scheduled for 19th. 18th to the Austin Healey Sprite of Roger Garnett. MGTD for Dan Leonard will start in 17th, car number 409. Kevin Clemens in another of our Crossley-powered Jabro H-modifieds will start in 16th position, number 675. The supercharged MGB of Mark Sherman out of Short Hills, New Jersey, starts 15th on the field. 14th in the lineup to the MGTF for the number 56 of Glenn Moore. The Stutz Brisson Le Mans Special for George Holman will start in 13th position. That's car number 6. The 1949 MGTC for Jonathan Lane, number 881, starts 12th. 11th to the Edson McCord-driven MGTD, number 915. Moving to 10th in the starting field, we have Ben Bragg and the Old Gray Mare. That is the Ford V8-powered special from the 1930s, the number 1 car. Tom McCormick's number 302, scheduled to start 9th. 8th to the number 452 of Ed Callow. 7th to the 23 of Mark O'Day. Ed Metalman's Alpha Julietta Sprint, number 19, scheduled for 6th. The Morgan Plus 4 for Chris Towner, number 746, slated for 5th spot. 4th to Dominic Cullen's MGA, number 595. Graham Scaife in the MGTD, number 757, scheduled for 3rd. And your front row should be Kurt Burns in the number 283 and Rex Barrett in the number 166. Looks as though the 166 has not reported out there, so it's going to be Burns and Scaife on row number 2, Cullen and McCormick. Burns and Scaife, rather, on row number 1. Row number 2 to Cullen and McCormick. Row number 3 to Lane and Holman. Mark Sherman and Dan Leonard will make up row number 4. Roger Garnett and George Holman on row number 5. Then it will be the 909 of Niall McCabe and the Voigt Crossley H Modified for Richard Campbell, number 81, on row number 6. Row number 7 to Lester Nadell in the 33 and John Oliva in the 88. And Doug Cushney and Glenn Moore scheduled to round out the field on row number 8, starting positions 15 and 16. Green flag in the air for race group number 3. That is our pre-1940 and early post-1940, early 1950s, late 1940s group of cars headed down to turn number 1. Graham Scaife, who earlier this afternoon won the MGT category in our all-MGB feature race that led off the afternoon program, looking to continue his success here, leading the way in the number 757. A number of newer cars ready to challenge him, including Dominic Cullen's 1960 MGA. And Roger Garnett in the 1959 Austin Healey Sprite. Otherwise, Scaife kind of surrounded by his contemporaries. Kurt Burns in another MGTD, Jonathan Lane in an MGTC, and Tom McCormick in the Leicester MG, number 302. Well, the number 223 or number 283 rather, Kurt Burns picks off Graham Scaife. So Scaife, who got a surprise earlier today after dominating the MGT category, only to get beat out at the start-finish line. Once again finds himself racing behind the number 283 of Kurt Burns. Well, now that Kurt Burns has gotten around Graham Scaife, he seems to be working on focusing forward. About 8 car lengths, I'd call the gap between first and second. Then a further distance back to the MGA, number 595. That is Dominic Cullen. We have another car that is not showing up on the scoring monitor behind Cullen, so we'll have to try and pick up the number on that car. We're showing Tom McCormick in the Leicester MG in 4th position in 302, but I'm virtually certain that I saw another MGA racing with Dominic Cullen as they went by the start-finish line, but that car not showing up on the scoring monitor. So we'll try and verify that the next time the leading group of cars comes around. Still Kurt Burns with the lead in the number 283, Graham Scaife second in the number 757. Your third place car is Dominic Cullen, number 595, and then right behind him the number 2, who is not on our list. We have the number 2 listed for Sandy Leith in this group, so an interloper in the number 2 MGB running in 4th position. Then Tom McCormick in the 302 is 5th. Something of a phantom car sitting in 4th position behind Dominic Cullen, the number 2 MGA. We've checked all of our lists, and we don't have an MGA number 2 anywhere, or any likely combination that might be the number 2. So we will wait with interest to hear who is driving the number 2 MGA that is now being challenged for position by Tom McCormick in the Leicester MG number 302. Problems for Doug Cushney in the Bugatti as he heads down towards pit road. Here is the number 595 rather, our third place car. That's Dominic Cullen. Behind Cullen now is the number 302. That is Tom McCormick. Then the number 2 MGA And we're going to go out on a limb and say that might be Mark O'Day. We did have a number 2 MGA on one of our earlier entry lists, and we've seen Mark O'Day out in his MGT type earlier today. So perhaps a substitute for from the O'Day stable, potentially Mark O'Day in the 5th position in the number 2, the silver blue MGA that has now given up a position to the Leicester MG number 302 for Tom McCormick. Kurt Burns beginning to stretch the margin now over Graham Scaife. Burns in the black number 283. The red 757 MGT type is Graham Scaife. Your third place car is the number 595 of Dominic Cullen. That is the gray MGA. Then it's the polished aluminum number 302 for Tom McCormick. The Leicester-bodied MG in 4th. 5th to the number 2 MGA, which we think is the Mark O'Day entry. 6th would be the 881 of Jonathan Lane. 7th to the supercharged MG TD of Mark Sherman, number 607. The Stutz for George Holman, number 87, would be 8th. Roger Garnett in the Austin Healey Sprite, number 98, is 9th. George Holman in the number 6 Stutz is in 10th position. So there are your top 10 runners here in our pre-1940, post-1940, early 1950 race group. The Holman family Stutz automobiles making an impressive run down the Sam Posey Straight towards turn number 1, dwarfing the Austin Healey Sprite that is lingering behind them. Still Kurt Burns in the 283 out in front of Graham Scaife in the 757. Dominic Cullen in the midst of some lap traffic here. He runs in 3rd position in the MGA number 595, followed by the number 302, the Leicester MG for Tom McCormick, and then the mystery car, the number 2 MGA, which we think is the Mark O'Day entry. At Delamar Hotel and Spa, we know what it means to run like a well-oiled machine. This year we are pleased to sponsor Historic Festival 41 at Lime Rock Park. Join us in a toast to all the drivers, crews, owners, and automotive technicians that have given us a glimpse into this time-honored tradition. Come and visit us at Delamar Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan to celebrate this great accomplishment. Another of our bandits that has been running out there without a transponder to make them record on the scoring system has been Luca Maciachescu. in the Austin Mini Cooper pickup truck. Maciejewski now coming on to pit lane. Not sure if that's a mechanical problem or another of our stop and go visits. The Mini Cooper not making a lot of engine noise as it coasts across the start finish line, so it may be day done for Luca Maciejewski in the blue Mini Cooper pickup number 98. Race leader Kurt Burns getting into some lap traffic as he continues to be chased by Graham Scaife in the 757. Checkered flags out. The win will go to Kurt Burns in the number 283. Graham Scaife in the 757 is second. Dominic Cullen, number 595, coming home in third. Then it was the number 2 car in fourth. Fifth ended up being Jonathan Lane. Sixth to George Holman. Seventh to Mark Sherman. Eighth to George Holman. Ninth to Roger Garnett in the 98. 10th rather to Glenn Moore in the number 56. So some problems right at the end for Tom McCormick in the number 302. He had been a top 5 car for much of the race, but mechanical problems catching up with the Leicester MG right at the end of the run there. So congratulations to Kurt Burns, picking up the win today in our race group for the pre-1940, late 1940, and early 1950 cars. That is race group number 3. Race group number 4 waiting in the on-deck circle. This will be our 2.5-liter sedan category, featuring the cars from the IMSA RS series, the Trans Am 2.5 Challenge, as well as the SCCA B sedan class. And to bring you all of the action for that race, let me turn it over to my partner, Craig Robertson.
Thank you, Greg. Safety vehicles bringing in some cars, and We'll give you the tentative grid for this group. Starting 27th, car number 5, Mark Axon, 1971 Volvo 142. 26th, car number 19, Ed Metalman, 1972 Porsche 914-4. 25th, car number 282, Chris Mason, 1966 Volvo 122 GT. 24th, the 912 of Kobus Reinecke, which is a Porsche 912. 23, car 136, Kate Garabedian, 1976 BMW 2002. 22nd, car number 3, John Gorsline, 1963, Austin Cooper S. 21st, car number 220, Steve Hirschenreiter. 20th, car number 64, Mark Wagner, 1974 Porsche 914. 19th, car number 2, Jerry Barker, 1963 Triumph Herald. 18th, car number 44, Lon Barrett, 1976 Alfa Romeo Alfetta. 17th on the grid, car number 46, Michael Donnelly, 1974 Alfa Romeo GTV. 16th on the grid, Joe Lyles, 1970 BMW 2002. 15th on the grid, car 85, Josh Brown, 1984 Volkswagen GTI. 14th on the grid, car 296, Eduardo Noble, 1976 BMW 2002. 13th on the grid, car number 24, John Goodman, 1967 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI. Row number 6 on the outside, car number 13, Peter Lombardo, 1974 Alfa Romeo GTV. Alongside him may or may not be car 771 Simon Kirkby, 1963 Hillman Imp. That's what I said. Fifth row on the outside, car number 33, Greg Amee, 1974 Porsche 914. Ninth, car number 58, Ramsey Potts, 1987 Porsche 944 RS. Row number 4 on the outside, Gaspar Fasulo, 1968 Porsche 912. Inside of him, car number 10, John Clerk, 1965 Mini Cooper. Sixth on the grid, car 77, which may be Simon Kirkby, 1972 Alfa Romeo GTV. Fifth on the grid, car number 18, Stephen Early, 1988 BMW M3. Row number 2 on the outside, car number 70, David Porter's Lotus Cortina Mark I. Inside of him, 710, Michael Hertzen. FCP Euro, 1989 BMW 325i on the front row. Outside, the number 60 BMW 2002 Ti of Dave Nicholas. And starting on the pole, the number 21 BMW 325IS German touring car tribute car for Mike George. We'll update you when we know whether the 77 is out there or not. So the car Joe Courtney has been driving the rest of the weekend, the number 77 Alpha, is being driven for this race by Simon Kirkby, the chief instructor for the Lime Rock Drivers Club, instead of his normal Hillman Imp. Michael Hertzen weaving back and forth, trying to get some heat into his tires. Starter with a green flag in his hand, waiting for the pace car to bring them down the hill. Here comes the pace car with our field behind it. Starter looking them over. Pace car heads for the pits. Green flag on group number 4. 3 wide. George on the inside, Hertzen in the middle, Kirkby on the outside in the Alpha. Still 2 wide through Big Bend with George on the inside and Hertzen on the outside. Still side by side as they head for the left-hander. Michael Hertzen pulls out a lead as they go into the left-hander over Mike George. Simon Kirkby in third in the number 77 Alpha. Down the hill, Michael Hertzen leading by about 4 car lengths from Michael George. Behind them, it's Simon Kirkby in the 77, being challenged by the 810 of Gaspar Fasulo, the Porsche 912. Fasulo gets by Kirkby to take over third position. Behind Kirkby is the Porsche 944 of Ramsey Potts. You can tell with a warmer track, you're beginning to see a little bit of rear end slipping on the left-hander now. Leaders onto the main straightaway. Hertzen still with about 4 to 5 car lengths over George. Then it's a break back to the Porsche Fasulo. And a battle between Kirkby in the 77 and Potts in the 58 for fourth. Kirkby holds on through Big Bend, comes out with about a 4 car length lead on Potts. Behind Potts, it's the 18 BMW M3 of Stephen Early in 7th, Peter Lombardo in the number 13 Alfa Romeo GTV in 8th, Greg and me in the number 33 Porsche 914, 9th, Joe Lyles 206 BMW 2002, and rounding out the top 10, the 296 of Eduardo Noble, another BMW 2002. Herkson pulls out 3 or 4 more car lengths over Mike George. The gap's still back where battle heating up for third. Now as Fasulo has Simon Kirkby right in his bumper in the 77 Alpha. Kirkby with about 2 car lengths back to Potts, and then 2 car lengths back to Early in the number 18. BMW goes around in the left-hander. I said that we were beginning to get some wagging on the rear tail. Well, it wagged enough to spin him right around. Now he's kind of waiting for traffic to clear. Seems to be running. Pulls back onto the track. Michael Hertzen still with a comfortable lead over Mike George as the two of them really pull away from this 4-way battle for second. Between Fasulo, Kirkby, Potts, and Early, they're now 2 pairs side by side going into Big Bend. Kirkby holds on to that. Potts gets inside of Fasulo. Fasulo pulls away a bit during Big Bend to hold on to 4th, and then it's Potts and Early behind him. It was the number. Looked like it was the number 296 of Eduardo Noble that had the problem in the left hand. Mike George closes up a couple of car lengths, still can't make a real challenge to Michael Hertzen at all. Looking for the battle for second. It's stretched out. Fasulo now with 7 or 8 car lengths over Early. About the same gap back to Potts, and then a much larger gap back to the 77. Actually, 58. Mike Ramsey Potts had a spin just before hit in and lost contact with that group fighting for second, or fighting for third. Hertzen keeping his gap fairly constant back to Mike George, the 2 BMWs. Then a big gap back to Simon Kirkby in the 77 Alpha, who now has a good-sized lead over Fasulo's Porsche and Early's BMW, car number 18. Behind Early, it's the 13 Alpha of Peter Lombardo, then the 33 of Greg and me, Michael Donnelly in the 46. Joe Lyles in the 206 9th, and Lon Barrett in 10th. Ramsey Potts dropped all the way back to 11th after that problem. Now has a faster car, but has a lot of ground to make up. Michael George picks up a couple of car lengths, still 5 or 6 car lengths between the FCP Euro car of Michael Hertzen and George's German touring car Tribute. Then it's a big gap back to Simon Kirkby, who has a substantial lead over the 4th and 5th place cars of Fasulo and Early. Early trying to decide what way to attack the car of Fasulo as they go down, but can't seem to find enough room to make a move. Ramsey Potts making up some time, but still can't get up onto the 10th place car of Lon Barrett. Mike George cuts it down to about 3 car lengths now on the FCP Euro car of Michael Hertzen. As they approach some slower traffic, let's see if the leader can take advantage of this to get a car between himself and George, or whether it'll be slowed up and Michael George will actually close right in. Both the cars get around the slower traffic, but Hertzen able to pull out 3 or 4 more car lengths on Michael George. No change on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It's still Kirkby, then Fasulo, and then Early. Michael Hertzen with about 10 or 12 car lengths now over Michael George. This time George has to get back on it and try to make up some of that distance while they have a clear track. Simon Kirkby still with a substantial lead over 3rd and 4th. Early pulling to the outside on Fasulo, gonna try the high side in Big Bend. Fasulo locks it up as he goes in, spins to the outside. Michael Early takes over 4th. Gaspar Fasulo waiting to see. He's hidden by the end of the bridge. Can't see if he's gotten going again or not. He didn't look like he was going to hit anything, but maybe he did. We're not putting out double yellow yet. Michael George closing it back up to 5 or 6 car lengths now behind Michael Hertzen, our leader. Simon Kirkby gets by some traffic. Michael Early trying to really get onto it and see if he can get closer to Kirkby now that he doesn't have Fasulo to contend with. Double yellow out now as they go out to get the Fasulo car, which just stopped right on the edge of the pavement in Big Bend, right underneath the VP sign that you should be able to see. Our 2 leaders are side by side right now as they wait for the pace car to come out. Now they reestablish the order as Michael Hertzen pulls ahead. Behind him it will be the 77 of Kirkby. Then there's some slower cars, and behind them, Michael Early in the number 18 BMW M3. This will be a chance for Early to see if he can catch back up to some of the lead cars. Let's run down the top 10. In the lead, the number 710 FCP Euro 325i of Michael Hertzen. In second, the number 21 BMW 325IS of Michael George. Third, the number 77 Alpha GTV being driven in this race by Simon Kirkby. In fourth, the number 18 BMW M3 of Stephen Early. In fifth, the number 13 Alpha GTV of Peter Lombardo. Sixth, the number 33 Greg and Me Porsche 914. Seventh, Ramsey Potts coming back up from that spin earlier in the number 58 Porsche 944. Eighth, the number 46 Michael Donnelly Alpha GTV. Ninth, the 206 Joe Lyles BMW 2002. And rounding out our top 10, the 44 of Lon Barrett. That's an Alfa Romeo Alfetta. So our leaders are going to have to contend with some cars right behind them now. And Simon Kirkby, who had a substantial lead in third spot, even though he was well behind the leaders, now has Michael Early right behind him. Well, Michael Early and 3 slower cars right behind him. A lot will depend on how they spread out when they get the green. This is a chance for Potts in the Porsche to get back into contention again where he was before he had that spin when he was fighting with Early. Starter putting the double yellows away, so we should get a green this time. Looks like we're going to get another case of not only do they get a green, but they get a 1 lap to go. So this will be a really interesting shootout. The way they sit right now, it's Hertzen, George, and Kirkby right together, with Stephen Early separated from Kirkby by 3 slower cars. Green flag. Hertzen gets a good jump. Michael Early gets by 1 of the slower cars, 2 of the slower cars. Can't get by the other one to close up on Simon Kirkby. But it's Hertzen 5 or 6 car lengths over Mike George, and Mike George with about 1 car length to 3 car lengths over Simon Kirkby in the number 77 Alpha. Starter with a checkered flag in his hand. Checkered flags, I should say, in his hand. Waiting to see if any drama happened in the back of the course. The first 3 cars down the hill, no real change. Michael Hertzen with about 4 car lengths over Michael George. George trying to close up but can't get close enough. Simon Kirkby in the 77 comes home 3rd. Then the 18 is Stephen Early. Behind Early, it will be Peter Lombardo's Alpha, car number 13 in 5th. In 6th, the 33 Porsche 914-4 of Greg and Me. Then Ramsey Potts in the number 58 Porsche 944. In 7th, followed by Joe Lyles in the 206. And Michael Donnelly in the number 46. And rounding out our top 10, the 44 of Lon Barrett. in Alpha Alfetta. In 11th, Eduardo Noble. In another BMW 2002, Steve Hirschenreiter. Then Kate Garabedian in 13th, Mark Wagner in 14th, and rounding out our top 15, Gaspar Fasulo's 810, which came in on the hook.
Special presentation of the time-honored tradition of the winner's hat to Michael Hertzen, and the presentation being made by our CEO, Dickie Regal. Second place to Mike George in the German Touring Car Champion Tribute Car, the white, blue, and red number 21. And substitute driver Simon Kirkby in the number 77, taking over from Joe Courtney, finishing in third in the number 77 Alfa Romeo. So the director of the Lime Rock Drivers Club getting one of the prized possessions, the top three finishers' hats here in the Tin Top Race Group. Rather than going through the whole grid for race group number 6 and then finding out who has been taken over by attrition, I think we'll wait till the cars actually roll out and give you the cars that are going to be lining up in their starting order, rather than giving you the entire order of cars and then finding out that we have a number of cars as non-starters in the afternoon race. How do you relax after a long drive or a long weekend at Lime Rock Park? How about with an indulgent massage at the Del Mar Hotel and Spa? Or perhaps a handcrafted cocktail and a sumptuous meal at one of our award-winning restaurants? Del Mar is pleased to sponsor the Historic Festival 41 at Lime Rock Park for 2023, and we invite you to come and relax with us in Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan. Experience the distinctive charm and hospitality that is synonymous with the Del Mar name. Race drivers know that seatbelts save lives, but only if you use them. Always buckle up and drive sober on Connecticut roadways. We want you to arrive alive. This message brought to you by the Arrive Alive Coalition. Lime Rock Park pace car in position for race group number 6. This will be our mid-century GT cars over 2 liters in displacement, including both production-based cars and a couple of sports racers mixed in here, but largely a production-based field coming out for our next race. Looks like it will be Cosme Fumet on the pole position in number 50. Alongside of him, Chris Domingo in the number 11. Row number 2 to the Triumph Spitfire, number 18. That is Tom Brown. Alongside of Brown, Jim Bach in the 65. Then it's the number 169 Sports Renault for Ralph Salomon and the number 901 for Kevin Gosselin. Second to our Sports Renaults, the number 26, lining up alongside the 215 of Carl Whitney. John Dunnick in the 26, Carl Whitney in the 215. Chris Turner in the 63 starts 9th. 10th to the 25 of Mark Sendrin, that is the Tajero Climax. Mark Goebel in the Elba Courier, number 59, starts 11th. 12th to Bradley Price with the Autodromo Alfa Romeo, number 227. Richard Brown, Spitfire, number 36, goes from 13th on the field. 14th to the 177 of Ariel Dora. Ed Boyajian's Alfa Giulietta, number 16 starts 15th. 16th to James Stein in the number 358 Porsche. Anthony Thompson in the Lotus 7, number 81, starts in 17th. 18th to Mike Harmuth in the number 71 Spitfire. 19th to the Porsche 912 for Cobus Reinecke. 20th to the 13 of Tim Moran. 21st to the 132, that's the Triumph TR3 of Rick McCurdy. Cosme Fumet and Chris Domingo pace the field in their Lotus 7s as the pace car brings them through the diving turn and onto the Sam Posey straightaway. Green flag is ready. Race group number 6 on its way towards turn number 1. Chris Domingo from the outside of the front row with a good jump on Cosme Fumet will lead through Big Bend, now out onto the short chute, headed towards the S's. We'll get a look at them as they shoot the gap there, headed towards the left-hander. Domingo still with the advantage. Fumet in the silver car with the yellow fenders right behind. Then in third place, the first of our Triumph Spitfires. That is the number 18 for Tom Brown. Chris Domingo trying to score a win here. He has been a frequent competitor in the historics over the years, very often with one of his Malik Clubman's cars from England. He is now focusing on his production-based Lotus 7 and having a good run right here in the number 11, running ahead of Cosme Fumet in the number 50. Those two cars starting to pull away from the Triumph Spitfires that are running in third and fourth positions. Tom Brown in the 18, Kevin Gosselin in the 901. Jim Box, Lotus 7, number 65 is fifth. Carl Whitney in the Lotus Mark 9, the former Dave Belden car, now in sixth position. Seventh to Ralph Salomon in the Sports Renault number 169. Mark Sedrin in the Tajero with the Coventry Climax engine, number 25 is eighth. Ninth to Christopher Turner in the Porsche number 63. And 10th to Bradley Price in the Autodromo Alfa Romeo, that is the number 227. Domingo and Fumet look like they want to make it a two-car race as they are starting to pull away from the pursuing Triumph Spitfires of Tom Brown and Kevin Gosselin. Cosme Fume starting to close in once again on Chris Domingo. Fume will go up to the high side of the racetrack down in turn number 1, then thinks better of it and gets back in line rather than tiptoeing out on the edge of the asphalt through Big Bend. Fume able to close up on Domingo as they go through the S's. That is, as they exit the right-hander that moves them onto the Paul Newman straight, Domingo seems to sprint away just a little bit. We'll see if Fume is able to close the gap once they climb the hill and race across the plateau through West Bend. Under braking, Fume again able to close right in on Domingo going down into turn number 1. Fume going all the way out to the edge of the pavement as they head down into the turn. Fume keeping, or rather Domingo keeping the car a little bit off the edge of the pavement by about a car length or so. You can see just how close they are as they go through the S's. Then once again when they exit the right-hander, that is where Domingo seems to have a strong point as he is able to open the gap by a couple of car lengths. Race leaders already getting into some lap traffic as they head down into turn number 1. The battle for third still going the way of Tom Brown in the number 18 over the 901, the light blue Triumph Spitfire of Kevin Goslin. And then behind Goslin, it's the number 65. That is the Lotus 7 for Jim Bach. That time Cosme Fume a little closer to Chris Domingo as they came out of the right-hander, but now Domingo again gaining an advantage down the Sam Posey straight. Let's see if Fume once again closes in. Yeah, he shaves a couple of car lengths off under braking for turn number 1. Race leaders now working their way through lap traffic. This could be a crucial juncture in the race as they come up on lapped cars over in the S's. Fume got squeezed just a bit there, kicked up a little bit of dust as they were going through the left-hander. That may work to Domingo's advantage, at least for the time being. But lap traffic giveth and lap traffic taketh away around the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. So let's see how it unfolds for our race leaders. Chris Domingo in the 11 and Cosme Fume in car number 50. Well, that little slip by Fume certainly worked to Domingo's advantage for now, but they have another group of lapped cars up ahead, and they will come across them right as they go down into Big Bend. This has been one of the areas where Fume has had the stronger performance. You've got to decide who to follow if you are going through lap traffic on the short chute headed towards the S's. Get behind the wrong car and you could be bottled up for a long time. Good decision by Fume as he gains a couple of more car lengths as Domingo was forced to ease out of the throttle just a little bit in order not to overrun one of the lapped cars. Here are the race leaders through the diving turn. Still with Chris Domingo leading from Cosme Fumet, but Fumet closing ground once again. Going down into the portion of the racetrack where Fumet makes up several car lengths, so he will get even closer to Chris Domingo as they go through Big Bend. Good news for Domingo at this point is they have a clear track ahead of them, at least for a short while. And this has been the opportunity for Domingo to try and shake things up. Again, the alternate line through the S's not quite working for Cosme Fumet as he tried to go over and hug the right side of the road. Slightly shorter path, but had to give up some momentum. And Domingo able to hang on to the lead. Fumet able to close the gap down to just about a car length as they work their way through Big Bend. Trying to get inside at the left-hander once again, and this time he makes the move work. Cosme Fumet goes down to the inside. Early turn in for the left-hander that marked the entry point to the S's. Was able to keep his momentum, and he now moves around Chris Domingo in the number 11, so the number 50 is our new race leader. Let's see now what Domingo can come up with to try and challenge for to regain the lead with the black number 11. Domingo again with a good run off the downhill turn will pull out of the slipstream, and they will be side by side down into turn number 1. Again, a lapped car up ahead. Domingo nosing ahead of Fumet. Now Fumet trying to see if there's a bit of room on the low side of Big Bend. Either the Porsche doing a pick and roll out there. Fortunately, both of the drivers able to find a path around the lapped car. Chris Domingo, though, back into the lead with the number 11. Cosme Fumet in the number 50. Once again in the role of the challenger as they head up the Paul Newman Straight towards the climbing turn. Triumph versus Triumph battle going down the straightaway into turn number 1. A bit further down in the field, Rick McCurdy in the TR3 and Mike Harmuth in the Triumph Spitfire. Chris Domingo able to find a few car lengths around the back part of the circuit this time to extend his lead over Cosme Fumet, but more lap traffic up ahead, and as we have seen repeatedly, Fumet able to go deeper on the brakes down in turn number 1, able to make up a gap of 2 or 3 car lengths on the race-leading number 11 as they head into turn number 1. So Fumet will be within a car length now as they negotiate the S's, again with more lap traffic up ahead. Those cars hopefully will see the traffic coming and pull over to allow the leaders to move by as they go along the Paul Newman Straight. They will climb the hill on the back part of the racetrack, race across the plateau through West Bend, and then we should get a look at them as they come through the diving turn and come back onto the Sam Posey Straight. Traffic really is now playing a factor in this race as Chris Domingo comes through with a significant advantage over Cosme Fumet in the number 50. The gap all of a sudden growing to something like 2.3 seconds, where earlier it had been just a matter of a couple of tenths. So Fumet with his work cut out for him now if he wants to try and reel in the race leader with just a few minutes remaining here in the final race of the weekend for our cars in Group 6. As we work our way through the final segment of races to put Historics 41 into the record books. Groups 7, 8, and 9 to follow this as we come down the home stretch for the 2023 Lime Rock Historics. Well, traffic now working to the advantage of Cosme Fume as Chris Domingo lost momentum going around a number of lapped cars. So where it was a 2-second gap just a lap ago, it is back down to just a couple of car lengths as Chris Domingo is this time as the driver who gets pinned behind some lap traffic. Fume will take a look to the inside as they head towards the left-hander, then has to get back in single file formation as they go around a lapped car as they head into the left-hander. Transitioning from the left to the right to exit the turn. They are separated by less than a car length this time, headed towards the Paul Newman straight. The battle up front has basically taken our attention away from the rest of the field. Tom Brown in the 18 continuing to battle the 901 of Kevin Goslin for third position. Here is Tom Brown, our third place car. That is the dark blue Triumph Spitfire. And right with him now the light blue, number 901 of Kevin Goslin. They too are separated by less than a car length. So a two-car battle for first, and then a two-car battle for third here in race group number 6. 1 lap to go. Looks like it will be the signal next time by to Chris Domingo and Cosme Fume. Taking a look towards the diving turn to see who will have the advantage down the hill and whether the lap traffic will continue to be a factor here. And it could very well decide this race. Domingo and Fume will have lap traffic up ahead of them as they head down into Big Bend for the final time. They will go underneath the Austin Mini Cooper. Negotiate that car without any difficulty. Now this is where the bottlenecks have occurred as they come out of Big Bend onto the short chute headed towards the S's. And once again, they are almost side by side. Fume again trying that low line down there on the inside of the left-hander. Doing a crossover to try and get by Chris Domingo. So they were literally wheel to wheel as they headed up the Paul Newman straight. We'll wait to see how they sort it out on the way to the finish, but Cosme Fume not going down without a fight here. Chris Domingo giving it all he's got, trying to hang on to that number 1 position. Race leaders ready to come down the hill for the final time. It is Fume still with the advantage. 1 lapped car will move out of the way. Chris Domingo with the lead. Cosme Fume accelerating towards the finish, but Domingo will hang on with the number 11 to take the victory. Second to Cosme Fume. In car number 50, let's see now how the battle for third finalizes itself between Tom Brown in the 18 and the 901 of Kevin Goslin. Goslin and Brown side by side with some lap traffic there as well. Goslin was alongside, but there's just not enough room to get around the 18, so Tom Brown hangs on for third. Kevin Goslin will come home in 4th position. Brown in the number 18, Goslin in the light blue Spitfire, car number 901. Race group number 7 about to roll out. We are having some difficulties with our scoring system. If you are trying to follow along on Race Monitor, the same software app that we use, you will see that we're getting a waiting for data signal, and that has been going on since the beginning of this race. So the scoring folks down on the second level of the tower are resorting to manual scoring for the time being. We'll see if we resolve that for the next group that comes out. This will be our GT and sports cars over 2 liters, including our Lotus 23s among the sports racing cars, and the Mazda Miatas, the Austin Healey's, and the Aston Martins, all part of race group number 7. Front row will be the 02 for Nathan Thompson and the number 54 for Graham Adelman. Then it will be the 39 of Martin Hosek and the Brabham BT8 for Dan Chapman. Charles Borden in the Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special, number 123, lines up in 5th position. Alongside of him, the 82 of Michael Orritt. Rich Malumian in the 347, the red and white Austin Healey 104, and the number 53, Mazda Miata Patrick Daly. Our next in line, surprised to see the number 40 car out there from Mark Gregory. I thought there was some pretty significant damage at the left front corner of the car, but the crew able to get the 40 repaired, and so he will get back into action in 9th position. 10th to Rick Nevison, the number 102. Greg Mendel in the 77 is 11th. Ted Ganios in the Porsche 911 is 12th. 13th to Michael Lawton's Alfa Romeo Spider. 14th to John Einhorn in the former Glory Racing Austin Healey 3000. And rounding out the field in 15th position, the number 36 of John Wood. Let's see if Nathan Thompson can make a clean sweep of the weekend. Thompson a perfect 3 for 3 going into this final race of the weekend for the cars in group number 7. Pace car bringing them onto the Sam Posey straightaway. Good 2x2 formation as they come under starters' orders. Mike Petrucci with the green flag in hand, ready to send the field on the way towards turn number 1. And again, a strong start from the number 02. Martin Hosek in that V8-powered Devon widebody will take second. Graham Adelman on the outside of the front row simply got outrun in the drag race down to turn number 1 with the V8-powered car. And then in 4th position, it's Dan Chapman in the former Skip Barber Brabham BT8. Right behind him, Charles Borden in the Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special. And then the first of the production-based cars, that would be the number 347, the Austin Healey 104 of Rich Malumian. Well, checking our scoring monitor, they are showing Horatio Fitzsimon in the 54. That would normally be the car driven by Graham Adelman. So the youngster from England apparently getting a second chance here in the Adelman stable. Now moving up into the number 2 position, getting around Martin Hosek's V8-powered Devon. Fitzsimon blotting his copybook just a little bit this morning when he put in an impressive couple of laps in Sharon Adelman's Ginetta before going off course and down in turn number 1 and coming to a stop against the guardrail. But the Adelman squad willing to give the young man another chance. So it looks like it's Horatio Fitzsimon now in the Graham Adelman car. That is car number 54. Clear run at this point for the number 02 of Nathan Thompson. Let's see if Horatio Fitzsimon in the 54 can make up any ground. Martin Hosek in the 39 fourth. Fifth to Dan Chapman in the number 52, the Brabham BT8. Then it's Charles Borden in the 123, Rich Malumian in the 347, and the number 53, the Mazda Miata for Patrick Daly. Mark Gregory in the 40 is now 8th. 9th to Ted Ganios in the 97, and 10th to the 77 of Greg Mundell. Looks like Michael Orrit has some problems with his front engine Ginetta as he slowly moves on to pit road. Horatio Fitzsimon matching the pace of Nathan Thompson, both in the 57-second range. The problem is that Fitzsimon on the opening lap got boxed in a little bit and fell about 3 seconds behind. So even if he is making up a tenth of a second a lap, making up 3.6 seconds at this point is a Herculean task. But we'll see what Horatio Fitzsimon can come up with here in the second place Lotus 23 out of the Adelman stable, the car usually assigned to Graham Adelman. But right now, Horatio Fitzsimon from England with a chance in that car, running in second spot, trying to track down race leader Nathan Thompson in the 02. They are turning literally the same lap times out there. 57.644 for Thompson, 57.675 for Horatio Fitzsimon. So they are within just a few hundredths of a second of one another in terms of their lap times, both on lap number 3 and lap number 4. Horatio Fitzsimon a little bit over-exuberant this time coming down the hill. That telltale dust cloud, an indication that he got right out to the edge of the pavement with the number 54. And that was a difference of about a half a second, as Nathan Thompson lap time was 57.592, while Horatio Fitzsimon recorded a 58.110. Well, that time it was Horatio Fitzsimon who got a little bit of an advantage with a 58.5 lap time, while Nathan Thompson was threading through traffic and came up with a 59.618. So Fitzsimon able to claw back 1 second on that gap, but it is still a 3-second advantage for Nathan Thompson over Horatio Fitzsimon. Thompson in the 02 and Fitzsimon in the 54. Nathan Thompson making up for the delay on the last lap, now getting down to 56.8 for the just completed lap for the race leading number 02, fastest lap in the race thus far. And those two cars have a sizable advantage over the rest of the field, still looking for the third place car to come around. Here is Martin Hosek all on his own in the one-of-a-kind V8 powered Devon Special number 39. That is your third place car. Fourth place continues to be Dan Chapman in the Brabham BT8. Fifth to Charles Borden, about to go a lap down to the race leader in the Falcon-powered Filson Special. Sixth position to Rich Malumian in the number 347. Then it's the 53 of Patrick Daly, followed by the 40 of Mark Gregory. And both of those drivers in Mazda Miatas. Gap from first to second now falling to about 2 seconds. So the battle not over between Nathan Thompson and Horatio Fitzsimon. Nathan Thompson has shown plenty of speed, but it seems as though when he gets into traffic, he occasionally gets balked a little bit. So he's had a wide variance in lap times. Fast lap of the race down in the 56-second range, 56.857. But that last lap of 57.4, while Fitzsimmons was 1.3 seconds quicker at 58.445. Martin Hosek with kind of a lonely ride here in third position. Right now, no cars visible in front of him as he crosses the start-finish line, and nobody showing up in his mirrors, although shortly that will change as it looks as though Nathan Thompson is moving into position to put the third-place car a lap down, so it is clearly a two-car shootout between the 02 and the 54, though once again it is traffic that tells the story. 58.4 on that lap for the leader. 59.1 for the car in pursuit, and the gap has once again jumped to 4.1 seconds. Well, Fitzsimon nibbles a couple of tenths away, getting the gap down to 3.9 seconds, but time beginning to run out on the youngster from England in the Adelman Racing Lotus 23, number 54, as Nathan Thompson seems to still be in control of the pace, losing time occasionally in lap traffic, but then making it up with a quick lap when he has a clear racetrack. So, tall order for Horatio Fitzsimon to track down the race leader, and the time remaining here for our competitors in race group number 7. 2 more to go after this one. Big bore production cars coming out for race group number 8, and then we will wrap things up with our winged Formula Atlantic cars and 2-liter sports racers to put the 2023 edition of the Lime Rock Historics into the record books. Horatio Fitzsimon nibbling a little bit more around the edges, getting the gap down to 3.3 seconds now as he tries to chase down Nathan Thompson. It's almost tempting to say there's not quite enough traffic out there to suit Horatio Fitzsimon, because he seems to get the advantage when Nathan Thompson has to get by lapped cars. But with the relatively wide open spaces out there with only 14 cars on track, there are not a lot of traffic encounters in this race such as we saw in the previous event. Martin Hosek, meanwhile, in third place, has gone a lap down, so only 2 cars now on the lead lap. The race leading number 02 and the second place number 54. Martin Hosek still in third in the number 39, the V8-powered Devon. Fourth should be the 52. That is the Brabham BT8 for Dan Chapman. And another strong run from the Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special for Charles Borden from Scarsdale, New York. The Ford Falcon-powered car running in 5th position. Big difference on that lap, 57-second lap for race leader Thompson, a 1-minute 1-second lap for the lap before for Horatio Fitzsimon, but that brings the gap back to 6 seconds. So the previous lap, a costly one for Fitzsimon, back on the pace on this lap at 57 seconds, but going above the 1-minute mark added another 3 seconds to the advantage for race leader Nathan Thompson. Fitzsimon nibbling away once again, has the gap down to 4.8 seconds, but we are very close to seeing the 1 lap to go signal. So Nathan Thompson continues to control his destiny, and there is the 1 lap to go signal, looking for the appearance of the number 02 of Nathan Thompson. Shadows beginning to form over the western part of the racetrack at the downhill turn. Here is Nathan Thompson getting the 1 lap to go signal in the number 02 as he puts Charles Borden another lap down. Horatio Fitzsimon will chase him on the final lap, but the gap will be a just about insurmountable 5.3 seconds. Thompson would have to come to almost a complete stop out there for Horatio Fitzsimon to be able to make up 5 seconds on the last lap. And right now it is a clear track for the 02, so it looks as though Nathan Thompson is ready to make a clean sweep of the weekend. The driver out of Dallas, Texas, about to go 4 for 4 in the winner's circle here at Lime Rock Park at the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Checkered flags for Nathan Thompson. Clean sweep of the weekend for the Lotus 23, number 02. Horatio Fitzsimon will come home in second. Third to Martin Hosek in the 39. Fourth to Dan Chapman in the Brabham BT8, number 52. Charles Borden will take fifth position in the number 123, the Ford Falcon-powered Filson Special. First of the production cars will be Rich Malumian in the number 347. John Heinohern across the line. Steady run in the Austin Healey 3000. Penultimate race of the weekend coming up. American V8s against our IMSA specification Porsches, along with the twin cam Datsun 240Zs and Jaguar XKEs coming out for race group number 8. Let's take a moment to say hi to the folks who are tuned into the live stream. David Weglar is watching from just north of Detroit. And Paul Reynolds, another of our people who is on site, but also using the internet to follow the racing action. So thanks for your comments on our Facebook page as we welcome our worldwide audience, presenting the 41st Lime Rock Historics in sound and vision with our experiment with live streaming here at Lime Rock Park. Well, it looks as though they solved the problems on the Martin Hosek car. The big block Chevrolet Corvette number 39 coming out in the number 1 starting position. Second will go to Jack Bush in the number 61 Jaguar. Third to the number 44 for Mike Piera. Fourth to the number 310, that is Dave Hutchings. Then the 521 is Del Ore. 262 will be the Datsun 240Z of Joe Viola. 61 and 201, 61 Lou Yorio, and the 201 is Lee Lasberg. Then the number 771 Porsche and the 774. 771 is Hans Warner, and the number 74. '29 Christopher Turner shown as the car next to Lou Yorio. I thought I saw a 774 out there, but perhaps not. Hans Warner in the 771, Rich Strahota in the 050, Michael Jacobellis in the 711. Those are all Porsche 911s. Then our Porsche 944 Turbo. That is Colin Doherty. Mark Stilson in the number 22 Datsun 240Z lining up 14th. 15th to the number 808 Todd Pahonis. Christian Taylor's 388 is 16th. Jake Clapp in the number 88 Datsun 240Z 17th. John DeSantis in the number 14, the number 9 1965 Ford Mustang is 18th. 19th to Mike Caroluzzi's Datsun 240Z. And it looks like we round out the field in 20th position with the Ford Mustang driven by our visitor from England. That would be Cliff Ryan in car number 23. Bob Green getting the pace car onto the safety of pit road early. Green flag is out. This time, no problems for Martin Hosek as he accelerates to number 39 down into turn number 1. Jack Bush will fall in line in second place. Mike Piera in third in the yellow and green number 44. And then it looked like the fifth place car was Dave Hutchings in the number 310. Hosek trying to sprint away from the field early in the going. Jack Bush in second in the Jaguar. Mike Piera, then the 310. That is Dave Hutchings, followed by Del Ore in the 521. Joe Viola's Datsun 240Z is 6th. 7th to Lee Lasberg in the 201. Lou Yorio in the 61 is 8th. 9th to Christopher Turner in the 29. And Hans Warner in the 771 rounds out the top 10. Martin Hosek with a race all of his own out in front this time in the number 39. Jack Bush second. Then the battle amongst the Porsches. Mike Piera in the 44. Dave Hutchings in the 310. Del Ore in the 521. The interloper is the Nissan 240Z for Joe Viola, number 262. Martin Hosek, with 4 laps completed, already has a 7.5 second advantage over Jack Bush in the number 61. Another 2 seconds back to Mike Piera and Dave Hutchings. And then another second back to the group that includes Del Ore in the 521, Joe Viola in the 262, Lee Lasberg in the 201, and the 29 of Christopher Turner. Jack Bush doing the best he can out there, but the Donovan Jaguar XKE Roadster, simply no match for Martin Hosek in the afternoon segment of our program. Mike Piera leading the Porsche parade in the number 44 car. He sits in third position. Fourth to the 310 of Dave Hutchings, fifth to the 521 of Del Ore. Then the Datsun 240Z for Joe Viola is in sixth position. That's the number 262. Seventh to Lee Lasberg in the 201. Eighth to the 29 of Chris Turner. Ninth now the 61 of Lou Yorio. And the number 711 for Mike Jacobellis rounding out the top 10. Martin Hosek really in a league of his own out there, turning that lap at 57.7. The rest of the cars behind him all lapping in the 1 minute range. Jack Bush at 1 minute .2, Mike Piera at 1 minute .1, Dave Hutchings at 1 minute .0, Del Ore at 1 minute .1, Joe Viola at 1 minute .1, Lee Lasberg at 1 minute 1.2, Christopher Turner at 1 minute 1.4, Lou Yorio at 1 minute .4. So from second on down to ninth, they are all lapping within a few tenths of one another. And Martin Hosek really in a league of his own, some 3 seconds a lap faster than the cars that are trying to chase him down. And that is why the lead has grown to 13.6 seconds in just 8 laps. Problems for the number 6 Chevrolet Camaro as he goes down into turn number 1. Smoke from the back of the car, and that car is going to go directly down the escape road. So whatever the problem is, it is not going to allow the car even to get back to pit lane. May have put some oil down there. Car is spinning all over the place going down into turn number 1. So the number 6 did drop some oil on the racetrack, as we have seen 2 or 3 cars go spinning down into the first turn, right where the number 6 was headed down the escape road. Those cars going through the braking zone there and finding some oil on the racetrack. So we're going to go to at least a yellow flag, if not a full course caution. Martin Hosek successfully tiptoeing through turn number 1. Drivers getting the slow down signal, otherwise they're going to get a very rude surprise as they go across the turn-in point for turn number 1. Number 6 Camaro did the best that it could to get to the high side of the racetrack, but it did put some oil down. Drivers using the high side of the racetrack to then dive down to the apex, finding that they had to drive through whatever oil was put down on the circuit. So we are going to go to a full course caution. Looks like they're going to need to put some speedy dry down on the racetrack. At least one of the Porsches that spun down there has also come to a stop. So we will have to do some cleanup and recovery down in turn number 1. We'll see if we have enough time left to get back to green flag conditions or whether they will call this one complete. Martin Hosek was in control of the race. This does give new hope to Jack Bush if we do go back to green flag racing, because that sizable margin of more than 10 seconds that Hosek had built up will be completely erased. One lapped car behind Hosek, and then the next car in line would be the second place Jaguar of Jack Bush. Additional track recovery vehicles and cleanup crew down on the scene in turn number 1. The Aston Martin DBX 707 provided to us by Miller Motor Cars, our incident response vehicle, also headed down that way to check on the driver of the number 6 car. With the number of vehicles we have sent down there, it would not surprise me if we call this one complete. And as I say that, the twin checkered flags come out. So we are going to put this one into the record books, with the win going to Martin Hosek in number 39, second to Jack Bush. In the number 61, the Brian Donovan Jaguar Roadster. Mike Piero, the 44, is third. The 310 for Dave Hutchings, fourth. Fifth to Del Ore in the 521. Sixth to the 262 of Joe Viola. Seventh to the 201, that's Lee Lasberg, followed by 29, Chris Turner. Lou Yorio in the 61, and Mike Jacobellis in the number 711 to round out the top 10. 11th will go to the turbocharged Porsche 944 for Colin Doherty, number 7. 12th to Christian Taylor is number 388. 13th to the Datsun 240Z of Mark Stilson. 14th to Todd Pahonis in the Porsche 911. And the Ford Mustang notchback for John DeSantis, number 9, rounds out the top 15. They will probably want to minimize the exposure on the number 6 Camaro. If it has already put that much oil down, I'm not sure they would want to flat tow it back in unless they can assure themselves that no more oil will be put down by the car. Otherwise, they will use a rollback to clear it from the area down in turn number 1. Or they might just push it behind the barrier and leave it down there until the end of the day with just one more race on the schedule. It might actually be more efficient from a time standpoint to put the car into a safe position behind the guardrail and then retrieve it after the conclusion of the final race of the day. We'll wait and see what their decision is. For the moment, they are working on getting some speedy dry down there in turn number 1 to take care of the oil that was put down. Most of the cleanup vehicles seem to have left the scene. Aston Martin DBX 707 incident response vehicle from our friends at Miller Motor Cars, still down in that area as the remainder of the field completes the cool down lap and heads back to the paddock area. Final race of the day taking shape in the staging area. This will be our open wheel Formula Atlantic, European 2-liter sports racing car, and Formula Ford 1600s coming out to run the final race of the day for the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. We would like to thank all of you for making us part of your Labor Day weekend. We certainly appreciate your support for all of our racing events here at Lime Rock Park. Don't forget, we are not done for the 2023 season, as we will debut the MiataCon, featuring all things Mazda here at Lime Rock Park on October 27th and 28th. More details about that event will be forthcoming. You can keep in touch with us by visiting our worldwide website, www.limerock.com, and there is a link there to get onto our weekly fan news mailing list. that will bring all the news about Lime Rock Park directly to your email box. We also, at this time, want to thank all of you who have joined us worldwide for the presentation of Historics 41 in sound and vision as we experiment with live streaming here at Lime Rock Park. As you heard from our CEO, Dickie Regal, earlier, we hope to have a similar service for the upcoming Mazda MiataCon event, at least for Saturday's racing events, if not for the full weekend. And again, we'll have more details about MiataCon coming up as the weeks progress. As Dickie said, just about 6 weeks away from the debut of MiataCon here at Lime Rock Park on October 27th and 28th. Our track marshal is continuing to examine the racing surface. The stream of oil seems to have started somewhere around the pit out portion of the track, on the outside portion by the number 5 braking marker. So they're going to need to do, I think, a little bit more track cleanup before we are ready to bring the cars out for the final race of the day. In fact, the oil, now we see some of the crews, the safety crew out there all the way back up at the crossover bridge to the outfield portion of the racetrack spanning the Salmon Creek, looking as though that might be where the oil starts. So this could be a bit of a delay here before we have the track back in raceable condition. track safety crew continuing to spread some of the oil absorbent along the Sam Posey Straight. Also look for some random metal pieces that may have come out of the engine in that blow up as the Camaro went down into turn number 1. Safety crew hard at work to make the track raceable, but we expect to have a little bit more time delay before we are ready to go green flag racing. And as those of you who are listening in on the PA can hear, my voice is finally starting to go after 5 days of activity. So we are going to take a little bit of a rest here. Let you enjoy the quiet splendor of Lime Rock Park for the next few minutes, and then when we are ready to go back racing, we will rejoin you with the starting lineup for the final race of the 2023 edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Track cleanup complete. Cars presenting themselves for race group number 9, grand finale to the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Number 34, Graham Adelman. Well, looks like that might be his Horatio Fitzsimon in the 34. Chris Fan in the 39 alongside. 58. Anybody's guess, that was the car that Horatio Fitzsimon drove earlier. Number 4 is the Nick Fonte Super V. Car number 81. Phil Meany, Kurt Uzbey in the 42, 16 and 52, Joe Bozzetta and Todd Sharon. Then a couple of Formula Fords, looks like Frank Del Vecchio in the 13, and I think that was Jim McNichol in the 17. So 10 cars ready to go to the line for our final race of the weekend. Well, the scoring system is showing Graham Adelman in the 34, but I'm pretty sure that that is Horatio Fitzsimon's helmet. And if that's the case, then Horatio Fitzsimon isn't in the 58, so we'll... So we will wait and see if the mysteries of the scoring system... If the mysteries of the scoring system provide us with any more details. It's kind of who's in the car bingo here. We know that Frank Del Vecchio is not in the 13. Looks like Horatio Fitzsimon is the driver of the number 34, but we have not been able to get confirmation on that. And if Fitzsimon is in the 34, then we need to try and figure out who is in the number 58, the Brabham BT23. Well, Frank, how are things going with the 13th Valley car?
Aside from a broken header that Jordan had yesterday afternoon, he still finished second in his class. We've had a pretty good weekend. So far, we have a first, a second, a third, and he's going to fight Jim McNichol for first place right now.
Horatio Fitzsimon in the 34, leading from Chris Fayen. Then it is the Super V for Nick Fonte in third position. Well, for the moment, I was going to say the 13th is ahead of the 17, so that's a good omen.
Those two guys are very, very close. They were within 0.006 of a second on Friday, and this should be a good battle as long as the cars hold together. It's been, it's been a long weekend. A couple things have broken. We fixed them and back out there. So, watch number 13, number 17, Jim McNichol. He's a heck of a driver, and it should be a good battle at the back of the pack. The Formula Fords are the least powerful cars out here. We've got, if you have 115 to 118 horsepower, you get a lot of horsepower in a 900-pound car.
And you don't have any wings on the car for that additional downforce through the corners. Chris Fayen in the 39 has not let the race-leading number 34 get away. Frank, there's quite a story behind the number 13 on your car that some folks may not have heard yet, so why don't you give us the background on that?
Well, the short story is that my brother wrote a book and came out in 1983 on the Vietnam War. It was considered the best book on the Vietnam War, The 13th Valley, New York Times bestseller. Skip actually lent me a car, lent me a Crosley 55F to run that season in SCCA Nationals, and we did it up in camouflage, put 13 on it, and ran it all the way down to the runoffs, and we did a lot of book signing at the tracks. Well, in 2016, we were going out to Indy to another vintage race with this car, so we retroed, painted it back to the 13th Valley, and we've been running it ever since.
You even had a camouflage-style driving suit, as I recall.
In fact, I wore it today. I've worn it all weekend. That suit was made for me in 1983 when I was 165 pounds. I sent it back to Victor Galliano, God bless his soul, who added 2 inches to each side of the suit so I could still wear it today.
Great story surrounding the number 13 Formula Ford that is an integral part of Frank Del Vecchio's racing history. Frank, we were mentioning to the crowd earlier that you were in the first ever Formula Ford race here back in May of 1969.
That's right. That was the second Formula Ford race in the United States. The first one was at Willow Springs in California. Second one here was a regional race. It was my first race, and I finished second. And I thought I was going to Indy. Well, maybe not quite, but that was a great year. 1969, we won 2 championships that year. And Lotus 61 bought down the street from Fred Stevenson at Lotus East.
Meanwhile, up front, there is a change in the lead. Chris Fayen through to the number 1 position in the 39. Horatio Fitzsimon in the 34 second. Nick Fonte in the number 4 is third. They're now showing Graham Adelman in the 58 as the 4th place driver. Phil Meany in the 81 is 5th. I think we may again have a situation where there are a couple of cars out there that aren't on the scoring monitor, so we'll try and check back through, but we definitely can tell you that Chris Fayen is leading just that fast lap of the race at 53.850. Horatio Fitzsimon not letting Chris Fayen get away. He'll try to dip down to the inside going down into turn number 1. Fayen flirting with that oily line on the outside of the racetrack, but able to maintain the lead as they go through Big Bend. Now out onto the short chute, headed towards the S's. 2-liter Ford Z-Tech engine in the race-leading Van Diemen for Chris Fayen. 2-liter, I would say, Cosworth FVC or BDA, the power plant in the Horatio Fitzsimon Chevron B36. '13 ahead of the 17 in the 2-car battle for honors in the Formula Ford category. Fitzsimon again going to try and get by Fayen on the low road down into turn number 1. Late on the brakes, and he makes the move work. The youngster from England, Horatio Fitzsimon, showing what we call fast hands out there at times, although the Sharon Adelman Ginetta did get away from him earlier in the weekend, earlier in the day today, and that car ended up against the guardrail. So Fitzsimon showing plenty of speed, now needs to develop a little bit of patience.
You know, and Chris, of course, he's like us. He's getting to be a senior citizen. He's got a lot of racing wins. He's got one of the fastest laps ever around this track. He was into the 40-second, like 46, 48-second bracket. When he first started, he used to buy used Formula Ford tires from me. So we kind of mentored him along way back at the beginning of his career. He's still one heck of a race car driver.
That is Chris Fayen, who is running second right now in the number 39. Horatio Fitzsimon now with fast lap of the race at 52.404. Chris Fayen second in the running order in the 39. Nick Fonte third in the number 4. Kyle Collins, the car that is not showing up on the scoring monitor, the number 8, is in 4th position. Then 5th to the 58 of Graham Adelman, 6th to Phil Meany, 7th to Joe Bozzetta, 7th to Todd Sharon. Then the number 13 Formula Ford, followed by the number 17 Formula Ford. Looks as though Kurt Uzbe is having some problems with the Chevron Coupe, number 42. He sits down in 11th position. Formula Ford battle continuing. In fact, they are coming up on one of the Formula Mazdas down in turn number 1. Theoretically, the Formula Mazda should have a little bit higher cornering speed with the wings to provide additional downforce, but both of those Formula Fords for the moment all over the back of Todd Sharon's car as they go through the S's. Frank, I know you keep track of what you've driven over the years. What's the latest tally on the number of different racing cars that you have driven?
If it's correct, and I know it's correct within one or two, but I've driven 115 different race cars in legally sanctioned races, and that doesn't include cars I've tested for other teams, which I used to test Joe Stamola's customer cars and set them up for him years ago. A lot of people remember Joe Stamola as a fine engine builder and prepper of cars for years. Along with Ferraris and stuff that we've instructed with over the years, but 115 different race cars and races.
Over a 50-plus year racing career.
Yeah, this is my 55th year.
Nick Font. The car that's not showing up on the scoring monitor is the car that is in fourth position. That's the number 8 Chevron for Kyle Collins. Horatio Fitzsimon starting to pull away now on Chris Fayen. Fitzsimon in the Fitzsimon in the 34, Fayen in the 39. Fitzsimon just now getting down to 51.370 in the number 34. That would be right in the league with the fastest Sports 2000 laps we saw. We saw Colin Thompson get down into the 51-second range as well. So Horatio Fitzsimon hustling right along in the number 34 Chevron. Chris Fayen second in the running order in the 39. Nick Fonte, the Volkswagen-powered Super V Ralt, is in third position. Fourth to Kyle Collins in the number 8. Fifth to Graham Adelman in the number 58. That's the 1968 Brabham BT23. It may be a two-car battle in Formula Ford, but it's not going away. The 13 and the 17 down into turn number 1. Looks like it might have worked there for the 13 to get that Formula Mazda between himself and Jim McNichol. Yeah, 13 able to capitalize on that, momentarily pinned behind the 52, and that's allowed the 13 to motor away in our two-car battle in Formula Ford. Horatio Fitzsimon continuing to pick up the pace, 51.078 as we get to the closing stages of the finale for the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics. Let's see if there's anything left in the number 34 car. Will it be the only car of the weekend to dip down into the 52nd bracket? Chris Fayen in the 39 still second. Nick Fonte in the number 4 third. Kyle Collins in the number 8 is fourth. Graham Adelman in fifth in the number 58 Brabham BT23C. Double yellow flags from the start-finish line. I didn't see Jim McNichol come by in the number 17. So, waving yellow flag at the exit to the S's going along the Paul Newman Straight. So it may be that the incident is on the back part of the racetrack, as we're quickly going to dispatch the Lime Rock safety crew. But it looks as though we are going to go to a full course caution here. Aston Martin DBX 707 on its way as well, our incident response vehicle, but it looks as though that may have involved Jim McNichol. The number 17 car did not come around. So we are going to go to a full course caution. 14 minutes on the clock. We'll see if we're able to go back to green flag conditions or whether they're going to call this one complete. They are waving cars around, so they're going to want everybody to try and get in single file behind the number 34. Horatio Fitzsimon will slow the pace. So it's Fitzsimon and Fayen, although the car directly behind Fitzsimon is the lapped car. Here is, I haven't seen Chris Fayen come by. We'll have to see where he is in the rundown. 58 and 81. Here is, let's see if this is Fayen in the 39. This would be our second place car, so significant number of lapped cars between Horatio Fitzsimon and the second place number 39 of Chris Fayen. And looks like we're going to call this one complete. They are getting the checkered flags out. Mike Petrucci ready to bring the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics to a completion. Looks as though the time needed to clean up the incident is going to run the clock out for us. So the win looks like it will go to Horatio Fitzsimon, second to Chris Fayen, third to Nick Fonte, fourth to Kyle Collins, fifth to Graham Adelman. And Frank, it looks as though the 13 car goes home with another one of those precious winner's hats.
You know, that's going to give him so much confidence. This kid has come along in 3 or 4 years. He's gone from driver school. I actually had to teach him how to shift a car, which I did on my Honda, to a front runner every single VRG race. He's first, second, third.
Checkered flag is out, and the race is complete. Congratulations to Horatio Fitzsimon in the number 34. He will take the overall victory. Remainder of the field coming around to complete the final lap of the race behind the Lime Rock safety car. And so we put the 41st edition of the Lime Rock Historics into the record books. We again want to thank you for being part of the making us part of your Labor Day weekend celebration, whether you were here in person or following us virtually in our live stream coverage in sound and vision, as we experiment with live streaming here at Lime Rock Park. Frank Del Vecchio, thanks for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the season.
You know, thanks so much, Greg. You know, I just want to tell everybody on the hill that it is such a pleasure to be racing here in front of you people. It's, you know, it's what we live for.
Nothing like the Lime Rock faithful who come out to all of our races here at Lime Rock Park. We do want to remind you that the season is not over. For the last several years, the Lime Rock Historics have been the final race of the racing season, but we have a new addition on the schedule. That is the upcoming MiataCon. All things Mazda Miata will be celebrated here at Lime Rock Park, October 27th and 28th. A track day for a select group of Mazda owners, as well as a variety of classes for various models of the Mazda Miata will be part of our program. Also, if an opportunity for Mazda Miata owners to try out the FCP Euro Proving Grounds in the infield here at Lime Rock Park. More details as they become available. Be sure to follow us on the World Wide Web. Our website is www.limerock.com. By going to that location, you can also get on our weekly mailing list for our fan news update. And we are also on all the social media, so you can find out information about upcoming events by visiting us on Facebook as well. And with that, we put this weekend into the record books. It has been a very enjoyable weekend for us to bring you the racing events. We thank you for your support of our races here at Lime Rock Park, and we will look forward to seeing you at MiataCon and then follow developments about the 2024 season as we look forward to another season of racing here at Lime Rock Park. Thank you for joining us, and have a safe drive home.